Bryce, before you leave the room, can you get me a drink of water, please? Bryce just pulls the most disgusted face in the world, and whenever he asks me, I always do it. I just say, yes, me lord, and run off upstairs. All right then, off I go.
Oh my god, it's spreading. Yeah.
What do you think about this game?
About this game?
Yeah.
Well, I say this every single time, but, you know, Direwolves are a team who can punch above their weight and also punch below their weight.
Do you want to change roles?
What? And I'll just be color today?
Yeah. Well, not today, but for this game.
Sure.
All right. Well, Lux,
Yes,
Sejuani, and Azir have been better late polls.
Oh no, I meant to say something electrical.
No, that's all right. I can do this. Sejuani is a really interesting blue side ban right now because Sylas seems to be the answer to it.
Yeah.
And also, now that has the ability to flex into solo lanes again, is an even better answer, right? Because you can just take it.
Yeah.
And then if all of a sudden they take something like, say, Vladimir, which is a very good Sylas matchup now, you can be like, okay, we'll take something else that beats Sejuani, like, say, Gragas. And then we have like this power of double counter pick on red side, which is just so incredibly potent.
I would never be able to say that. I think like play-by-play in color is such like a state of mind. Because if I come into a day and I'm like, you're an analyst for today, like I can be like, all right, this is the way I'm going to think.
Yeah.
But it's like a mindset because you've done both now as well, right?
Correct.
And it's like, I don't think I would ever be able to like go into a game and like swap. I'm just like, and now I'm just, I need prep.
I remember the first cast of MSI play-ins I did after I play-by-play the whole season. I was casting with Pastry Time.
Yeah.
And I took a team fight, and like 4 words into the sentence, he goes, "That's my job," like on the cast, and then starts yelling over the top of me, and I went, "Holy shit, he's right! Like that is his job." Yeah.
Yeah.
But he had the biggest grin on his face because he'd never, obviously, I'd worked with Pastry for like 4 years. He'd never seen me do it, and he was like, good effort, rookie, but sit down, like get back in your lane.
Yeah, props to Pastry, man. Yeah, it's been a while since we've been on broadcast together, but yeah, no, it is. It's such a different thing. I was talking to Bryce on the way here about it, like swapping roles, but yeah, no, we have the rest of the bands coming through. Azir, Vladimir, Sylas, Direwolf picking up Zaya, one half, Lovers duo, and Akali into the solo lane. Yumi, Corki, Ezreal, just straight up picked by Mammoth.
Yeah, I mean, Mammoth are flying through this champion select, right?
Yeah.
And after smashing Order yesterday, they've gone kind of with Order's draft. They're scaling, do nothing, like just get to mid-game team fighting draft. So I think this is what Order expected Mammoth to play. So a little bit more of a return to normal for Mammoth. But this is a very aggressive Direwolves lineup. Xayah, Rakan, as well as Akali. That's like a mid one-item spiking, very good skirmishing, mobile composition to be able to get things done with.
Yeah, and you know, Direwolves just like as a team seems to be just like taking liftoff right now. You know, like they were kind of near to the bottom of the scoreboard for a long time. Like, you know, middle, bottom, you're looking towards like teams like Gravitas, very similar.
Thanks, Pete.
Bryce is coming in, the official servant of the OPL.
Yeah, and he's good at it, you know.
He is. Good attitude.
But I think kind of Direwolves have built the ship, right?
Yeah.
So they spent the first couple of weeks, you know, they're 6-7, they were building the ship. The ship is built. The jets have turned on. They're about to take off. Avant, Order, and Gravitas are sitting there praying that this thing explodes.
Yeah.
And just goes
There's
nowhere.
A technical malfunction.
Yeah, there's a technical malfunction. Like, unfortunately, pilots will die. But you know what? It's for the greater good. Whereas everyone else, like, at the top of the standings is like, wow, if this does take off, all of a sudden we could have a 4-team race. Because it kind of does look like Avant has dropped off a little bit. And obviously they can turn that around. It's only been a week and a half. But right now it does seem like it's, you know, Mammoth, Chiefs, Bombers, and Direwolves are trying to join that kind of group as well.
Yeah.
And I think this is one of those games that it'll show you how close you are to it. Because, you know, Order before this week, they would have said, you know, coming off a win, then lost against Chiefs, but 6,000 gold lead, then thrashed by Mammoth. Okay, we're not there. Like, absolutely we're not there. Direwolves are in a similar situation where it's like, okay, we've had, like, you know, a very good weekend now. We've brought Totoro back into the lineup. Biggest test that we've had so far is going to be against Mammoth. Like, how do we go against this team? Because maybe even a close game is enough confidence for this team to be like, yes, we are, you know, the playoff team to round out that and try and have a good gauntlet run.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Complete echo all those thoughts, you know, into Mammoth right here. Like, maybe that is the objective. Because obviously, you were talking about, like, Avant versus Direwolves yesterday, right? Like, Direwolves, for me, are in a very similar ship to the Bombers.
Yep.
I would say, like, not quite this, like, the same story, but not quite the same, like, magnificence that I've looked at Bombers and been like, wow, okay, this is just, like, you know, a top contention team now. But then we're looking over to Mammoth right here, 11-2, just slowly accumulating wins over the split, looking towards their last pick. Have picked up Skarner, and it will just be Nara in the end. So we have a lot of potential solo laners, but it should be Nara into the top side, Corki in the middle, or could be swapped.
And that is Bio's old counter to Nah that's being hovered right now, the Swain. So it certainly looks to be more of the Akali mid lane for get back as well into the Corki. And then Swain top lane would be the pickup. I'm expecting that to be locked in because he's just played it so much. And it's not going to be.
Okay.
That is going to be a Karthus jungle for Raze.
I mean, you'd expect it, right? Like, Aatrox picked up Akali, yeah, and then Karthus jungle.
Well, Aatrox is a pretty good jungler, I think, on this
jungle,
patch.
yeah.
Because his revive has been taken out of his kit. And he has more self-healing and a much quicker burst of speed, right? So that means, like, his ganks now, when you get level 6, you, like, hit the wings, are actually really, really good ganks. And he's a much better skirmisher than he is 5v5 teamfighter. Whereas, you know, in previous times, it was like, get me the one kill, I'm the best teamfighter in the game. No one wants to hit me because I've got a free revive, and I'm going to build a GA, and you're going to have to kill me 3 times before it's actually over. Now it's just like, you die and it's done.
Yeah, I mean, we've gone past the 20-second mark, so it will be Karthus jungle. Top lane. Yeah, Nara into Aatrox mid lane. Yeah, Corki into Akali. Okay.
And I really like this Karthus pickup. I think it was actually us that did the same thing to Direwolves, and I think that's the only other Karthus pick that has been picked in the OPL so far this split.
It would have been week 1 or 2, I think.
Yeah, one of these team comps is designed to do not very much, and that is the Mammoth comp. They just are going to scale to 1.5 items, and then they're going to be probably the best team fighting comp that you can put together at this point. Yuumi plus double Bruiser plus 2 traditional Trinity Force users. Like, I mean, what else do you really want in a 5v5? Not much, in my argument. And that means Karthus is just going to be like, okay, I'm going to try and put the jungle on farm as quickly as possible. And Karthus by himself at 3 items is enough to out-team fight most team comps. Not saying this is one of them because there's very good range on the Mammoth lineup, but in the right position, Karthus at 3 items, at jungle item, plus magic penetration, plus death cap, is just a whole nightmare for the Mammoth comp to deal with.
As we get into game, we have the Mammoth coach with us. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you.
And yeah, we were just talking about the composition here from Direwolves, specifically about the Karthus Fantix. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it's a good pick in meta. You could pick it into like a matchup where like the enemy jungle just kind of picks early, then you can consider it. And I mean, like some teams really like it, like globally, and some don't. Like obviously, it's not played in EU at all anymore, but like LCK teams still favorite. Yeah, I think it's still good.
And talk to me kind of about the different pace the game can be played at the moment, because you smashed Order yesterday, right? And Order pretty much had your draft, like bar a couple of little alterations that Mammoth have made. But you guys played really quick yesterday, and now it looks to me like Direwolves' draft is quite a quick draft as well right now. They don't want to get outscaled. I'd say you have the scaling advantage in this game. Is that just a patch-specific thing? Is it red versus blue side? Like, where is your thoughts at it, how the speed of the game at the moment?
That's a good question. I think we can definitely play, like, I guess we're just a very adaptable team. Like, we're comfortable playing a lot of different drafts, so I wouldn't say it's like, it's not like an overcomplicated thing. It's just like, if the draft looks good, like, we'll take it, and we're capable of playing fast and slow. So obviously contrary to a lot of teams in the OPL, which seem to be becoming more molded into a very specific style. For example, you know, Chiefs are really trying to force like the fast style. Yeah, I think we can play both. So yeah, that's why we're seeing a difference.
Is the early game something you're looking to index in? We heard from King yesterday, like he was saying it was a relief to actually like win an early game transition to natural advantage. Like, is that something you're looking at?
Yeah, no, it was something that we were struggling with a bit. Obviously, like we have been playing more like late game comps than like tempo comps, so it's a given that we'd fall behind in lane a little bit, but we were falling a little bit too behind, and yeah, that was obviously a clear weakness that we've gotten a lot better at like mending in the past couple of yeah, past couple of weeks.
And we are about to jump into pause, so we'll keep you around a little bit longer. We got asked a viewer question, right? Which I'm really interested in your take, because you've been a pro player and then you actually created an amateur team, which you didn't play on and did play on, you know, in Intuition. And now obviously you're on Mammoth, one of the mammoths of the Oceanic esports system. And they said, as a high-ranked player, how should I try and get into pro? So what are your advices as both someone that's done it, but also someone that's tried to scout people like Fudge, Topoon out of kind of Challenger?
That's a difficult question to answer because like people have like different rates of learning. It's very like varied. If you're like climbing really fast in solo queue just from playing the game straight up, then there's a good chance that you can just get picked up straight away just like that. And in my opinion, that's just the most reliable to do it. Just like focusing on yourself and trying to be as good as you can. I'd also recommend, you know, like not like wasting too much time on it if like it doesn't look like it's going to be a viable option for you. Like if you're not, I would say like if you can't just get like top 50 in OS, for example, like with relative ease, I would say it's not worth it. So, but you know, if you have the confidence and determination to do it, like it's still like go for it.
So what do you mean by like, as in, so you're expecting someone that wants to become pro, that like within that split, if they like put their mind to it, like it's like an 8-week climb into like top 50, right? That's kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, sort of. I mean, actually, I want to rephrase that actually. I think if it's not like, all right, I've set this goal for myself and I can get this within a reasonable time frame and you can't actually do it, then I don't think you should go for it.
Yep.
But if you're like, if either you naturally did it without even thinking, you're just playing the game like mindlessly and you're still so good mechanically and you've managed to climb so high, like that's like, oh, you've ticked all the green lights there.
Yeah.
But
last question I have for you, because you were an amazing pro player and then you went to Korea and like in my opinion that was like the turning point when you went from being like a great host player to like probably the MVP. In fact, I think I gave you the MVP of that split.
Yeah.
What do you think about like an 18-year-old saving up, you know, maybe a couple of grand or whatever and getting themselves over onto a Korean boot camp?
Okay, well, I'm pretty opinionated about this. I think if you're not doing well enough in OS, you shouldn't go because it's just not economically viable. I like it's too much of a risk. But at the same time, I still respect those that like want to like gamble. You know, like they really want it really bad, and like there are players that like can forcibly like just become good when they weren't improving that fast previously. So. I mean, it's really hard to say. I still would recommend that, like, if you can get high ranked in solo queue naturally in Oceania, then it's a better chance for you to go. Yeah.
Wow, that was awesome. Thank you so much for that insight, and yeah, best of luck.
All good. Thank you.
I really like talking to Richard about stuff like that because, like, it's very rare that you get someone that has done all three of those things at a very high level.
Yeah.
For those that don't know, Intuition as an OCS org lost one best of the whole time, and unfortunately it was against Chiefs to make it into the OPL, right? So stumbled at the final hurdle, but he was a very integral person to bringing up a lot of those young kids. Dream was on that team. Fudge was on that team, right? So he's bringing up all these people that are now in the OPL.
Yeah.
Now he's got Mammoth, which is a completely different team to coach, right? And he's obviously doing a very good job of that because he's turned around a disastrous, you know, 5th place season into an 11-2 season. And as a pro player, as I said, he won MVP. He's won the OPL, right? So kind of has ticked multiple boxes off in the OPL. So I think like if you're going to listen to someone of how you make this thing actually work, it probably is Fantix. And, you know, as I said, he got better from going to Korea, but it was because he was better than Oceanic players. Like if you're not top 10, like is it actually worthwhile? Like I have that question to my players all the time as well. So it's very interesting.
Absolutely. I mean, sometimes you just need to take a hard look at like yourself, which I think like not only just as a gameplay thing, but as like a human being thing is just a very difficult thing to do, you know, to like cross-reference what you think about yourself to like what friends and family to like objective third party think about you, and then honestly say like, how good am I? Is this viable? Can I do it, as Fantix was saying, in like a reasonable time frame? Because you hear stories all the time of like, I committed a year of my life, and if I didn't do it, I would just do anything else. I would go into like a regular job. Like I committed a split, you know, and like that differs for different people, like not only just in becoming a pro player, but also finding career in esports, right? Like, and it is so nuanced. I think like the number of resources that you can actually find in esports is relatively low. So I think like listening to people like Fantix, like that is a rare opportunity and a rare interview that you get to listen to and actually take something from.
Yeah, absolutely. And I always say it about casters as well, as Destiny's going to dodge out here. If you're not already casting, you probably don't want to become a caster, right?
Yeah.
Like casting, I think for every caster that I know, if you wanted to be a caster, you were doing it while you had a full-time job. Like you were just like either casting your mates' games or you were casting amateur leagues, like you were casting in the UK, I was casting in the OPL, Oceanic Challenger Series, like those kinds of things. Bryce was casting while he was a pro player, right? All of us obviously had a very good interest in this. Like I hear so much like, oh, I want to become a caster, how do I do it? And I'm like, have you ever casted before? And they're like, no. And I'm like, you probably don't want to become a caster. Which is really interesting. Taking stock of where we're at in this game, it's going to be Babbitt, first gank.
Yeah, finding Raze in the river right there. Get Back wants to jump into this fight, but may have just overcommitted 1 versus 2. Finds Babbitt jumping on towards this. Has Karthus ultimate coming down. Gets a 1-for-1 trade. Get Back chasing down into the jungle. Jumps the wall away from Topoon's teleport. Looking great there. A 1-for-1.
Yeah, really nicely done from the Direwolves actually, because they maintain their teleport priority here on BioPanther. That means that if another play like that happens, they're going to be able to go for it. A little bit questionable taking the kill away from the Karthus at this stage of the game. That is going to be one of the Dark Harvest procs not being picked up and a wasted Karthus ult. You do hate that as a Karthus player, and especially if you're the one falling down, but it should give some pressure to get back here in this mid lane, you know, maybe accelerate that Gunblade and get him towards, you know, a little bit more of the mid-game power spike. But so far, the reason we're able to have an extending interview and kind of talk about other stuff is this is going to be a really slow, methodical early game for both of these teams.
Oh, yeah.
Direwolves just want to get to one item on a completely neutral game so far. It's not going all that well because they're about 1,000 gold behind. And Mammoth probably want to farm until 2 or 3 items.
Yeah.
Like, they're happy this game going nowhere.
Yeah, this is a classic RTS Nova Rush 20, and we'll see you later once we've all built up our armies, and we'll clash later. That one fight happened in the river from a pick there, was from Babbitt forcing. And outside of those opportunities, really not going to see a ton of action. We can analyze how like the lanes are going, like obviously mid lane small, CS advantage, Corki into Akali, top lane, the same thing, range into Aatrox matchup. There is a way for BioPamp to like overpower them up, but not really without like jungle intervention, and you have a Karthus jungle who's going to be ripping through this jungle, as you can see.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this is what it's going to come down to, because you've taken yourself the Akali, as I said, for that mid-game presence. So that means that Raze has to be able to really farm into that point. Because the way I think about Karthus is he's that extra 300 damage you need in the one-on-ones, right? And he doesn't actually have to be there.
Yeah.
So every one-on-one that you take in League of Legends, if you're like, ooh, we're going to like 50-50 this one, you win with a Karthus.
Yeah.
Every all-in on Akali where you're like, oh, I need to chip him like 300 health before I can all-in him, you no longer have to go for that chip, right? He's just like this little pocket ace that you have at every stage of the game, which is really valuable, but not valuable until he does that damage.
Right.
And unfortunately right now, you know, on just purely jungle item, as I said, he needs an Oblivion Organ Sword boost before he is that pocket ace, because we've got things like Hex Drinker being built up right now that will shut down a lot of that damage.
Yeah, it's more prevalent in games where you do actually have kill lane skill matchups, that type of thing, when, yes, like, kill ranges are very much, like, less theoretical and are going to become a thing, right? Like, Get Back looking for this harass right now, but Corki's already got Hex Drinker, right? Like, we've had time for these lanes to farm up out of that kill range. So Karthus becomes less useful in that regard, and you're right, we're looking towards items before you really hit that stage. But yeah, very much like reverse Soraka, right? Because Soraka was just like, okay, well, we can't engage on these people because they have the potential ability to turn this one around, but Karthus is the opposite, in which you can initiate because you have the extra damage.
There's also kind of 2 different styles of Karthus play, as you might be caught out here.
Yep. Being caught in the jungle, probably not one of those styles. Getting suppressed down. We'll have the passive coming up, though, and Direwolves jumping all over this play, flashing away. Karthus is still alive on this one, and they get the kill down onto King. Direwolves getting away with this one, and BioPamp teleporting into the bottom lane. That turned into a pick into a counterplay from Direwolves, now looking towards the bottom lane.
Yeah, do they go for the dive here?
Triple backing away. Here comes the Karthus ultimate down onto Babbitt underneath the tower, finished off by the Aatrox crit. And Triple, I mean, just sees his entire team come to the bottom lane and just get murdered.
Yeah, and I mean, they needed to make that happen because Bio had committed the teleport. If his recall gets stopped here, it is a disaster, which it does, because all of a sudden, that's going to be another 2 plates gone from the top lane, and Triple is just being such a nuisance right now. Really, Topoon is the biggest beneficiary of what just happened on the map, although Direwolves do pick up the 2 kills.
Yeah, I mean, almost a crucial block there from Totoro. Destiny even taking 2 tower shots to look for another recall stop there. I mean, if that was onto top lane, that's, I mean, you're down to a single plate left on top lane if that's a cancelled recall. So Topoon, you're absolutely right. Like, he just picked up three waves.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to clear out this last one very, very quickly as well. So it's going to be even more CS loss. In saying that, Bio was lucky enough to be the recipient of one of those kills. I really like that when you give one of the kills over to your top laner. He's made the teleport play. That's another kill also onto the Akali. So she has very good threat at the moment, especially with Karthus starting to get into the position where, you know, as we mentioned, needs Soft Boots, needs Oblivion Orb, probably needs level 11 with a Hex Drinker on Summoner's Rift, but has got all of those things starting to come online now.
I mean, just for context, right, like, you're probably looking at, like, we're talking about waves and, like, what does that actually mean in numbers? He basically got a double kill worth of gold. And that's at 12 minutes, an early Black Cleaver plus extra items. Like, the difference between just having a Black Cleaver rush, but then also having, like, a Boots, a Darian's, also, like, you know, the makings of a Tabis, that type of thing, like, is a huge difference, right? Like, that will swing the top lane matchup here for Topoon considerably into Viacom, though.
Especially as a Gnar, right? Because Gnar's biggest attribute is the hyper proc and the movement speed boost. So early boots too is just so crucial on the champion. This is a really unique flip right now. It is a 13-minute flip of 80 carries not into the top lane, but into the mid lane. And that must be because of the Hex Drinker plus phase. You know, that's just Get Back saying, I can no longer kill this guy. So you need to be able to lane into him, you know, zone him away or create pressure on the top side of the map for something like a Herald. Because I can't do it anymore by myself.
But what you can deal with is laning into this dual lane, just farming away. Has the Hextech Gunblade now, but yeah, we've got this contest onto Herald. Triple, tossing out those rockets.
Teleport coming
over
in.
the wall. He's perfect opportunity for an engage here, RNS. Has the raid bar. Flash forward, get the stun immediately down onto the Akali as he teleports in. Great start to the fight here from Mammoth, and Dai will say, nope, want nothing to do with this. However, Mammoth have started off the Herald raise over the wall if he wanted to try and steal, but looks like he's not interested. Direwolves a full disengage.
Yeah, and it looks like some crazy indecision coming out from Direwolves there versus Mammoth, who are just so decisive because they all collapse onto the teleport. That is, you know, Totoro being able to go for the flash knock up there as 3 people crowded around the teleport. You know, Biopanther also with ulti available could have dove in there, but they don't go for it. That's going to cost them mid lane turret. Huge power swing right now for Mammoth.
And it really just goes back to, like, Mammoth's ability to absorb, and just unleash that pressure, right? Like, it's almost phenomenal that it happens every single game you watch Mammoth, and, like, it was, I think, 4 or 5 games. Like, it was hilarious hearing from King, as we talked about in the interview, right? Like, he was saying this is the first time in a long time we've actually had the advanced early game, but that's been one of the big strengths of Mammoth, the fact that they do go for these, like, scaling, like, ramp-up comps, and are still able to go, like, near even, and then just hit back with such unbelievable pressure. Have now just swung into a gold lead, double dragons, and able to pretty much contain all of these towers. Triple into the mid lane, has Yuumi attached on top of him, just instantly going to kill down Raze. Totoro caught on this one as well, just back towards him, but the Spiral package is there. Katsuri now under attack, throws out the Feather Storm, but 3 versus 1, trying to make it back to the tower. Blade Call is good on top of the flash, but Triple still following, detach out from Destiny, and the final fadeaway Phosphorus Bomb will find the 3rd.
And what a play out of Mammoth. You know, we talk about the fact that they weren't playing scaling comps. The reality was, on average, they were down 1,500 gold. Now, this is a scaling comp that at 15 minutes, they are up 3,000 gold. That's a 4,500 gold swing to where Mammoth is on average. This early game cannot be understated. They are crushing Direwolves right now. You know, they run in with package, with teleport, and the cat. They're able to have so much lockdown, just beautiful patience out of Triple, knows his cooldown so well, and Katsuri uses everything to try and escape here. You know, flashes included, and Triple is just unrelenting with the pressure that he's able to put down. Picks up much needed kills on the Corki, and already at this stage in the game, you know, you're 2,000, 3,000 gold up with a scaling comp. This game is like, the time is done. Like, Mammoth are exactly where they need to be.
Yeah, the egg timer is definitely going off right now. You know, like, Topoon's in a fantastic position. Corki with those multiple kills. Start on Triforce Hex Drinker, and he also has boots. Like, this is huge spikes across the board. If there's, like, anything they want to fight over, they can just go for it. You know, feeling pretty good about that. Karthus also just, unfortunately, just getting caught out there. Another death on him. And, you know, Karthus is still really struggling to get to that point where like, Karthus is relevant.
Yeah, I would agree. And I think that a big part of that is, you know, you check Karthus and you want him to be 30 CS up at this stage of the game. He's 10. Like, that's not enough against a passive farmer like Skarner. Biopanther, Anderson threat.
Wow, still tags on towards him. Plus up the chains onto Babip. Dodges through it, but still opened up enough distance with the flash. Biopanther, bottom lane tower though, will go down here to Mammoth. And Triple, even more gold over to him.
Yeah, and as soon as Triple doesn't chase that one, right, you know you're not going to be able to kill. Yuumi and Skarner do next to no damage between the two of them, but you've chased him all the way back to the inner. You've taken the turret. You see on the top side of the map, they're committing similar pressure, but it's also Katsuri, which means mid lane will also be under fire and should fall down. This is a 3-for-1 trade right now.
This is a true triple push going out here. This is crazy. I mean, double inner turrets about to be taken here from Mammoth. They get the mid lane. Bottom lane also got to fall over. I mean, that was 3 towers in the last maybe 40, 50 seconds.
And this is what they do, right? They push you into scenarios where you're like, okay, we're even. They made a play. We're behind. How do we catch back up? And they call your bluff every time. They just say, okay, go for that play. We're going to go for our play instead, and we're confident that our play is the correct play. And then something like this happens, right? You've got an extra creep wave, and you're like, okay, this is fine. And then it's 3 turrets versus 1. You're like, where did we go wrong? Like, what was incorrect about this play? Why are they so confident in sieging 2 different lanes with, you know, equal to lesser numbers? And I don't know, just Mammoth right now playing some real nice League of Legends.
I mean, it's a chess term that's basically putting your opponent in like a fork situation or even a skewer, and that's what it felt right there from Mammoth. But very rarely do you get a situation where you not only win, but like win by 2 towers over your opponent. Biopanther getting caught in rotation, essentially. No revive on this one, and King will find himself another kill.
I mean, you just don't own any of the map right now if you're Direwolves, and it feels so terrible to play the game this way. You know, that is, at 18 minutes, a completely reasonable area to be walking as a solo laner, and you just get caught out, you know, Predator in there, and now they're continuing to look for more.
Katsuri in the mid lane tossed out the Feather Storm, but 3 versus 1. Suppression immediately. He's got his Lover's Duo partner there to potentially save him, but all it was potential. He'll just use him to get back behind the mid lane tower. Triple into the top lane. Also pushing. It just feels like right now Mammoth have more members. I mean, technically they do with that kill in the mid lane, but like they're just everywhere, doing everything at the same time.
Yeah, they just have the initiative on every play, right? And with it a scaling comp, that's something that's just, I mean, honestly a beauty to behold. It's very rare that an Oceanic team has both the macro skill as well as the micro ability to be able to get through laning phase. And you can see right now Mammoth are showing that 100% that is what they have in the OPL. I mean, they've put the whole league on notice. They've done what the Bombers did last split. You know, to be 11-2 is already impressive enough, but then to come into week 7 and have back-to-back games where this one isn't over, but you know, it is going to be a hill for Direwolves to get back into it.
Absolutely. Ray steps forward, loses 60% of his HP package for the disengage. Get back low though. This could be the re-engage though from Topoon because he's in the perfect position. Finds one. He's still pushing forwards. Gets the wallop on to Biopanther. Just the tip of that one. Redemption comes through and Totoro getting chased down by Babbitt. Biopanther essentially body blocking for his team to get someone away from this. King jumps forwards looking for a Mystic shot. Another 2 kills to Mammoth. They're playing so quickly.
They certainly are, and King was able to recall in that fight and teleport back. That's why he's there with full health. That should be the Baron picked up. I don't see a way that you're able to contest this one against the 5 members of Mammoth still up and available. And that was the proactive play that Direwolves looked for. You know, they felt like the clock had expired, that if they did not make it now into a Baron buff, they were not going to be able to fight back into the game. Well, Mammoth absorbed all of that. They get themselves the 8,000 gold lead, and looking to close out the Direwolves.
I don't know about you, Spawn, but like I look at how the league's gone in the last 2-3 weeks now, and I look towards MEO, and I almost feel like the championship is like locked down, right? Like for finals, you know, finalists are like, I feel like I know who they're going to be already. Yeah,
I mean, it looks like right now Chiefs or Bombers is going to be joining Mammoth. Mammoth, obviously, 11-2 are going to be very difficult. Now 12-2 if they win this game to catch. Chiefs are 1 game behind them. Head-to-head going to be really crucial. I think Bombers are 3 games behind them, something like that. So, like, don't get me wrong, still a lot of games to be played in the season. I think still nearly a complete round robin to be done after today. But you're right. I mean, they're just slamming teams below them on the ladder. And I don't mean, you know, like the Legacies and the Gravitas and the Orders, but now Direwolves are in the playoff race.
Yeah.
And they've just been manhandled so far this game.
Because I opened the game talking about Direwolves and how they were like ramping in the same way that Bombers were, beating teams around them now. Like, I think the win against Avant was pretty crucial for Direwolves and their trajectory. But, I mean, you just look at like the gap between them and Mammoth, and it's actually crazy. Babip looking towards Totoro, who just wants to get back to base, man. Jumps away. Nope, that's not Xayah. Gets the stun down. If there was anyone else there, you know Babip was going to do it, but that was enough of a distraction for the Siege in the bottom side with Baron buff. Easy inhibitor take.
I mean, this is honestly just like such impressive League of Legends to watch. And sure, this is a late game scaling comp that is now scaled, and the clock really did run out on the Direwolves comp, but you have to remember how they got there. This team was in front from like a minute 11.
Yep.
You know, the game doesn't start this way. To be this far accelerated at 22 minutes, you must have done lots of things correct. And that just seems to be the similar story with Mammoth the whole time.
Totoro with a big flank, though, gets a triple charm. Katsuri trying to push forwards, but their engage is already dead, Direwolves, and they are immediately backing away. Blade Caller just for the disengage and get back up to the side, wanted to flank with Totoro, but not going to happen, says Mammoth. Pushing down the mid lane, looking towards the inhibitor. And they may even look for more right here. Going to back away. You have to imagine they have so much gold in their back pocket, though, after that push.
Yeah, I reckon you might be right. You know, 1,800 on the mid laner, that's 3,000, nearly 4,000 gold for triple ahead. 80 carry, you know, 2,500 as well. You know, this is starting to become completed items leads in multiple roles. Really, the only one that is within touching distance is going to be top lane. And to be completely fair to BioPanther, the game's been irrelevant for him and Topu. They kind of haven't done all that much together. Yep. That was a very good handshake top lane into a resounding Mammoth kind of lead right now.
Yeah, and I felt like that's probably as good as it gets. You know, almost the perfect flank from Totoro, comes in behind them, gets a triple charm and knock up. And the team wasn't able to capitalize. You know, if that doesn't work at this stage in the game into Mammoth, what will? Well, maybe a pick onto Babip. Triple also forced to back away. BioPanther chasing him down and Babip by himself. But here's the rest of the cavalry right behind him inside their own jungle. Direwolves, Razor's already dead. Totoro pushing onto him, get the second. And BioPanther scrambling to get out of this fight now. And the rest of the team is recalling a Babip. Complete turnaround, wasn't even afraid. And he's found BioPanther, still had the Impale. And Topu and Destiny, enough DPS here to turn this one around onto the Aatrox. 3 for 1 onto, it was only triple dying.
Yeah, it was Bio being able to pick up the kill onto the Corki there. However, you can see now King prepping waves, pushing into the base. Only 2 members up and available versus the 4. This is going to be a very difficult defend.
Finding Get Back, shove him against the wall, gets the stun on the Nexus turret. Get Back hovering around, just back in with the perfect execution, does not get the kill. Totoro the knock-up onto Babip. Blade Caller is good. Ray stepping forwards. Can these Skittles land? We can't even get close right now with the zoning out from King. And the best the Direwolves can do is wipe up this mini wave, but the top lane now being sieged from Mammoth, and they can just take it slow if they want to. Take out all of these mini objectives. Can't stop the recall. And King teleporting. We've got teleport on top of him. It's going to be Topoon. This looks like it's going to be the last hurrah here from Direwolves. Triple inhibitors down. Yeah,
I mean, there should be a slight numbers mismatch in 10 seconds. It's about whether Direwolves can win this 5v4. No, actually, Triple's already here. In they go.
There's the engage out from Topoon. Waiting for it. Triple gets his kill. Pushing onto the spawn pad. Finds everybody against the shopkeeper. He doesn't want to be part of this fight. He pushed him onto the spawn pad. And Mammoth brutalized the Direwolves for their win today.
I mean, that is so one-sided, and they want to take out Get Back as well. Triple kill for King. Nexus will fall down. And that is a message to everyone in the league.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. A declaration of war. Yeah, the Mammoth, we were talking about it, we felt like the gap between them and most of the rest of the league is just, you know, the Atlantic.
Hello and welcome to all of those happy faces as part of the OPL intro video. My name is Nick Boy Richardson. It is day 2 of week 5 of Split 2 of the 2020 OPL, and I am very excited to be here. Thank you to our partners, Epos, Neosurf, and McDonald's. Gentlemen, you have joined me as well. It is good to be back with my 3 favorite friends that I hang out with on a Friday and Saturday evening. It is Spawn, Rusty, and Skimmy. Rusty, you could start. The jumper's back. I love it. Strong jumper game.
This long sleeve, that's a personal favorite. It was a gift from a friend, so we get to wear it whenever we can.
That's very nice. Spawn, how are you doing?
I was good until I saw we had the exact same jacket on, except the fact that yours has been dyed a little bit darker than mine. And I just realized I'm the only one that consistently clashes with every single person on the show. It happened with Jubes last week. It happened with Rusty the week before. Every week, I just wear the same thing as a co-caster. From now on, we are putting pictures in the Twitter chat.
Well, the problem is when we do the tech checks an hour before, we're rarely,
you're never
rarely
organised.
even dressed,
We've never been
let alone in the clothes we're actually going to wear. I would also argue that you need to develop your own personality, because you're clearly just absorbing the personalities of the people you hang out with. So it's time to just, find out who you are. Skimmy, you know who you are. You're someone who is absolutely, very literally going to shit themselves on broadcast tonight.
Yeah. No, I've said like 10 minutes before, right? What my morning diet was: coffee, curry. I'm not too sure at what point of the night that I'll have an upset stomach. We'll see. I put this game on a timer.
I love it.
So what was the curry? Is it dodgy curry? Did you make it? Was it takeaway?
Yeah, no, I did. Chicken vindaloo, so super spicy. We don't mess around with butter chicken. We're all about that spiciness. Look, it's going to be good. So if we talk about tempo in game, that could be very literal.
Was the coffee with the curry?
It was.
Just, yeah,
look,
that's
you don't mess around, Nick. After our segment last night where we discussed, if I had sippy cups of orange juice or if I actually drank coffee, I decided to, wake up, be an adult, quote unquote, and there we have it. Bit of caffeine in the veins, and we're ready to rock and roll.
Rusty, are you ready to rock and roll? Because I remember you telling me you had a pretty ordinary start to your day.
Oh, mate, you talk about poos. I've had a rough start to the day, Nick.
You need to clarify really fast, because Twitch chats think it's something else.
No, I might let that simmer. No, I left the house this morning, ready to go to the gym, and literally 2 steps outside the house, I stepped in dog poo. And so I came back inside, washed the shoe, walked back outside, and then 10 steps down the road, a bird shat on me.
Yes!
Honestly, at that point, I was like, I give up. I can't do anything anymore. So I just went to the gym and had a rage session, and I feel better now.
Mm-hmm. Is the whole "it's lucky when a bird poos on you"? Does it come from the fact that it's like trying to just put a positive spin on a terrible situation?
Yes, it does.
It has to be.
It has to. All right.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully we can improve your day with some League of Legends games coming your way. Let's take a look at the schedule of games we have ahead of us this evening, because we've got 4 of them. There's nothing new about that, but the order is new. We've decided to change up the order of the games from yesterday. That's how we do it here at the OPL. The first game, Chiefs versus Avant. Game number 1. Game 2, Legacy taking on Gravitas. Direwolves then up against Mammoth for Game 3, and finally Order versus PGG Game 4. And from memory yesterday, we all thought that there was a different sort of favorite game. So technically, this should be the most entertaining night of the OPL we've had so far.
That was technically supposed to be last Friday, which turned out to be an absolute snooze fest. But this day is pretty good, I think, because I am a big fan of that first game. I think Chiefs versus Avant Gaming is going to be an absolute banger. I really hope that Avant have a clever draft prepared for us, something a little bit more early game flavored that unlocks Lisa, because he has been, for me, the most improved player so far this split. Mm-hmm. And I want to see him go up against the reigning MVP in Croc, who does seem to have turned it around recently for the Chiefs.
Absolutely. I'm seeing in chat, Ranger Bree says, I'm banking on all left side wins. At least I hope Order please win against Pentiment. The left side of that graphic, incredibly strong. I just feel like there's a running theme going on here. We should probably look into that, Skimmy.
Well, I was actually going to go check back through some of the days and see if there is a theme. I'm actually looking back now, and for the majority of these weeks, maybe bar one, it's either all wins on the left or all wins on the right. I'm not too sure what's gone on here with the scheduling, but like I look at week 4, it's all right side, and day 2, all left side. Yesterday, all left side except for 1. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if there's any stats we can deduce from this, but, you know, there's a conspiracy theory out there waiting to be discovered.
There's no stats. This is the OPL. We can't afford stats.
Okay.
We just have to make them up. We just we could say literally anything.
No one
say-
can
We can.
check.
Yeah, Harry's had 400 kills this split. You prove me wrong. Okay, before we jump into game number 1, 2 things I do need to plug. We are going to be doing Nick Bag again, as is our Saturday ritual. The Nick Bag is hot, it's live, it's ready to be filled. Questions have already been pouring in via the Google form, which you should see in the chat right now. But the theme, you can ask anything. You can still ask anything. It is fine to ask anything. But the theme this week, medical maladies. You've got a body. They're all beautiful, but also there's definitely something wrong with specifically yours. So send us your questions about things you're worried about, medical advice you need, elective surgeries you'd like advice on. It's the OPL Embarrassing Body segment, but please don't send us your photos. Just let your words paint the disgusting picture. Spawn.
According to our stat sheet, Harry's only had 26 kills so far this split, Nick.
There you go.
That's
I
pretty
heard
close,
400
Nick. That
on
was a good
broadcast. Yeah,
400,
well,
not half the money, mate.
I would say it's probably been my most accurate league analysis so far. But someone else who knows a lot about League of Legends, NeoSurf, they know that you want those sweet, sweet League skins, and they want to give them to you. This is the part of the show where I am paid to talk about NeoSurf. They don't need to pay me, though. They need to pay you. They want to pay you. Thanks to our partner, NeoSurf, you can be a part of the OPL opening titles video, as you've seen your fellow fans be already, and win yourself a $500 NeoSurf voucher to use in the League of Legends store. All you need to do, take a video of yourself joining our opening phone call, follow OPL and NeoSurf Esports at NeoSurf Esports on Twitter, and then share that video with us via the medium of DM at OPL, and we'll pick the best one. We will pick the best one. That winner gets $500. 5 runners up get $100 each. NeoSurf voucher credit to use on the League of Legends store. Oh, it's so much money. It's literally $1,000.
And I mean, you
Or
definitely
we
have a better
won't pick the
chance
best
if you
one.
dab.
No.
If you dab, you're going to win. Because, like, Spawn will instantly say, yes, remove me
It's
from
true.
the graphic, put him in, done.
It's true.
What? How did the Ubisoft guy get in?
Oh, did he? No, because they were all shortlisted.
He's
So
in.
we were picking the winner from the shortlist.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So they were all winners.
but the Ubisoft guy, that's not a shortlist. I don't want anyone worshipping Toby on my stream.
Okay. Well, all Spawn wants is some dab kitties to go along with his dab daddy titles. So dab for Spawn. And in fact, when you're dabbing, hold up a sign like with a picture of Spawn on it doing his dab, so that he will never be removed from the dab of the opening
Dabception.
titles. Yeah, it's Dabception. Beautiful. So there are full terms and conditions on watch.lollysports.com for you to check out that competition. So a big thank you to our partners, NeoSurf, the only solution that lets you pay in cash online to thousands of websites, including League of Legends. All right, it is time to get ready for game number 1. Very quickly, gentlemen, Chiefs versus Vant. I feel like I know where this is going to go. I'm going to tip Chiefs. Let's go around the horn. Spawn, Skimmy, Rusty. Who are we going for?
I'm going with Avant, actually. I think they have it in them. They've had a couple of back-to-back games where they haven't performed up to where they were week 1, and I think they'll bounce back strong.
How exciting. Skimmy?
Exact same point, but replace Avant with Chiefs. Copy paste, tweak the homework, make it look like I haven't copied it. Done. There you have it.
And Rusty.
I do think that while AV have the potential, Chiefs had some pretty angry gaming yesterday and they looked very good. So I don't see many worlds where they lose if Croc's up to scratch, like you'd expect.
You're all haters. Chaz it up in the mid lane.
Chaz
Skimmy
it up.
went with
Actually, like
Chiefs.
the best mid laner right now. Come on.
Chaz it up is he's the man. Man, I have faith in my boy Chaz.
To be
He's the
best,
man.
We're going
best
to get
mid
Echo
lane
into Oriana and Spawn might change his mind.
Yeah,
Nah,
it's
we're going to
true.
get Syndra. 100%.
Ooh.
They pick Syndra, and then Chaz it up takes like Talia or Echo and just runs
That's
over
what they
the
did
map.
last time.
I've seen it in the future, gentlemen. I know how this draft goes.
Scrims leaked.
All right, well, let's see. Let's see
There we have.
if the prediction comes true. This is game number 1. It's Chiefs versus Van, and it's coming up after this short break with the Macca's Champ Select.
We're going to jump into game number 1, and well, Rusty, if it's going to be a sweaty game, you will need to hydrate yourself. If you haven't got water, I wouldn't put it past you to put down the headset, walk away for a minute, refill that one up, and I'll take the action here, because this could be a big one. Last time these two teams battled it out, it was week 2 to start things off here. It went 38 minutes. Chiefs drafted a comp. It was 5-man ranged situation. It was a bit of a crazy one. But they did manage to bring it back in the end. Obviously, Avant back then finding great success with the likes of the Caitlyn Senna. Super annoying to deal with. That seemed to be their initial strength. They've obviously changed things up a little bit since then. But I think what Spawn was alluding to there is, the mid lane matchup. Last time it was the Talia into the Syndra, and I expect that to be a point of both teams contesting here.
Yeah, I think if you're looking at both teams, Chaz does enjoy his assassins into the control mages. It does seem to be the flavor hit that he prefers. He's also got things like the Rumble if he wants to leave his lane and go and assist the rest of the map. You know, if Lisa's on that Lee Sin, those things are possible. So the two flavors of Chaz could be evidenced in this game. The only thing you could really say to oppose that is Claire's been playing out of his mind this split. He's definitely having an outstanding split of his own accord, and he's going to be very hard to contend with, especially after yesterday's form that the Chiefs displayed.
Certainly is. It's angry gaming at its finest, a word that we throw around a fair bit, but then we start to see the proof in the display they really put on for the viewers at home. A few similar bans from last time, a few bans in particular that seem to favour Avant with the likes of the Volibear and the Karma. Price in particular, going to be looking to try and change things up today here. But they're going to open up with the blind pick into the Graves, looking to try and get themselves a nice, strong early pick. And that's what Lisa, as highlighted on the analyst desk, will be looking to try and use to try and get a one-up over Croc.
Yeah, Graves just an all-around good pick at the moment. And with the Nidalee ban, that does make a lot of sense that you can just take that one for free, try and snag up the farming jungler, and really push your opponent with the options that he has. You're still, on the other side here for the Chiefs, very comfortable with the two first options that you have, the Aphelios being a free pick. You could go for a flex champion if you wanted something like the Set potentially, especially with the Volibear ban. It's one of the few flexes that are still standing. You could just force a support champion as well, though Set can flex a support if they go Nautilus. But it's not the route that they're going to go for here, the Chiefs. They are going to pick in the Orianna. And so my question, Skimmy, we bring back the ball to AV's court and say, are they just going to go the Echo in mid lane? They've already got physical junglers. They could potentially do that for free.
They could, except, and I don't want to throw you under the bus, but it is banned. The Echo isn't here.
Ooh,
so we won't get
ban.
that craziness today. We won't get it today. We saw it so much yesterday. And it was kind of a cool matchup, right? The discipline to showcase, hey, will I Shockwave? Will you Chrono Break? What is going to happen? Fun fact, Claire is undefeated on the Orianna from 3 games played so far. So definitely a comfort. His most played by a fair margin have been that in the Syndra, which is still up and available. And Chez is no stranger to that pick as well. But they're going to flex things around in a different direction. Not looking to go for their mid lane matchup just yet. To rock on with the Kaiser as well as the Set.
Yeah, Set. I mean, we spoke about Set already before for what was there available for the Chiefs at AV. They're going to pick that one for themselves. Can go top lane, can go support. The one matchup in support that usually is pretty preference to the Set is the Nautilus. So this, of course, is pretty curious if they're going to do this. And I think there could be a little mind game here for the side of the Chiefs and AV. You lock in Kaiser. Naturally, you want to have like a Nautilus or a Leona potentially in that lane with it.
Yep.
You know, be a CC bot. Set up your team. Would actually be perfect here for AV having a Graves and a Kaiser already. In saying that, if the Set's going top lane, I actually kind of like the Braum as an option here with the comp that they've got. A lot of auto-attack based champions right now that would benefit greatly from having that Braum passive. So we'll await to see where they choose to go here, AV, as the champions that you've mentioned in mid lane starting to get banned away.
But they certainly are. They've yet to play Set in the bottom lane. And when they did play the Kaiser last, it was Violet paired with Nautilus, as you highlight. So you'd imagine, with Pat Price being the one that's already got some experience under his belt with that pick, they are looking to try and flex their support just a little bit later on, see exactly what they're dealing with here. Obviously knowing what the Chiefs are going to be rocking in that bot lane matchup, but more likely to deter away what's going to be the jungle influence. Croc gonna not have his Lee Sin here today, so the early game shenanigans will be slowed down just a little bit as the preference to making Chaz's life a little bit more difficult disappear as the Syndra and LeBlanc are removed off the table.
You could get rid of like an Olaf if you wanted as well, maybe the Trundle as well. There are some options, but Graves is pretty comfortable into both of those, which is why it's the least likely choice. But junglers are the free bans that AV were looking to approach here. So with that Lee Sin, they're going to take the Kindred away, Skimmy. They're going to look towards Croc once again. I would like to see a jungler picked in here. But it depends if they want to take something away from their respective opponents. But I really would prefer leaving that top lane pick for Tian till the very last pick to make sure they know where that set's going and that they can set themselves up the best. And they're going to pick the combo. This is Direwolves-esque, I think it's fair to say, by the Chiefs.
Very much so. Bit of a blast to the past, as this was the most played jungler for Croc in Split 1. Very gank heavy is what we're going to see here, so we expect to see a big focus on pretty much any lane at this stage, given how they look to try and manipulate their wave states to find some desirable situations. There's Leon, if it is deciding to be locked on in, force some aggression as opposed to the passive sit back wait with the Braum. And I'm liking this. It's going to be a mechanic showdown in the bottom lane as to who can look to try and find the engage first and who can make that damage stick as a result.
Yeah, the question is what goes with it in mid lane, and they're looking for a champion that has that crowd control available. You know, something that makes the Kai'Sa comp fantastic. They do want some magic damage if possible. This is one of the many options that Chaz has, right? He's going to go towards playing around the rest of his map. The Leona has the engage in bot lane. They can definitely play towards that side of the map, and I think that this last pick by AV kind of hits that home.
They needed magic damage. I was wondering if it was going to be the single pick of the Zoe. We've seen how many times Chaz has played it to good effect, but they go for the AoE potential instead. And we've seen him to devastating effect on that same motion as to what a Rumble can do. We're looking at pretty much some very explosive team fights taking place here. When people press their R buttons, things definitely are going to happen, as 5-head as that is. The final pick will be the Kayle, once again for Tien, the same pick that they played last time into this competition, but this time they have engaged Rusty, so I don't think we'll have this wait till late game, wait till we scale, wait till I hit some item breakpoints, 38 minutes, now we go at it.
Yeah, it's much more of a 1-4 from the Chiefs, and very much a strong 4 in saying that, right? You've got your Jarvan, Orianna, Aphelios, Nautilus. Like, that's just a bunch of wombo that they can throw together if they're being the aggressors. And the Kayle, it's not going to be picked into a tank this time around. Set can sustain decently into the matchup, but that is definitely a matchup that starts to swing further and further into the Kayle side of this as items come across. It was the counter pick here by Tien, so that's no surprise, really. Chiefs with their pretty solid, just 1-4 composition, R button reliant. That's not to say that AV isn't either. Like you mentioned, Skimmy, when that button's pressed, a lot of action's going to be happening around on Summoner's Rift, and I think that this game basically gets determined by if the top lane 1v1 goes well for Tian, or if AV are free to play towards their bottom lane.
I think that's a good point to highlight, because last time the ball was in advanced court that drove home the first bloods, the first turrets, the first objectives, and the ability to try and reach that soul point first as a whole, as a collective. What stood out like a sore thumb for me was the fact that despite how far ahead the Kayle started to get, Patprize was still able to get those 1v1 trades as the Maokai. So there is a world in which the set could look to still find that insane match potential when they look to assert themselves in that 1-4 split. And I mean, yeah, I look at the ultimate swings that could come around, the jungle influence that could then interact to make this a more desirable lane state for pretty much any of these lanes. We know that both teams have carries in their own right, and I'm just excited in particular for this bottom matchup, given the fact that they've both got hard engaging supports, which AD carry can make the damage stick to influence their ability to control objectives as a result.
And you're expecting both solo laners to have teleports here as well. So the bottom lane can definitely become a 5v5 type of game at level 3. We don't really know yet exactly what will happen in that area. In saying that, while the solo laners can teleport down to bottom lane, where the jungler's path is probably the most curious thing. Because we've just mentioned Tian could maybe get through top lane. Once he hits level 6, he'll have a much better time in his laning phase. And one of the things you could do is gank before that level 6, right? Like the Kassadin approach in mid lane, kick him while he's down before he can ever get up in the first place and start to snowball that set. And if he gets ahead, suddenly the game's a lot easier here for AV to be able to control him and really slow the game down to be able to play at their pace.
Certainly will be, Rusty. What's also worth mentioning is the fact that Violet played this pick yesterday as well, to good effect too. He, despite not getting the win over the Direwolves, he was able to get himself in a very comfortable position. They went with the Kaiser and the Nautilus. Went for the AD route. We wondered what variation of the Kaiser we were going to get. He went for the Rage Blade, so questions were raised as to what we would see, maybe more AP oriented, but nope, stuck with the Muramano, went for the Infinity Edge, went for the raw damage potential, but I think the highlight for that was the fact, what springs to mind was top red buff, when Aphelios got kicked into the pit, went for the 1v4 shenanigans, and Violet jumped in for a 1v1 with his ultimate and sort of fell on down. So maybe a little bit of discipline as to positioning and ultimate usage is going to be the key phrase to keep in mind for us today, because these continue to be the most prevalent AD carries.
But you just mentioned it, Skibby. It's back-to-back Violet, isn't it? It's not very often that we just see the purely back-to-back Violet games here from AV. So a lot more confidence clearly starting to come towards the AD member of the team. And remember, when we had this conversation in the first split about like why are they alternating, it seemed like it was Gunkobe on the big games. The answer to that question was often that Gunkobe has a very good measured voice in-game. And he was a lot of the in-game leadership. And so perhaps that has started to improve here on AV's side. And what they've said to themselves is, we don't need that voice as much in bot lane. What we need is just an absolute weapon of an AD carry who we can just unleash onto the other team. Now we all have a better handle on macro and being a team cohesively.
And it has definitely been the story of Split 2 for Avant. How many times do we say to start off this year that, you know, Avant are a team that want to be aggressive, but are always willing to sacrifice so much to achieve early dragons, early heralds, early kills as a result. And the inability to control the side waves, play the ping pong matchups, if you will, and as the game progressed, fall down by significant gold margins. A lot of that's been tightened up coming in here, and the results are the proof in that pudding. So, I mean, I'm excited to see as they go and do battle with Chiefs once again, what similarities can be derived from that first match, what can be utilized, and you know, Spawn mentioning that he thinks off the back of a few solid results, yes, they've experimented with things, be it the Karma last night, you know, how things look different coming into week 5.
It was a bit of a Frankenstein, wasn't it, last night?
It was a bit of everything, right? We had the Ardent Sensor, but then we had the Iceborne Gauntlet, and I think you were mentioning it yourself, calling it sort of the variety combo, as to you're doing a little bit of everything, but you're not excelling at one in particular.
Well, it's like building to do a role and then doing another role was the biggest problem that he had, right? If you're going to go Iceborne Gauntlet, then your job is to stay in that side lane and just annoy the crap out of the person that you're laning against, because they can't hurt you and you can just run away, which is like a part of why that champion's picked in the first place against someone like a Volibear. But then the second he finishes his armor item, he just groups. And you're like, okay, so like, why did we spend 2,600 gold in the first place to purchase such a thing when we could just be a full support? It's, you know, one of those things that maybe comes with more experience. I'm sure that after that game he's learned his lesson anyway when it comes to those itemizations. So nevertheless, I like the idea. The big takeaway though for me was that AV definitely can compete with the best if they're playing their best. And I definitely don't doubt Spawn's prediction saying that they have the potential. You know, just like Order did yesterday against a team like Legacy. The potential's definitely there. It's just about, can they actually do that? Because a lot of the time for AV, they lose their early games and lose the game shortly after. Whereas if they control the early game and win the game through that, they look like a better team.
I mean, the strongest I've ever seen Avant is when they've had these really annoying bottom lanes that Fine Permaprio are able to get, be it a few turret plates or at least the first turret as a result, that indirectly affects Chaz's ability to be aggressive, be assertive, and be a big influence, a big authority on the map to do his own thing as well. How many times have we seen Chaz, you know, smurf it up an absolute storm? And I'm pretty sure he has like the highest KDA in the league as a whole right now. I mean, this guy's an absolute machine. But you can't do everything on your own, Rusty, is what we're trying to get at. It is a team game, nonetheless, which actually coincides with the next point. We are obviously in a small delay, just waiting for an update as to what is going on between the two teams. But in the meantime, we can talk about this matchup as to what is highlighting. Week 2 is when they first started off. Week 5 is where we're at right now, day 2 of that. So that is when teams are coming round robin.
I have your answer, by the way. You just mentioned KDAs. Chaz is in the top 5. But he's number 5. Do you know, at a guess, who number 1 would be?
Not at a guess.
Gunkrab.
Oh, true.
Yeah. So he just comes in, plays a couple of games, pops off, disappears.
How what's the word I want to use? I feel like it's a tough one to use in a sense of if you only have a few games, like the sample size makes it very skewed.
Yeah, absolutely. I
way.
mean, Raze is above him somehow on this stat sheet, even though the numbers are the opposite way to what it is. But Raze is definitively number 2 on that list as well. So maybe it is skewed by games played as a factor. But hey, yeah, Chaz top 5, definitely still having a very good split for himself so far. And this is the type of game, the way that they've drafted this one, this is the type of game that makes me believe we're going to have another potential Chaz pop-off moment as well. Because like you mentioned, they are sculpted towards bot lane.
They certainly are. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do in the Rumble. We saw last time the ability to find insane push potential, the ability to then roam on down. As it stands, what I'm seeing was the heal locked in for mid lane. I'm not seeing a teleport. Obviously, we'll get confirmation once we do load in. But the ability to then win your own matchup, then be an influence to try and assist your bottom lane, jump on in and contribute to a dragon fight. That is the strength of the equalizer that Rumble delivers to the team. So when the team come together as a full 5-man unit, there is no doubt it plays into Avant's hand. But, you know, no stranger to that team fight danger is Chiefs. And it brings it back basically to square one, right? Once these two teams locked in their compositions. Pressing R buttons are going to be the focal point. The utilization of who can find an initial pick to get that small advantage. Divine Judgment, obviously on their KO that can try and deny that all-in collapse. But, I mean, for Claire, once again, you just continue to give him what has been his best champion. I'll split 2 in the Oriane. Yesterday going 6-1. I believe he had completed the Magi's at like 25 stacks.
Yeah,
he was pressing Shockwave off cooldown to kill creep waves, to kill you in a 1v1. It was quite insane.
Yeah, Claire's been having a crazy split. Like, he's definitely one of the mid laners you have to look at now and say he just found form out of nowhere. You know, like, Claire's always been known through the OPL and through the history of the OPL as well as like a big game player. So, like, he'll be generally quite, like, he'll be good, but never, like, going into the great tier, you would say, of all the mid laners. Maybe the 3rd best every split, but then you put him in a clutch moment and suddenly he just schools the best mid laner, right? Becomes the best mid laner out of nowhere, and you're like, there's Claire again. So to have him come into a regular season, really step up of his own accord and just be the best mid laner, in my opinion anyway, so far of this split has been outstanding from him. And that does mean, in my mind, that even though he is known as the big game player, he's got even further heights that he can reach.
And I think it's a good point to then highlight the fact that Dragu, once again, is going to be playing at Nautilus. I mean, we saw him debut yesterday. The guy was nuts. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that level of consistency once again on a different style of champion. Comes into that new role, plays Enchanters. And we're saying, look, you know, that is maybe an area that teams are looking to try and target and looking to lock you out upon. Had the 0-8 game as Karma. Didn't look too flashy, but has obviously worked really, really hard during that 1-week break. And come in to be aggressive to make sure that their bot lane is as strong as it once was in Split 1. So that is an area of the map that, for me, I'm really, really excited for consistency, for excitement, for viewership, really, more than anything. As we're still waiting to find out what the go is. In this case, we might just jump to a quick break to get an update as to where things are at. So sit tight, and we'll check in with you in a second.
Wow. Stop! You're gonna get us in trouble.
Look, I'm Garrett Crownguard, Might of Demacia. It's over for this monster.
You're spinning the wrong way. Listen, beast. You don't stand a chance against Fior Leroux. How does she do those moves?
So close to glory.
Decent footwork. Need to watch your guard, though. You think they're ready to join the Vanguard?
Well, they certainly know the flashy stuff. But Seeking glory only goes so far. Will glory be there for every failure? Will glory lift you through all your trials? A true Demacian seeks excellence. So when you face death's terrible jaws, you will not falter!
Fiora.
You want me to sugarcoat it?
You keep at it.
Seems like I'm the one holding all the cards now.
Well played, Captain. You finally landed me.
Don't flatter yourself. I'm after a bigger fish. Your partner.
Now, Graves is too smart to walk into a trap. If you think he'd be stupid enough to bash...
Let him go and nobody gets hurt.
Damn it.
Dumb luck is a gift of his.
Oh, is it?
No, you don't!
I got you, brother.
Much obliged. My turn.
All right, Missy Fortune. Nice and easy.
Don't make any more trouble.
Okay, you win. So who gets to collect my bounty?
Well, by arrangement, we always split 50-50.
Now, hold up, 70-30.
What are you talking about?
The time, I'm pretty sure I just saved you again, which means I get the bigger
I had
cut.
it perfectly under control until you came forward.
You were upside down like a piece of meat.
Call that
Get your elbow out of my mouth.
That is not my elbow.
Stop moving.
You are a very large man.
Shh. What was that?
As promised, 2 for the price of 1.
Excellent. Your quartermaster.
Oh, thanks, Captain.
You're lucky I like you.
These two will make a worthy sacrifice to the beasts below. Prepare yourselves for 1,000 years of suffering.
Hold on a second. Say 1,000 years? Talk this out,
How
right?
does that even work?
Miss that seat.
Some kind of time travel? I got 20 years max.
Not with this guy. I'm talking about.
Don't worry, this isn't your last hand. Let's go before this gets ugly.
Looks like the tides of Bilgewater have shifted again, my friend.
Let's get out of here.
So long, Sea Witch! My sacrifice.
Find someone else to feed your monster.
Stop them.
You gotta catch us first, this slimy fish.
Just another beautiful day in Bilgewater.
It really is.
And welcome back, everybody. And apologies for the small delay in getting game number 1 underway. There was a small connection issue between the teams that resulted in us actually having to chrono break the game back to a state at 2 minutes in due to competitive integrity. So a small delay as we worked through the cogs of getting that one organized. That means we'll be jumping into a game a little bit further on than the initial level 1 jump and fight there, Rusty. But I've been told we should be ready to rock and roll, so we'll find out what we're going to see 2 minutes into the game.
Yes, so that does mean that we'll be loading into the game 2 minutes in, so we're not going to see the first 2 minutes. We'll see what you see, though. We didn't get to see the first 2 minutes. It's going to be all good. We'll start from scratch. We know exactly what we saw with the drafts already here as well, Skimmy. We're going to load straight into this one. 2 minutes and 30 seconds in.
Oh no, it's been debated big time. Regardless, we've already got some action.
Being started. We've had some chaos early.
I'm sure there's going to be some theories in chat as to what happened in the first 2.5 minutes, but regardless, we're going to see some action happen at a red buff. That, as you say, will be reset. But look, are they going to continue? Croc's still hunting around. He's just sniffing for trouble.
Okay, so his full cleared is blue side jungle, and they basically just 4-manned into the enemy red buff. He had a level advantage as well. It seems like Lisa had invaded and stolen away the enemy red buff and then went from red to red, which is why he's here in level 2 and why they tried to make the trade on the opposing side there, the Chiefs. What we could garner from all of this is that because the Chiefs were pushed out, it seems like we're going to have a 3-buff start here by Lisa. It does seem like AV will come out ahead in regards to those buffs and potentially experience, depending on what Croc does right now. As he's crossing over to the Raptors. And while he has a slight advantage in CS and tempo, Skimmy, this may still favor AV in the midterm.
It's a fantastic denial onto a very gank-heavy jungler at all stages of the game. Only gets worse at level 6 as well, but it's kind of what we expected, was that both these teams would be looking for some fights and weren't going to be waiting necessarily hit that ultimate point of the game, but we can see exactly what these two junglers will get up to right now, as both are parving topside, both are hanging out, keeping protection there as the wave bounces back and forth when we keep tabs on Tien as he looks to try and keep the set at bay.
Set, of course, can fight back a little bit pre-level 6 like we just saw. At level 6, he's pretty reliant on having that ultimate for any kind of kill threat, but Kale tends to find the advantage more and more as time passes, and the fact that, you know, this wave is going to crash. Paprise had a slight CS deficit, but we'll get most of it back in this one. Things going pretty standard when you consider how much effort was put to the other side of the rift early. So this harass will pretty consistently happen early on.
Going to be quite reliant on that bar. You can see his resource bar, which provides him with some grit, ton of mitigation on demand when necessary. He sells some rather favourable trades. The dust will settle though, and both junglers will go for their first reset of the game, get their jungle items online to assist in their camp clears, but their ability to then be aggressive if a gank were to present itself. As an early reset will take place in the bottom lane, favouring Avant as well.
Yeah, so what we saw was Croc went to the top side of the map. He did take away a couple of camps there, but overall it does seem like Lisa has more control over his own side of the jungle at the very least, and we'll start to find small camp leads. What we're seeing right now, though, is Croc move towards the Drake, as he does have the bot lane advantage. AV have reset. They're fresh off it. Now, Lisa's aware of this. He's going to come in and we'll see what he gets done.
5.5 minutes in. It's going to be a 1v3 right now. Is he going to look to go that steal? He gets exhausted. Is forced to flash away. They won't get the steal, but they will fully commit as they jump into the pit as well. They say, you can have the dragon, but we want kills. They're going to search for that first blood. They're hungry for it. Croc turns around. EQ knock up onto 2. He thought he had lethal, but he falls on down because the rest of his team just did not want to back him up.
Pretty much every summoner spell possible was used in that small skirmish there as well. Lisa, I think, very smartly even uses the explosive plant to try and dodge out of some flag drag combos. The heal was used by Violet to ensure that there was no lethal range found, like you highlighted here. So a bit of chaos happening at the Drake. It does get taken by the Chiefs, so they still get the objective. At the end of the day, it is just a 1-kill trade for an Ocean Drake. You would say is worth it. But the map is in this really volatile state now, Skimmy, with all of those summoner spells being used. And we're only just hitting the level 6 mark.
Like crazy, to be quite honest, as to how Croc there saw those shiny health bars, went for the, what would have been a very juicy double kill. But alas, will fall on down regardless. And yeah, as you highlight, obviously a lot of those summoners have been burnt. There is no teleport available right now. And for the most part, there's not a single flash except for the AD carry and the support of the Chiefs in this bottom lane. So the ability now to try and work your magic or try and find any major advantage with the ultimate, it's going to be a little bit more difficult now.
Dragku also hitting one of those hooks, by the way, inside the Drake pit. Lisa was trying to use the Drake to dodge away from it, but you know how Nautilus is. When he wants to hit a hook, all he has to have is willpower. And then he can throw his Q and it'll hit. I think Dragku's willpower was just undeniably through the roof there.
So the benefit of this reset, obviously, is a very early pickaxe. Actually, goes into 2 as a result of the successful skirmish as well. Was able to pick himself up a kill. Amongst all the chaos there is Violet. So some very early trading potential, as all Katsuri can do at this stage of the game is go for his upgraded boots.
I'm going to pull a Jake Spawn Tiberiu here for a second. There was a question in chat saying, is KO really that broken once you hit 16? The answer is yes. 100% is that broken. She becomes ranged, she does ridiculous damage. No one can contest her, and you can't fight her because she has an ultimate, even if you manage to close the distance. But we've got to get to that point.
It's going to take a while to get there. And no doubt we'll have some people in chat that'll be spamming the levels of 7 out of 16, 8 out of 16 as it continues to progress on up. A few champions in the game that are noteworthy of those kind of copy pastors.
Got the double pickaxe build here from Violet as well, so trying to get that Q evolve as fast as he possibly can. Does have Appy down here to provide a lot of the crowd control and once again ensure that he's able to get those passive stacks off early. The trade potential of the Kaiser and Leona is ridiculously high. Their jungler doesn't have any forthcoming crowd control that will enable the Kaiser's damage, but Graves has so much damage himself to complement that. You really do worry if you're someone like Katsuri. And we mentioned this already, but a lot of the summoner spells being used is the flash missing from Katsuri, and in a second the exhaust will be back for Dragku, but that wasn't available as well. And you can't help but think that if summoners were up on AV's side, they'd be going bottom lane, but that may be the saving grace here for Chiefs, knowing that they're safer as no one can really get down there. There's no teleports available.
Yeah, and I think that's obviously the point to highlight the fact that it is going to be just that unique jungle influence. Unless there will be any creative lane flip. Typically speaking, we see it happen at the 8-minute mark. But Lisa is quite content to farm that on his own, is able to achieve it on his own as well. So that's going to be a full-in collapse right now. He's going to flash him forward. Divine Intervention comes on out to try and buy himself a little bit of time. Can he get a trader kill? He can! No. 1-for-1. Lisa now used the ultimate. He goes, hang on a minute. I can't do better with a KO. And it's all gone so terribly wrong as Paprise flashed in to make things happen. Now Tien flashes forward and says, I want more. Come at me. And you can't afford to feed a KO.
Yeah, Tien was actually a hair's breadth away there from maybe even getting the 1v2. The Graves ultimate missing. Triumph, I think, as well, giving Tien that extra health that he needed to stay in that one. Pretty aggressive. Maybe overzealous from AV. Paprise using that ultimate to start the playoff when he had 0 health. Really feels like a force that was a little bit too great. And the cost is now exceptionally high. So they are going to stop the recall here of Katsuri in the bottom lane. I want to try and keep him around, get themselves a better recall timing, perhaps on AV's side. Now they know, of course, that the Chiefs' AD carry is missing. We'll see how they choose to play this wave, because that cannon will die first, and they should probably just be pushing it in.
Appy was only moments away from hitting level 6, and the amount of burst potential they have is ridiculous between the Solar Flare and the Sunlight procs that then complement the Kaiser kit so well. The insane damage potential. Potentially that can be broken up by Katsuri's choice to summon it in that cleanse. Really easy to match as a Nautilus and an Aphelios, but is going to be very much weapon dependent as to what customization he has at any given moment. Mid lane's been a bit quiet, it's been left to its own devices as we've seen here so far. Obviously noteworthy items have to be the fact that both have gone for a Dark Seal, so expecting more fights to continue. Another Dragon gets underway. This time it goes in favor of Ivan as well. That's going to be Dragku looking to try and initiate, but only finds himself a quick grave.
Yeah, Dragku hooks a wall, doesn't get the Aftershock proc off, uses an exhaust, and it's just so brittle that he falls down instantly. Very reliant, of course, on hitting that crowd control Nautilus. People say he's a tank, but it's not objectively true unless he starts to hit those spells. Nevertheless, the Drake goes over to AV. The Herald gets summoned here as well. They're going to go for some plates in bottom lane. Fox on the defense.
Yeah, they want to collapse on towards Katsuri right now. He's forced to burn both summoners just to get out of harm's way. Now there's going to be a teleport coming in here from Claire. Looking for a shockwave. Gets it onto one. Into the Cataclysm. Destructive, explosive damage. The punishment is there. You summon the Herald and we'll take you out.
Yeah, I mean, they They pulled out all the stops to murder Appy in bottom lane. They wanted to make sure that he was gone, and he tried to flash himself out to safety. Makes me wonder if that was necessary.
They're not done just yet. They want to make this all happen right now. That's going to be Violet looking to try and go for the 1v1. Deploys the full kit combo. But the CC train that comes from Chiefs is a strong response. Now, this time, Paprize comes in with conviction, used that showstopper, and is able to get a trade. No AD carries will be farming in this bottom lane.
Yeah, AV said, okay, Chiefs want to put everyone down in bottom lane. Let's show them how to do it. So they match it as well. The price of that is going to be very high, of course. TN's getting free farm in top lane. He's level 10 right now, and he's most of the way to level 11. He's going to get turret plates. He's got the CS lead. He's already got the kill from earlier, and Paprize wasn't able to pick up that earlier kill by teleporting down into bottom lane. It's going from bad to worse in top lane, but the rest of the map is doing decent in their own right. Unfortunately for Violet, he missed the W as he went for the W ult combo. May have just been able to get the easy frag and even potentially get out with his life, but just missed it.
Yeah, tried to make it happen, tried to start on his opposition there, but the CC combo between these two were just enough to buy himself enough time to turn things around and make it desirable in their favor at this stage. Also, the biggest difference can be found in the jungle so far. You highlighted at least was able to get that triple buff start. And with the superior camp clear speeds, has shown no signs of slowing down, really putting the pressure on the Croc to say you need to overcompensate by being a very gank-heavy jungler.
So the one thing that we haven't really seen in this game is any kind of freedom of movement from Chaz. You know, he's gone for the Leandri's rush, so definitely looking to output some serious team fight damage, but didn't go for Sork shoes or any kind of movement speed boots. And so he's been mostly sitting in lane. I only really found that one opportunity to move towards bot lane and threw his ultimate out to no avail. That's the one thing you'd like to see a little bit more of if possible, is Draco's hooked in bot.
They are indeed. They're going to force that flash. Crux is going to jump across. Who cares about EQ combos? Flags mean nothing. Out come the teleport. Tien wants to get rowdy. He's got the ultimate, and they're going to need it because as soon as Draco comes out of this stopwatch, he's in a whole host of trouble. The ult goes down to Croc. He survives for just a little bit longer, but Chaz evaporates the health bars, explodes them. As it's a 2-for-1 so far. Smokescreen used as a disengage tool. And Avant, the numbers that show up first, the ones that get the kills to deliver.
Yeah, it'll be a 2-for-2 trade here in the end, of course. Both people going down there from the Chiefs to Croc and Dragu, the auxiliary members. Now, Paprize gets a turn to push top lane by himself as the teleport from Tien comes out. Lisa's going to have to try and hang around to help Violet clear this wave and should be able to, but we don't even need to watch that. The fight happening in bottom lane comes up first. Croc flashes the wall.
It's crazy.
Yeah, there's no flash from Katsuri, though. He doesn't even have that available. So these two go super aggressive, and it takes a lot of time for the AD carry the Chiefs to even get here. Tien, of course, teleporting in at the same time as Chaz. They get some damage down, and Paprize
forget the replay. It's not noteworthy enough. You know, we're just going to jump straight back into the action. These teams are not slowing down. It is what we expected from the drafting phase. Paprize, with the phase rush proc, is able to get himself out of harm's way, flashes into that Baron pit, and will live to tell the tale. Aggression across the map so far here, Rusty. 15 minutes in, we've already got ourselves 10 kills, and another turret falls on down.
It seems like Paprize overstayed his welcome in top lane, but Phase Rush is just gross for the movement speed that he has. I think that and a Black Cleaver proc in there means that he was just literally sprinting. Note that he didn't have boots before that skirmish. He just got his brown bags, and he was still that quick. Did not expect that out of him.
He's going to continue to get speedier, and at speedier we tend to see the likes of a Dead Man's Plate coming through as well, when just the sticky potential onto a crucial kill target becomes so damn apparent. Bramble Vest at the stage as well, some very early heal cut could do wonders as he goes to try and match Tien as the lane splits look to try and take place.
Yeah, the thing with heal cut, like, it's valuable, right? It definitely is. Someone like Kale, who goes for a first item of a Hextech Gunblade, has the heal built in as well into the kit. Definitely relies on healing to an extent. The problem is still at, like, let's just say level 16, let's say 2 items perhaps around the same time. The raw damage that comes out of KO means that the healing isn't as important. Yep. Because they will still just kill you.
Second dragon here for Avant. We're playing for a Cloud Soul. Very, very important. Just furthers the narrative of movement speed being so damn good. The ability to rotate around this map further. The ability to control the lead that you've achieved by breaking through these turrets. Superior vision. Ability to catch up members. We already talked about how speedy the set will be. Well, this will just continue to make it a nightmare to deal with.
Both AD carries are huge, actually. If we take stock of the bottom lane right now, the supports are throwing themselves at their enemies, but AD carries have been the real benefactors of this through most of it. And we're at a point in the game where Claire's going to be posting up in side lanes against Paprise. I think this is just for the teleport advantage of Claire just getting his up and available. But usually you would want the Orianna in the team fight, Skimmy, because you've got the Jarvan Ori combo. That's going to take an extra 5 seconds to get to the fight in the first place. Becomes a little bit more awkward.
Look how well Ori's farming. Look at that CS difference between the two. It's a sizable margin. Continues the narrative that Claire loves to play this champion. His best so far is a reason he's undefeated on the Orianna. They will summon that hero down. They're going to look for a pick target. The Hawk goes out, and Croc is in so much trouble. He may have just fallen on down from that red buff Croc. He will eventually, as Divine Intervention comes to a close. It will be a 1-for-1 trade so far, but a fight actually takes place elsewhere on the map, so it's a 2-for-1 so far. If you consider it in that state, as Appy will not connect, as Tien is forced to flash away. Summoners do not exist for that long in this match.
I think after this little skirmish in mid lane, we can make an absolute confirmation. We'll watch this first.
He's clean.
Just murders Paprise. There's no big surprises there. Nice little auto attack weave to take down the turret in between that as well. Now 0-2 is Paprise in top lane. But in mid, the choice of Violet to take that ultimate, go forwards, like just get the sneaky kill and try and run away, basically inting because he's doing it in the face of all of the Chiefs. That's some killer instincts business right there coming out of Violet. And that to me only further cements the fact that he's basically just a weapon that you can choose to unleash on Summoner's Rift, but you get what you pay for with someone like Violet. That's just the way he is.
They're not messing around here today, Rusty. They want to make action happen right now, and we're going to continue to see that as double black cleavers come online from Avant. Both the Set and the Graves looking to amplify their own damage, but contribute to the backline attempts that Violet will be hunting for. Both supports now do have their stone plates, so the Aftershock procs will be complemented very nicely with this. Make them a force to be reckoned with. As we're getting that scary point now, level 13 on the Cal. Out comes the Cataclysm underneath this turret, but Croc is taking so much damage. He's just going to fall to passive turret damage. They will get the kill eventually, but he continues to get trades.
I feel like Paprise looks at that situation. He's like, honestly, that's kind of worth it for me. But the Chiefs will be very happy with that one as well. They're going to be able to get themselves the top lane, the bot lane out of turret. AV pressuring mid lane at the same time. You can see Rumble now flanking from just above them. Can threaten with the equalizer if he wants to throw this on the wave, and may well do if Chiefs overextend themselves. But they're not going to do so. In saying that, I still worry for AV. They're doing nice things elsewhere on the map, but this top lane matchup is just going to get worse. This doesn't get better, and it's a 3-0 KO now.
Terrifying, Rusty, and I'm sure he's sitting on a ton of gold as well. No doubt looking for a Nash's Tooth complete. Oh, that Moonlight Vigil nearly interrupting that recall. Would have been a beautiful little pick to find a numbers advantage.
I mean, he recalled on top of an enemy control ward, so there's a couple of questions that we can ask.
Straight disrespect.
Well, I mean, just try maybe moving. But you know what? He gets out, so we take those. He's going to survive to fight another day. Eyes now move towards the Cloud Drake in 50 seconds.
But it will. As Violet's done a fantastic job finding an advantage, up by 1,000 at this stage. But a lot of that is cancelled out, and a big reason as to why Chiefs are ahead is due to the superior farm that Claire's displayed here today, but just the raw power difference between both top laners, as you've highlighted. Going to be very difficult for anybody to match him. And I wouldn't be surprised, Rusty, if Chiefs were willing to potentially sacrifice this just to continue farming to hit that level 16 breakpoint.
Well, I mean, they can honestly sacrifice the rest of the map. And by sacrifice, I mean go even, if not 5% behind. They don't want to just run it down to let Tan win. But they can just bank on the fact that he can get solo lane experience in a side lane and just continue to stack up to 16. In saying that, he is currently grouping with the team wars near mid lane, and I think that may be a product of the respect that they should be giving to this Baron. This is cheeky by AV. Chiefs know something's up though. They're starting to come to the area.
But they do. They say We don't want you to slow this game down. We want to make things happen right now. Both supports going to face check. The Dragon gets taken out here by Chiefs. 2 for 2 so far. Stone Plate goes out. Katsuri's the focus. He gets setted and he gets jumped upon as Violet finds that shutdown. I've just met a new objective and said it. Who cares? It sounds good. And it's what's going to be the case here as the equalizer goes on out. And it will be an equalization in terms of this team fight as it's a 1-for-1 so far. Will find that pick target. Cataclysm delivers the damage. The Shockwave will get sidestepped. And Chiefs, they're bleeding. They're forced to disengage away. 2 key targets, incredibly low. And with Claire separated from their team, they need to prevent these waves from crashing on in.
Once again, another 2-for-2 trade. All of these team fights, all of these skirmishes that we're seeing out of the Chiefs roster and AV when they clash is just even. They butt heads, they both suffer casualties, they both disengage to fight another day. The only difference maker is where that money is going. Right now we have a 6-2 Kaiser with 3 complete items, and that's the man that you need to keep your eyes on in this skirmish because he goes on to Katsuri once the set comes in with this massive teleport flank. Katsuri's going to flash away, and then Violet comes in for the damage. From this point onwards, Claire is the one person that you really need to respect the Shockwave for, and he holds on to it for a very long time. And Violet is sitting in literal Narnia trying to avoid that. And the second it comes out, he's able to dodge that by using the E to cover distance to disengage as he takes down Croc at the same time. So all credit where it's due to Violet. Even if he was a little bit too far back at certain points, he still dodged the necessary spells to keep himself well in the fight.
He's playing out of his mind, I'll tell you that much right now. Violet is making this game far closer than it should be right now, because that's going to be an explosive damage once again coming ahead from a Violet. It's a 1-for-1 trade. He is going on down. Claire this time finds his mark. As the showstopper accesses the backline, he brings them both together and says, look team, get out. You won't die here today. Divine Intervention comes out once more and prevents a double kill.
That's
they
close.
are on the hunt.
Lisa's in trouble. He's going to have to sprint his way out. He's going to do the respect flash there as well. Claire has flash of his own, so the chase was potentially available. We're going to get a teleport coming here from Tian as well. They're going to look towards the Baron. They should be able to take this one fairly easily. Katsuri can, of course, tank this one with his overheal shield if he wants to. But they want him to be dealing the damage. Eyes on Chaz.
Lisa is hunting for it. He has a 2-level difference between the smites. Could very much look to make this happen, but Claire's damage is absurd. It's disgusting. Chases him down with auto attacks more than anything. And Lisa says, well, I can't do much about that. Now 5 members have the Baron buff.
And Chaz just throws himself at the Baron pit and says, this is our last chance. There's no smite in the pit. He flashes in, and it's an auto attack, it seems like, from Nautilus that will be able to secure that Baron buff. So it definitely wasn't safe hands that secured the Baron. But Chiefs get it nonetheless, and they get 2 exit kills as well.
It's not been Katsuri's game. He has been the target that Avant have been hunting for. 3 members always looking to try and single him out, but the amount of damage, the carry potential that this Chiefs roster has, they've left the likes of Claire and Tien to their own devices. He's now level 16, the scariest point for a Kale, and already so far accelerated has these items online. Similar story to yesterday though, in that Claire has got that Magi's once again, nearing the full 25 stacks.
Yeah, Claire's an absolute unit. He's got the Jarvan to stand in front of him, so it's not just that Claire's fed, it's that they've got the team composition to make it work extremely effectively. Croc's now also hunting Pathrise as he sits on a flank. If this game continues with the Baron buff in the hands of the Chiefs, they've got a very strong 4-man to stack in mid lane or bot lane. Of course, they don't have the wave set up there. And then they have Tien.
They're just going to flash on forward. This time they're going to connect on Claire, and his health bar is deleted. It's gone. Out comes the Stone Plate, buying time for the disengage. Fantastic situation presented to Avant. Appy took full control of it, burned everything in his power, and made sure that that Baron buff wouldn't find maximum value.
It was perfect. It was exactly what it needed to be here for AV. They've got a Leona, they've got the set flank. They were looking so aggressively for that flank that the Chiefs unfortunately fall victim to it, as they've got the Kale setting up in a side lane. So just a little bit too forwards there, you would have to say, but still, the full aggression from AV. A Flash Leona ultimate, whole kit and caboodle thrown at the Chiefs to make that work. This may net them a Cloud Drake, which would put them at soul point, or at least deny that from the Chiefs who have this Baron.
Well, 3 items now on the Kale. as a stopwatch as well. Going to be very well protected. Will the equalizer be used? It's not up just yet. Croc going to jump on in, and with a large stretch of his health bar, receive the ultimate just to make things happen. Out comes the shutdown. The key carry of Avant is deleted, as this time Katsuri is allowed to play the game and will make good use of it by getting himself a double kill. They're going to chase for a little bit more here, Rusty, because they want to be the ones that put themselves onto a soul point, or they maybe just want to run this one down and take everybody in their sight. You're not allowed to respawn for another 30 seconds. We're going to take everything in our way. The base, right, your life bars, and the objectives themselves as a team of Split. And the other three have their eyes set on taking this mid inhibitor.
Well, they're going to end the game. That's the thing. They're going to try and end potentially as long as they keep tabs on where Lisa is. No one to clear this cannon wave, but they're going to back away at the last second anyway and maybe just concede their fate being another Drake take after an inhibitor fall. Like, there was
Lisa's
the
still
chance, though. Yeah, Lisa doesn't know that they've stopped chasing him right now because they're doing the Drake. He's about to get that information now, so starts his recall in the Wolf Pit. He'll get out with his life as Baprise legitimately just flashed in and sacrificed himself for his jungler. Got to do what you got to do for the cause. And speaking of, Violet, ever the consistent Kai'Sa player, just goes in. And I mean, his stopwatch was good. He bought a lot of time. He's got the zone, his hourglass now, of course, as well. But there was a shockwave ready, you know, that the fight took so long to actually start that Claire had respawned, walked to the fight, and was just right there ready.
As you highlight, 3 stopwatches now available for Chiefs. They are gearing up for that big, decisive team fight. The ultimates, the holy shields that are coming out from this KL are so crucial, so clutch in determining if they can swing the fight in their favor. Their damage is absurd. The equalizer puts out a fair chunk as well, but not much when they're on the full back foot retreat. Appy wants to be the one jumping on in, but he's going to be the one jumping on out to try and prevent his team falling on through. Lisa, well, he's going on a wild goose chase once again. Sees 5 members in his sights and has nowhere to run or hide.
I think Draco just threw a celebratory Q at a wall and then thumbed himself up. He's like, man, that sucked. Unfortunately for AV, sucked a little bit more. You got 30 seconds on Lisa, 15 on Appy. They're teleporting into mid lane. This does seem like it's going to be the moment. If things go right for them, they'll be able to end the game right here and now. Tien has his KO ultimate, so it's real hard for Violet to get anything done, but he's got to try.
He's got to try, and he's going to bring them all in together right now. Shockwave won't connect, but it's not going to be enough because the turret's going to fall on down regardless. First falls, second goes. And they are locked in their fountain, unable to escape it. The damage, the sheer raw potential that Chiefs have, it has been unleashed. Double kills galore. He finished the game 7-0-9, and the Chiefs, well, that was explosive to kick off our day 2.
Yeah, the thing is, like, Chiefs, it's a pretty solid win for them in the end. You know, the KO was huge. It never really felt like they were in doubt, but there was definitely moments where I feel like AV pushed them, right? Their skirmishing was pretty much even. And a lot of the early fights that were happening, there was some good teleports from Paprise as well. I think that just, you know, a lot of the, perhaps it's maturity, perhaps it's just experience out of the Chiefs roster proved to be a little bit too much for AV in the end, as they kept just getting caught out of position as it came crunch time.
Certainly did there, Rusty. That's going to be the game 1 said and done. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, it's going to be a Legacy looking to take it up against a Gravitas.
Today is the NeoSurf Cup, and we're going to be playing against Misfits, so hopefully we can bring home the win.
NeoSurf is simple, safe, and secure. You can go to your local shop and get a voucher code and use it online, preferably to buy League of Legends skins.
He's got it! This is deadly! He's got it!
Welcome to the 2020 OPL. I am Nick Boy Richardson.
And that's a beautiful Hemo play, got to multiple members. He gets himself a double kill. It's Raze doing what he does, the team fight king.
We love everybody. We love the OPL.
If you're craving the taste of your favourites, head to Macca's for a fast, safe and contactless drive-through experience. For your Macca's run, contact-free, we'll be here.
Oh, welcome back, and big congratulations there to the Chiefs. AV made them work for it. There were some times where Spawn was feeling very cocky about his prediction and was quite unbearable to be around. But ultimately, the Chiefs won, so therefore I won. Spawn, do you have anything you want to say on that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you three gentlemen won. The Chiefs won. I lost. Avant lost. But the real losers were the people that had to watch some of that game. Because, my goodness gracious, was there some ugly League of Legends being played by the jungler of the Chiefs and by the 80 carry of Avant Gaming. And Dragku had a couple of moments as well, but I'll be a little bit more kind to Dragku because he is new to the role. But that game, was just... I think Rusty did a really good job of outlining what the win conditions needed to be, kind of for the Chiefs, acting as a four-man unit, trying to repel as many objectives as possible, set their KL up for success, group around that, level 13, 14, through to maybe even 16, where the KL was going to be super strong. And then when you had a look at what Avant needed to do, they needed everyone to stack up on each other so that their wombo combo ultimates could actually be utilized. And I don't know how many times they got the initial pick, had the ability to restart an objective to allow that stack up to happen when they hadn't used a Rumble ultimate. And then Violet was like, you know what, boys, caution to the winds. Let's just see if we can pull out the montage play. And fool me once, shame on you, but fool me 16 times or however many times he died in that game. I think it was 8 or something in the end. That's an interesting way to play that game, I feel.
It may be a comparison that not everyone understands, Spawn, but I was getting iBoy shades in that game. Is like there's a player in the LPL who has a support specifically tell him in comms when he can and can't go because he's just too much of a weapon that if he sees anyone, he just goes with everything.
Yeah, they call it the shotgun in the LPL, right? And the LWX and iBoy are the two most famous Kaisers for it. It's like, when can you actually go and use that close range barrage that's going to take everyone down? And the general answer is when everyone has used ultimates. And I don't know how many times we saw him dash directly into a Kayle with ultimate and get 2-tapped.
Well, I'm glad you got that out of your system because there was a bit of a roller coaster there during the game. And I did say just before we came on, do you want me to set you up for a bit of a vent? And you went, well, I can't decide whether or not to do that or just to take it on the chin. But I'm glad you got it out of your system because I feel like it, that kind of hate is poison inside of you.
Absolutely. I feel better for it. I'm sure the people that played the game and now had to watch that segment back probably don't feel better for it, Nick. But you know what? It happens.
Well, if they're not feeling great, then they should write into the Nick bag because we are looking for your medical maladies. And that means it's time to get to our first bunch of medical questions, which we are absolutely qualified to answer. This is the Nick bag.
Yes. Amazing.
Stepping our game up. Look at that.
Every week something new.
That's very exciting. I mean, we've got Kent is very bored right now. So he's got a lot of time on his hands. And he does good work. All right. First question, settle yourselves in because it's a big one. Comes in from Langdon Alga. When I was 10 years old, a ride-on lawnmower gave me a decidedly unelective surgery, slicing its way through the bones of my left foot. As a silver lining, the lawn thrived from the surprise dousing of blood and bone fertilizer. The resulting surgeries left me with 4 reasonably functional toes on a Frankenstein club foot, replete with skin grafted directly from my luscious right bum cheek. Needless to say, I had some nicknames in high school. However, the least obvious side effect of this accident is the chasm between my big toe and the newly promoted middle. Toe Jam was made famous on the Mega Drive, but few people are aware of the stench of gunk buried 2.5 centimeters into the recesses of a malformed appendage. Therefore, my question to the panel is, what is the youngest acceptable age to get my ears pierced? Thanks.
Oh my god. That's a good question though, isn't it?
We were taken on a journey, and so normally I don't put the troll questions in. Because normally I'm like, okay, cool, yeah, I get it. Like, I enjoyed that, but whatever. But this is, this works. This question works.
I don't know how to answer this question either, though. Because what is acceptable? Like, is acceptable at an age where your parents... I think you have to want it, and your parents have to say it's okay. Like, that's probably 2 very important parts.
That guy definitely got an A+ in English at high school. That story was descriptive.
Yeah, I had a good setup, I had a good middle, and then I had a plot twist, and I feel like the ending has, like most good stories, let us down. But I'm one of those people that if it's acceptable in your culture to pierce your kids' ears and stuff like that, there are some things that are definitely not acceptable to do. But I think ear piercing, if it is culturally appropriate, that doesn't I'm all for it, right? That doesn't bother me. I think that if it's your choice. I mean, I'm from an Italian Catholic family. I found out I didn't own any of this until I was 18 years old and willing to move out of home. So maybe for a Tiberi, it's 18 and when you're ready to move out of home. Because if you come back with something your parents don't like, you just have to be ready to go find a new place to live.
Yeah, that is a good point. I mean, I agree. I think I'm putting aside all cultural things here. I don't want to wade into a cultural debate. If in your culture you do things one way, then that's what you do. I mean, I'm going to say, I agree. You have to consent to it as the child. But there's also, I could ask my son today if he wanted his ears pierced.
I'd say
there's
yes.
a 50-50 chance he would say yes. And then it would be like, all right, well, we've made a huge mistake. So I feel like they need to have consistently wanted that thing for, I'm going to say, 3 months. Every time you ask them for 3 months, do they want their ears pierced? And they're aware of the pain. And you also need to get some like a nice earring. I don't want to say anything trashy. Let's not.
Okay, so my theory on that is you should never prompt that you should never ask it. They should want it for 3 months. So they should come to you on day one and be like, I want my ears pierced or my nose pierced or whatever, and you'd be like, that's awesome. We're gonna talk about this for 3 months, and then 3 months later, if he comes up to you again and says, Dad, I want my nose pierced, you'd be like, let's do it.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. I think that's it. They should come home from school with the idea given to them by another child.
Yeah, for 3 whole months.
Skimmy?
I think that's the way to do it, right? When you're young, you're just so impressionable. You just want to do anything that looks cool to so you fit in. So, flavor of the month happens in metas. It happens in life. There you go. So,
I'm all for it, though. Fit in. Conform. I'm sick of all these people not conforming, to be honest.
Yeah, good. Okay.
Find a cult. just leave Twitch chat with that for a little bit, just to mull over.
Conform. Okay, next question comes in from Unknown. I have a small cyst on my back and I can't reach it. There's no medical reason to actually get it removed, but it's been there for at least 4 years. I want it gone. Where do I go? I like the fact that the first part of this question is I can't reach it, as though they could possibly perform the surgery themselves.
Where do you go?
Do you get it gone? Do you remove something that doesn't need to be removed? What if you have to go under?
If you're insecure about it, if it's like a mole, like a beauty spot, if you don't like it, obviously you can remove it. I would always say, is it at risk of causing melanoma? Is there any risk that it could cause you issues down the line if you're very active outside, for instance? Does it hurt? Does it itch? Does it cause grievance basically in your day-to-day actions? That's what I'd be saying.
Well, if they want it gone, the answer is yes, right? Yeah. Even if it doesn't physically cause grievance, there's obviously some emotional baggage around the appendage that may or may not be a twin child that they absorbed during utero.
Does it have that teeth?
One, if you want some scary photos. I guess the answer to this one is, as long as you're willing to bear the repercussions of what you're going to get in response for the removal, you should do it, which is, local anesthetic, most likely, a scar, some stitches. If you don't look after the stitches, it's going to fester. You're going to get a blood poisoning and you might pass away. So as long as you're willing to take that risk through to the end.
I think you probably reach out to your doctor first and foremost, right? Probably recommend you onto a specialist, no?
Oh, no. Skimmy, what do you think this segment is?
No.
We're the doctors here.
Oh, we're the doctors? Okay, no, I apologize. It's too literal. It's too literal.
Reach out to a doctor?
Yes.
Are you trying to cost us jobs?
Look, I was just trying to be honest, and I forgot what segment we were doing. Go ahead, Spawn. Carry on.
Yeah, because my brother had a small cyst in his back, and he got it operated and removed. And because it was on his back, one night he rolled over in bed and kind of tightened his back that he wouldn't have normally done, and then the stitches popped, and now he has a scar. So as long as you want to call scar, actually maybe get a scar.
Maybe get a scar. In fact, if you don't have a scar, maybe elective surgery just to get a scar. Like if you don't have anything wrong with you, but you want that cool scar, just go in and get chopped and then immediately stitched. You do also have to bear the repercussions of if they take it and something is there. Turns out it is something that and according to some world leaders, if you don't
Living
test
in
for these
ignorance is
things,
bliss.
then they don't actually exist. So it could be okay, but as soon as you dive down this rabbit hole, then you're opening yourselves up. But Rusty, I would say that I would love this person for the grand final, the end of the split. Please come into the studio, and by studio I mean my house, and I will do a live surgery. It can't be that hard. It can't be that hard.
I've got limits.
Is there a Twitch TOS that would be broken with that?
Yes.
I should look that up.
You wouldn't have me on show, Nick. You couldn't
I think
have me
even
on show.
mentioning it, maybe.
Can I Twitch TOS? Can I perform bathroom
Next question,
surgery?
Nick. Come on, we gotta push through.
These
These are not medical professionals, to your knowledge. Maybe I've been studying.
At Denian AU, how do you decide on a haircut? I feel like I have an argument with every hairdresser I go to when I say I'm fine with everything. Give me whatever you think is good, and then they ask me 50 questions on what I actually want. I don't know.
I mean.
No, I think that's a fair answer because there's nothing worse than a terrible haircut, right? And if you're being indecisive, you just leave the floor to them. And if they give you a bad haircut, then you're just basically giving yourself an out. I think you look online, right? You find a photo of
You've got to take a photo.
A celebrity or a sports star or somebody. Go, I like how he has his hair. Can you do that?
No. I'm with Denny in here. You sit in the chair and you find a barber where they say, "Hey, what do you want today?" And you say, "Just fix it."
Yeah.
And then you get because the thing is, your tactic sounds like the best tactic in theory, but you're taking a photo that another professional has done and asking for a replica. So pretty much what you're doing is you might take a Van Gogh painting to a painter and be like, "Hey, paint me this painting." And they're like, "But I do like anime or like something, right?" And then they're just going to make a mess of the Van Gogh. What you actually want is for them to be in their complete comfort zone. And I don't know what your
But surely you want to set
comfort zone
guidelines
is.
because if they
No,
butcher your
absolutely
haircut,
not.
if you say just do my hair and they go okay, and then you come out and go that's not what I want, and they say well you
You
told
do
me
this.
nothing, and you have an argument.
Just trim me
No,
like
you
one of the
don't.
French girls.
You
Well,
just literally do
you
this.
can't screw up just to shave on the head.
Yeah. And literally every single
Take out
time.
the razor. Oh, sorry, bro. That's anime. That's not my Van Gogh. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, but every single time I get a bad haircut, and Jenna will back me up on this, I walk into my bathroom. If I see a shitty fade or something, I just grab the clippers and I just shave my head. Because the difference between a good haircut and a bad haircut is about 21 days.
I feel like the male meta of haircuts is so stale right now, though, right? Like either you've got the shaved head, you've got the fade, you've got like the side part, or you've got like the top bun.
It's all on display in this phone call. Like literally, like we've got the shaved head, you've got the fade on Skimmy, you've got the side part on me, and then Rusty could rock a top bun absolutely if he had the courage.
Get bowl. Place bowl on head. Get pair of chicken scissors. Cut around bowl, Denian. That is the lit haircut.
There you go, Denian. I want to see that next week in the coaches' interviews that we don't do anymore. All right, it's time to get into the next game. Before I do, I very quickly need to just mention the NeoSurf competition. Please enter that NeoSurf competition. $500 gift voucher for the League of Legends store to buy yourself some skins. All you need to do is take a video of yourself joining the opening titles call, follow OPL and at NeoSurf Esports on Twitter. DM that video to OPL. Full terms and conditions are on watch.lolesports.com. $500 for the winner, $100 for 5 runners up. You get yourself in the show. Everyone gets to judge you when you make your video, but ultimately it's all fun and games, and you can replace Dab Daddy. All right, it's time to get into game number 2. It's Legacy versus Gravitas. Legacy took a hard hit yesterday. Can they bounce back against Gravitas? We will find out after the Macca's Champ Select.
Yes.
And welcome back for game number 2 of the day. Legacy taking on Gravitas, 2 teams at opposite ends of the table, but still looking to try and fight for their own respective pride. For Legacy, it's to get back to winning ways, right? We're unsure as to really where you point at, as to is it maybe relief that they finally have a defeat after a series of tough and close games, or is it a case of, look, you know, the standard needs to be reinvented? I'm not too sure, but one thing we can see here is that Gravitas, for the second day in a row, continue to draft with a different roster.
Yeah, they've brought Beats back into the support position, so once again they're going to change it up, and it is still going to be nobody in top lane. So they are yet to find a top laner to compete for them in this 4v5. No, it just means that nobody's playing instead of Kwaku. We're pretty early into this one already in draft, Skimmy, and the one thing that I do want to say for Legacy is I think they should be glad, and Legacy fans should be glad that they lost now. It is pretty early into the split. They did lose. They lost the undefeated split, sure, which is something that we said was entirely possible for them, but better now than week 8 coming into playoffs with that defeat, right? So now they can actually just spend that time, fix it up.
Going to be an exchange here of high priority picks in the bottom lane, and by priority I mean ones that can find some absurd amounts of pushing power. We've seen the likes of Akama and Ash combined together, and they're looking at fights that can net them potential first bloods at the level 1 mark. We've seen that Karma be flexed between mid and in the bottom, but if they can go with the Ezreal, Ray's no stranger to this pick. Very, very strong in his hands, gives him a ton of protection and gives him a ton of poke to try and cater to that need.
I'm pretty much convinced at this point that nobody only plays Ornn. There's no other way out of this conversation for me. Yesterday we saw them draft and they didn't actually use a Volibear flex. They locked in Volibear Ornn. They just locked him in 1-2. And that goes so against the standard of how to draft, particularly on Red side, which they've had 2 games in a row. And then they just picked an Akali third. And you're like, okay, I guess they're picking what they're picking. So we'll continue to watch this draft and see how they go, as right now they've got their Ashe Thresh. Ashe has been rising in priority a lot, and generally it's because it's good into Aphelios. But it's going to be the Ezreal Karma at this point. It can still flex the top lane, that Karma, of course, but Ezreal Karma into that Ashe. So decent lane, honestly, for Legacy if they can control the minion wave.
What do you think about them looking in as a first pick blind when every AD carry is essentially available, only Varus being taken away? Do you still feel like it has merit and is stronger than the likes of an Aphelios or an Ezreal?
Man, the AD carry meta in general is very weird right now. I still feel like Aphelios is crazy good, right? Even with the slight nerfs that he got in 10-13. I still think that he's nuts, but the more that we see the Ezreals, the more that we see, like, Varus is just never allowed to exist as an example as well. Like, there is, like, Ashe is a good answer into a lot of ADs. And I honestly, I don't even know how to stack rank AD carries at the moment. We need more sample on this patch.
We certainly do. But to add into the mix of things, Beat still making a name for himself in the support role. It's his most played supports in the Fresh so far, so they have some nice little kills set up if they can find situations that present themselves. It's going to be quite tough, quite hard, given the elusive nature that the bottom lane response of Legacy will have, and they're going to be quite content that an Ornn was locked in there. The static nature, as you highlight there for nobody with that pick, allowing a very nice time for the Trundle. That is going to be the... What's going to be the Volibear once again coming out. We're not going to see it used as a flex pick, just going to be guaranteed now as a Praeless jungle initiate.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, what's to stop them from second picking a Volibear and flexing it between roles? It seems to be that nobody only wants to play Ornn. So now that they've picked the Volibear, we'll get to see how Legacy choose to respond to this one. If you watched the LCS today for Friday Night League, you would have seen the Golden Guardians play this Galio into a Volibear composition. It was into a Cassiopeia Volibear, but the reason that this can be so powerful is Volibear jumps in. It's not crowd control. Galio can respond with a big AoE magic shield as well as being right in the middle of the team fight mix there. So there is some definitely strong potential behind that Galio pick. In saying that, Skimmy, they've put it with a Karma, Ezreal, and Kayle. So it's definitely not about having that wombo going forwards type of play here. It seems like he's going to be a defensive Galio.
Characteristic really of Tally, we meme him at times as to having a set rotation, if you will, of champions that can influence those side lanes, but quite iconic since he's come into that role, and quite characteristic of what he's going to be able to bring to this team. A second game and a second appearance here for the Cal. The response, the final pick here, is once again a hyper carry in the Vladimir mid. So excitement, it continues to trend that for Gravitas, put Summon on someone that can look to try and hard carry and scale up, and make sure that Praelis has some form of initiation to shot call and start fights off.
Yeah, so, okay, Gravitas with their complete draft, they do have engage with their top laner and their bottom lane duo. So they didn't necessarily need any engage in mid lane. Summon into the Galio is not going to provide a whole host of wave control or mid lane priority by any means. And it's not going to be like the optimal gank avenue for something like a Volibear to look towards. But the Vladimir does provide an abundance of scaling damage and team fighting. Does mean that magic resistance becomes a pretty forced priority here from the side of Legacy. And that does mean, of course, that Praelis and Puma can go under the radar with the physical damage output they could potentially have. I don't necessarily know if Vladimir was the be-all, end-all best pick there, but I don't have too many qualms with it. My concern is that Vlad will press ult, Galio will press ult, and that denies a lot of the damage in the first place, just by having that magic shield there. So we'll have to watch this one play out on the Rift from the Gravitas point of view, but they do still have a whole lot of engage. They've got champions and a composition that I'm sure they'll be comfortable with. It's one thing to say this is our comp, it's another thing to execute it against what Legacy drafted, right? Which is a very good amount of disengage.
Well, given the nature of how Legacy have been playing in recent times, where their games have been going on a fair bit of time, they're going to fight scaling with scaling in their own accord. So if they are given a situation where Suman can hold his own, where the ornaments can start to come online, Vladimir could make the show all go around 10. We're going to have to wait and find out exactly how this game plays here today. As it will be Legacy looking to bounce back to winning ways as Gravitas do the gauntlet run of playing Chiefs yesterday and Legacy here tonight. Let's see if what they have today with another variation of their roster is able to find success.
Yeah, one hell of a week for them, isn't it? Going into both of those teams. Not exactly the easiest start to this one. Now, one thing I think is worth pointing out at this point is Tally has played the Galio before. It was in the playoffs. I believe he had like a crazy run of just like never losing a game in a best of 5 series, just playing Galio every game. And I think that was the last time we saw him play it.
Yeah,
it just shows up every now and then, just stomps people and disappears back into the mists of the 146 champions that we have, or thereabouts. We also have a cleanse down in bottom lane here, Skimmy. So you've got the Thresh Ash, and it does mean that Raze is not going to be the one standing up tanking a lot of those arrows or hooks, ideally, through the laning phase. The reason that cleanse is so valuable here, though, is Karma's actually a major part of the wave control of the Legacy bottom lane, and that does mean that she's going to be the prime target for Gravitas to look at. So now that you've got that, you can play much more aggressively and still play like Karma should through laning phase and handle the Thresh Ash better.
It was interesting because in the draft, we did see Raze actually hovering the teleport, which Legacy as a whole have used to great effect in the last few matches, is running 3 teleports to just out-macro their opponents. But respecting the kill potential that Gravitas show, going to go for the combat summon of the heal in the end. And I'll be very curious to see how Isles can best use this cleanse, if he is going to be the focus.
I mean, you can very easily make yourself the focus, right, depending on your positioning. Of course, if he wants to be aggressive and push forwards, that is a major way to do that. We're going to quickly take stock of the way that these junglers have pathed as well, because it is drastically different between them both right now. Praelis went for the red buff start. He then went to his Krugs and skipped the vision that was placed at the Raptor camp, and is now going to go towards his blue buff. That has been pinged immediately here by Legacy. So even though they haven't seen him, that's assumed knowledge anyway. Nice flash.
Flay goes out, as he will look to try and combine for a nice early level 2 skirmish. Doesn't run the Hex Flash here, but is running the Unsealed Spellbook.
Yeah, if the hook connected, there might have been some summoner trades back. You could see that obviously the focus was towards Raze, but hits level 2 right on time, is able to dash himself out to safety, and the hook goes wide. So while it was a decent flash in theory, that is now a summoner spell completely missing for the Gravitas 2v2, and that can be massively punished.
It certainly could be. I mean, a big component as to why Legacy are respecting what they're up against here. Despite the mismatch, statistically speaking, given the caliber of both these duo lanes, we'll just continue to allow Isles to be a nuisance and just poke from afar, as you can see right now.
So they're starting to build up some wave control for themselves, and Trundle, of course, is on this side of the map. They are still trying to find themselves the Volibear, as he has been trying to just really avoid vision, but every single time he's avoided that vision, they've still known exactly where he is. You know, missing pings go on top of his head. Babip now crossing his way through mid lane as he has priority. This is the one thing we spoke about through draft, right? is that Vladimir, he's a really nice scaling threat, but there's no 2v2 priority between Suman and Praelis against their opponents here, so they get mid priority, they force it, now they get the topside Scuttle Crab control as well.
And it's rough because Gravitas really can't respond. As you can see right now, all the lanes are favouring Legacy. They're going to be the first ones to rotate if a fight were to break on out. There's a lot of vision, there's a lot of tempo, a lot of control that Legacy can look to abuse.
Topun also going to place himself a ward in the top side Tribush. Really trying to find themselves a Praelis now, and it will very shortly find that. So he's going to be able to promptly disengage. In saying that, Praelis swept it, like you mentioned.
So the vision will be cleared on out. As Babip also shows up topside and just replaces the ward again, so keeps his solo laner protected. Gonna be rough here for Beats though. He's cycling through those cookies and potions like nobody's business. This time will connect with the death sentence. Enters into that fight with half his health. But Isles will go in with the tether right now, and that sustains himself a fair bit. One final order would have done it. He is in lethal range. Unable to find a situation to slow the Ash Springs was enough to bully Raze out. A very even affair.
Both junglers here.
But now we turn our attention to top side. Predator's been so damn patient waiting for that lane gang. Nobody's going to bait him straight into that one. Out comes the Stormbringer, out comes the Thunder, the Lightning, the crash and the damage. That's the first blood. Will it be a turnaround? It will be indeed. A 1-for-1 as both junglers get themselves on the score sheet. And if Predator can continue to get uptime here, the Frenzied Mauls would have given him a double.
Yeah, it just results in a 1-for-1 trade overall. Both junglers going to be the recipient here as well, so I don't think that'll matter too much for someone like Topun, who's just going to continue to farm in top lane. There's still a decent reset timing here as well for Nobody getting the full catalyst. So top lane just kind of continues as it was, and both junglers just get a little bit of an extra power up to be able to influence the rest of the map. The one major win there, though, was the health lead that Praelis had after that trade. Babip would have been forced to recall. Praelis could stick around if he wanted. And that does mean some extra camps could be snuck away, some extra money in his pockets before that reset comes across.
Yeah, some really solid intuition there from Praelis to show that a fair bit of emphasis is around protecting this Kayle. We are going to go for that lane gank, and there was a control ward in that shrub as well to ensure that he could be patient, knowing that Babip would probably show face.
Praelis just gives him a how do you do in mid lane. Of course, able to stick around bot side. Scuttle Crab going to be spawning in a couple seconds here as well, so that's where a lot of the priority tends to shift towards that side of the map for junglers. Babip's just going to be there with a better reset timing, however. That'll be easy as you like. I wonder if he'll consider the Drake. They just don't know where Praelis is. If they were to start this one, though, it should just be uncontested. I think because they know that the bot lane reset, they can assume that the Drake is theirs to take, and they are starting that one off now.
But they are. As the reset comes out here from Legacy, now it's going to be Raze sitting himself on a tier, looking to stack up from afar, continue the harassment to find advantages in this lane matchup. Going to be a response here from Gravitas as Beats continues to cycle through the options available to him. Now has the exhaust if they were to look for that decisive all-in collapse at level 6 when his flash will no doubt be up and available again.
Once again, back to top lane. Last time we saw this type of gank happen, it was very favorable for TN, but maybe not this time.
Oh no. That is disastrous, Rusty. Praelis had the idea, and, well, call all the Forge Gods. Called?
Yeah, he did get called. It was a prank call, though. High white, not very pretty.
Yep, it was a telemarketer. He put the phone down.
Okay.
He wasn't having any of that nonsense.
These damn cold calls. Nevertheless, it's just an odd ultimate used for no real response there. Again, there was no flash for top mood, so there was a potential kill threat available. Praelis being level 6 does make that even more possible. They're just they're going to try and sneak this away. If Praelis shows up, though, he'll have the smite. So this is just about timing.
Uh-oh. It's so close. It's
Easier
so close.
on time.
Okay. He can smite that one away. No harm, no foul. Not going to be worried about that one whatsoever. It would have been a major, major win there for Legacy, given the fact that the wave was pushed in. They were able to rotate there first. They were really forcing
it would have been like a triple win though, right? You've got top lane priority, you've got Herald being started even though it's on vision. If they got the blue buff, that would have just been icing on the cake. Or no ultimate for this skirmish as it happens. We'll see how this plays.
It'll be a 3 versus 2. So he's going to jump on in, but Galley's going to assist into the team fight as Tapoon finds the first kill so far. Now a 2-man. Taunt's going to give himself some protection. Trundle will find just a little bit of life as he's forced to flash away, but Sumin decides my eyes are set on one man only, and he will connect. Prayless juking Dev as the Holy Grail comes on out and makes sure that tally doesn't fall as well. Clutch timing.
Yeah, very well done from Tapoon to ensure that at the very last second as well, and it's as the spells come through for Tally, they're able to get the kills beat.
He's in so much trouble right now with the last stretch of his health bar. Goes in for the full combo collapse. Not going to be enough, and Puma is left to his turret now. Very concerned at the harassment he's going to face.
Tapoon's having a crack up here in top lane. He's going to have to be used on minions. He has kill threat now for real.
Doesn't have flash, but he can literally just order this guy to death. It's going to happen, and there it is. As soon as the life pool expires, he is unable to make anything happen, but Prayless is on the hunt, and I think as soon as she shows face there and goes, hang on a minute, that doesn't kill with double buff. I've seen what happened in game number 1. Am I still keen to commit? He has a free level advantage over me as well. And he's literally just going to drift on out of it.
It's just a... Like, I'm watching Gravitas play this game at the same time as all of the viewers, and I have no doubt in my mind we're all just simultaneously confused, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like that death in top lane, it's just so not necessary. You know? And even chasing the Kayle in top lane, you're like, there's no way you catch him. You don't have flash. He only just got his flash back up if you're Prayless. You're never going to catch the Kayle. It just casually walks away. Volibear's greatest counter, by the way. Just leaving. These things just kind of give Legacy advantages. The hook in bot lane, like, credit to you, good hook. But following that one and committing all in, like, you surely the second you follow that hook, in your mind you're like, that's probably a mistake. I might have just died here. It does. Legacy are going to be very quick to punish that one. And from a fairly even overall start, it's suddenly 2,000 gold and a massive advantage for Legacy, particularly in top lane.
Another game where Kayle gets so far ahead at a point in the game where you expect them to be slightly hampered, and it's scary times when in the hands of players as proficient at the likes of Tien and Tapoon, but Prayless is going to continue to be on the active. He's going to try and jump around this map as CC after CC couples and layers and damages the hopes and dreams of a bot lane ADC as Razor will fall on down. We're going to try and find some form of trade as Babip summons the Herald topside to break through the first turret.
Raze won't be very happy about that E forward, straight into an Ash Arrow. Maybe protecting the Kayle who doesn't have cleanse, maybe thinking he'll live, but I don't think that's the case here. However, they are still trading positively on the top side of the map. The Kayle win condition is abundantly clear here for the Legacy roster. They've got something going for them. Just unfortunate kills in bot side. Very good arrow though from Puma.
So much CC that was available to them, and Prayless didn't even have to use his ultimate to disable the structure if they were to go for a turret dive as well. So he'll be quite happy with that one. As you highlighted in the drafting phase, the amount of, with the abundance really of engage potential they have to couple together quite nicely. They can sequence it well in going into these next skirmishes as the second dragon of the game will spawn. It's a place for them to look to try and play around.
Yeah, it's going to be probably the coolest part about this this particular game and how these compositions will interact. Is it's probably going to be a fight of waves. Wave number 1 is going to be Gravitas engaging. If it's successful, then there may not be a full second wave out of Legacy, but the response from Legacy is going to be the most dangerous part. If they survive the engage, you know, Karma has the cleanse. Maybe it's just an ultimate from Kayle to keep someone in there. Then suddenly when they turn around and you're committed, Legacy's at their most dangerous in this game. So you definitely want to use those objectives as maybe a bait for Gravitas, particularly the Baron is the one that I would have my eyes set towards. Once they start looking at Baron, they want Gravitas to come to them so that they can counter-punch them significantly harder than Gravitas can come at them with. If that doesn't happen, then you just plant Tapoon in a side lane until the Nexus dies.
Very real possibilities. I mean, it certainly is. It seems to be majority of the time, right? If in doubt, put your cat on the side lane, force the team to come to you. Always play your style of game. Put the onus, put the pressure really on your opposition as to, well, what do you want to do in response? We've seen that happen so many different times with Legacy, have been able to cheat tempo and achieving free inhibitors, or just looking to end the game based off that teleport advantage as a result. So we're curious to see what the response is from Gravitas. There is no objective to contest right now, but that's not going to prevent them from going for this full 5-man collapse. They're going to jump it in right now as Behemoth Play collects with 5 members Tapoon is on the flank right now, uncontested. 3 members are literally waddling towards him. He's just cutting them auto space. It's damage, and it is a double kill right now as they're forced to flash away. They were the ones in the driving seat going forward, but they just don't have enough damage when the AoE connects. Bevitas does not care. He flashes aggressively forward, takes the shield to his head as the pull comes out to deny what would have been a quadra kill.
Yeah, very good timing on the pull to keep himself alive, but super close to going down there from the Ezreal ultimate. Nevertheless, that's basically the way that this game continues to play out, Skibby. There's not much more we could say to that point. It was a teleport coming in for Gravitas. We called that the first wave of a team fight. The response from Legacy is survive, persevere, and turn it back around. Teleport comes in from Tapoon and trade, and that's all you can really expect from these teams with the current state of the game. I don't know if that was the perfect timing here for Gravitas. They don't even have a full item yet on their Ashe. And the Kayle is too big to deal with.
Did feel a little bit awkward there. Hurts them a fair bit here. We've hitting the 15-minute mark with Legacy up by 2 dragons. They got the first Herald and the second one is available if they do see fit. But at this stage they are up as a collective by 5,000 gold. You can feel the power and their ability just to dominate those team fights. They can split apart the ranks of Gravitas and just win the fight on all fronts.
I don't think it's worse. The further that Legacy find themselves in the lead, the more aggressively and the more bold that they can play around the map and force bad decisions out of their opponents, who, as mentioned, always want to be the aggressors if possible. There is still the possibility of like a 2-3 item Vladimir just being able to one-hit an entire team. Of course, we spoke towards what a Galio ultimate can do to deny that one, but it still exists. If you're able to play your cards nicely, and here we go again.
Enchanted Arrow will not connect. They had the follow-up. They were waiting. They were on the flank coming through mid. Every single time that ultimate is up, they are always posturing for an opportunity to try and get a connect and kill.
That makes you wonder, is Blade of the Ruined King the optimal build here for Puma in this game? Why would it not be perhaps the Essence Reaver build if he's going to be the major part of the engage of Gravitas? Get that cooldown reduction there, throw them out as often as possible. There's not really any... Oh, there are some tanks, right? You've got your Trundle that you have to deal with, so it has value in terms of damage. I still just think maybe the extra cooldown reduction, and you still got crit to compensate for damage there, could be valuable.
That's definitely what Raze is itemizing towards. Not going to go the Iceborne Gauntlet this time around. No, he wants straight damage. He wants to be the carry. He is itemizing towards the Trinity Force. Wants to weave in those autos as freely as possible. Combine that with the Athene's Unholy Grail, which is going to benefit not only himself, but Tapoon as well. Ardent Center will come online, and things will get quite scary if they aren't already.
For sure. Everyone has their own reasons, right? For like, do I go for the Iceborne Gauntlet or the Trinity Force? When you ask an AD carry, their answers may vary. For me, I look at his composition, and I think, do I need to apply slows for the rest of my team? And the answer is I have a Karma, I have a Trundle Pillar as well. We have a decent amount of setup already, so like while it's reasonably valuable, I don't think it's necessary. And then you look at the opposing team, you're like, okay, do I need armor stack? And Vladimir is the biggest threat right now. Like, you're super far ahead of the Ashe. She's not going to be dealing with you anyway. You're going to be dealing with the Vladimir, so you don't need armor. You can just afford to go for the damage and the movement speed. It comes out of having the Phage and the Trinity Force.
Well, the Blade of Ruined King will be completed. And we'll get some fairly large uptime given the nature of the attack speed it provides. Question is, though, as you say, once again, going back to the point of if you want to try and play backline access, do you want to poke from afar with your volleys, with these Enchanted Arrows? That's what you're typically playing around. Now, Raze is going to enter in this fight with a rather depleted mana pool, so won't be as nimble as he'll want to be.
One ult out.
He's going to look to try and initiate. That's just going to cancel Tally's jump on in. He's going to find himself a 4-man tool. Dirty and disgusting. Receives the ultimate from the Kayle as Praelis jumps into the backline. Once again, the arrow goes through every single person. A needle in a haystack. Now, that is the worst case scenario possible at Gravitas, so we can't do anything now. We have to disengage away. The autos travel through space and time as the Lantern forces a disengage. Beach jumps in, but they just can't deal with the damage that comes out from afar. Taunt after taunt, death after death. They are looking for an ace. He does not miss those skill shots, and he gets himself a pentakill.
Wow, Raze just comes up huge. Legacy, you can see him running straight towards the base here as well. That was maybe the best case scenario for Gravitas, but they do it just too late in the game. or they fought too many times too early in the game to put themselves in such a deficit, because they were close to getting some kills there. But we get to see a lot of the nuances of Legacy's composition here, one of them being the Kayle to protect the Galio as he just stands and delivers, and then the Galio in turn using his ultimate to give a magic shield to everybody to help them get through the Vladimir ultimate. Just like that, you know, Topoon's still able to be tip-top HP, to sit there and apply all of the damage. Now, he does get hooked. They do put a lot of extra damage towards him, but during this time period, you know, everyone focusing Topoon, no one even thinking about Raze, who was just able to freely hit through this one. Nice little flash Q there as well to find himself the 3rd kill. 4th one with a snipe, and easiest pentakill of his life in the end, but not easy for any other player in the world.
He just does not miss those skill shots there, Rusty. And what's crazy is we said he went into that fight with no mana. Presence of mind from that Keystone is just so damn OP. And as you highlight, everybody fully invested in shutting down this Kayle. They forgot about him in the backline. Finishes that fight with full mana, able to emit all those skill shots that were so perfectly utilized. That's really perfectly telling of where this game was at, given the fact that Legacy was so far ahead, up by, say, 5 to 6k golds. And just that these arrows just don't seem to be finding them up.
And they're just going to be monstering around Summoner's Rift now. Even if those arrows start to find their marks at this point, it's going to be it feels like a too little too late type of moment. We haven't got our 2nd item completed yet for Suman. He's going to need that desperately, and it's going to be a Zonia's, so not going for the maximum damage build here. And Raze, the other R word, AD carry, is just going to be way too far ahead.
Look what he got as a result of that fight, right? Completes the Trinity Force, involves the Muramana, and now has a QSS online as well. Going to be so protected, as if he wasn't already before. So these fights, as favorable as they've been, and as telling as they've been, they have full control of this game. Up by 10,000 at the 20-minute mark with 3 dragons to the name. They are threatening Soul Point up in 3 minutes. The map belongs to them with 5 turrets to 0 also.
It's going to be gameplay around the Baron at the moment. With the way that they're currently playing, they've got themselves a Kayle posted up in bot lane, split pushing, which means that nobody's going to have a pretty miserable time over there. Just quickly worth pointing out as well that he went for the Grasp build instead of the Unsealed Spellbook. Tally cops that, but buffers it. And, I mean, he was going to be fine regardless, to be honest, I think. That was a Hail Mary if ever I've seen one.
Bit of desperation. They are searching for pretty much anything right now. Being run around this map. As you can see from the mini-map, they are locked inside their base. Searching top, searching wide. Nothing presents itself as a valid opportunity at this stage. This is what happens. If they go too far into their own jungle, they just get deleted.
Yeah, there's no safe space for them besides their own base. They choose to step up, maybe look for some hooks here and there, maybe an Ash Arrow here and there, but they're just made to pay for it every single time. This continues in bot lane. The pressure that they've put down, nobody goes for a reset. He probably wants to use his ultimate in top lane right now and sacrifice bot inhibitor if they can. But they don't even have a support to help deal with that, so this just continues. Arrows are probably just going to break everywhere at once.
22 minutes in, as Legacy look to break the first inhibitor. Will Gravitas afford them that opportunity? That's a 4-man ultimate slam down dunk. Do they have the follow-up? The Hemo play comes on out, but he gets taunted immediately. He drops the wombo combo, the damage.
Oh my.
And I'm stunned literally by the Yawn ultimate there. I am able to achieve too much right now. He's going to jump into the back line and zone away 4 members with the taunt once again, time after time. Able to just control how the fight goes in their favor. True Shot Barrage will look to try and execute the final member in this skirmish. But the pull, the flash, it won't be enough. Game over is the emote. As they will get themselves another ace at 20 minutes in. That'll be the inhibitor, and they are looking for the end.
I tell you what, 23-minute victory here for Legacy. We spoke about Chiefs Angry Gaming. This takes it to a whole nother level here, Skibby. Not a lot of engage on the Legacy roster, but they know that their opposing team does. Very good League of Legends coming out of Legacy to get themselves the victory here on day 2 of the OPL. Never in doubt.
The perfect player does it again with a pentakill. Fitting for the narrative of this match. We knew it was going to be an uphill battle here for Gravitas. It was their week of hell. 26 minutes was their loss against Chiefs last night. 23 minutes it was here today. There is a clear disconnect and distinction between the teams at either ends of the ladder. signs of positivity in that their identity hasn't changed. Just look, let's draft carries, let's draft initiation. Just the execution as a whole felt like a bit of a mismatch.
I mean, they might have just been a wrong place at wrong time type of situation here for Gravitas. This may not have been the week that you wanted to verse Chiefs and Legacy, even though Legacy lost yesterday, because that just felt like a whole new beast coming out of them today. Gravitas, they had some okay moments in team fights, but that's all you can really give them at the moment. There was, decent positioning from Prayless through the early game, but they were up against Legacy, and they just, all class, able to take them down.
All class and reigning champions for a reason. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, it is game 3 of the night. That's going to be Direwolves taking it on against Mammoth.
Today is the NeoSurf Cup, and we're going to be playing against Misfits, so hopefully we can bring home the win.
NeoSurf is simple, safe, and secure. You can go to your local shop and get a voucher code and use it online, preferably to buy League of Legends skins.
He's got it! This is deadly! He's got it!
Welcome to the 2020 OPL. I am Nick Boy Richardson.
And that's a beautiful hemo play, got to multiple members. He gets himself a double kill.
It's Raze doing what he does, the team fight king.
We love everybody. We love the OPL.
If you're craving the taste of your favourites, head to Macca's for a fast, safe and contactless drive-through experience. For your Macca's run, contact-free, we'll be here.
I just feel like Order made them angry yesterday, and then Legacy just smelled blood in the water, Rusty.
Yep, that was one of those games, man. Not sure how else to explain that one, but the second the Nexus died, it was like a 23-minute victory. Like, all right, Legacy, they definitely took that loss in their stride and came back swinging.
Spawn, what was the takeaway for you for Gravitas there? Is it one of those things where you just lay back and let that one happen and then move on with your life, or?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, if you're Gravitas, you probably are preparing more for some teams than others at this point to get some needed wins and try and sneak into playoffs. I don't think they would have come in with a heavy prep strategy against the Legacy lineup.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that at a certain point, you just have to concede when a player is better than you. And Raze in that game just shows like how good he is at League of Legends. And if you give him a free laning phase on Ezreal, like they tried to have some pressure, but it didn't work. The game plan fell a little apart a little bit in the bottom lane. He's going to have performances like that. So I don't think like if you're Gravitas, you can't really be down on that loss, right? There's a reason that Quinn's the best AD carry in the league at the moment, and he just showed it that game.
He did indeed. Well done, Legacy. You're back. I take back everything I said about you yesterday. All right. Let's jump back into the Nick bag. Can we see the titles again? I feel like new titles deserve a second run. Please, roll the titles. Fun fact that that baby Nick was there to get his ears pierced. All right, the first question comes in from an unknown person who says, I sometimes get violent shivers when adjusting to changes in temperature. Is this normal?
Ooh, actual medical requirement question. What do you reckon, experts?
Well, this expert's going to Google it. Is it normal for violent shivers? Temperature change.
The word violent makes me think that the answer is it can't be normal as an expert in this field.
What do we define? What do we define as violent as well? Like how bad is that shiver? That it gets
near
that
seizure level, right?
Exactly.
Like, that's a bad shiver. Like that's not good.
No.
I'm gonna say normal.
Yeah.
I get this. Like you get whenever you change temperature, and that's why sometimes when you got a really full bladder and you go to the bathroom, you'll shiver because your bladder is actually quite warm because it's central to your body and it's got a lot of liquid, and liquid retains heat a little bit better than solids at a lot of times. So therefore, when it's gone, you got a big empty cold space inside you after that, so you shiver. And I think temperature changes make you shiver. That's genuinely the definition of why you shiver, isn't it?
Yeah, but adjusting to change, I guess going inside and outside for like hot day air conditioning, I can see that. Ranger Bree in the chat says, this is normal. This happens to me. So I know it's not just one person. So there you go. So at least 2 people have this. I'm going to say ghosts. You're walking through ghosts, or ghosts are walking through you. You're in this. You're in the presence of the supernatural, and you should be scared. You should be scared. You should be shivering because they are vengeful, Rusty.
Yeah, I mean, I see this and I would say, don't go to the bathroom. If you're cold, just avoid going to the bathroom for as long as you can, so that you shiver all at once after. Just be prepared. Have your hot water bottle ready.
There you go. That is the kind of medical advice I was expecting. All right, next question. Also from Unknown. I should really remind people to give us the
Unknown is just sending in a lot of questions, and I think we need to go to other people.
Unknown is on death's door, apparently. I have 1 centimeter of ligaments missing on my hip after I broke it 3 years ago. Do you lot think I should break my hip to get it fixed because the surgery line is way too long? Now, keeping in mind, we cannot offer medical advice, but yes, that seems prudent.
Logically sound, medically maybe not.
I mean,
will it get the ligament fixed? The answer to that is yes. However, will you potentially create more damage than what you already have sustained? The answer to that is also yes. There is a lot of blood that goes through your pelvis and hips, so generally you do not want to break them. They're also very painful and take a long time to recover. However, if you've already broken your hip, Unknown, you definitely know all these things. So I feel like you're at least making an informed choice about what you're going to do. You know what? This one's too hard for me. I think I would have to phone a friend.
Here's my question. They've already broken their hip.
Yeah.
Why do they think that breaking it again will get it fixed, since breaking it is the thing that cost them 1 centimeter of ligaments in the first place?
Oh, because that's how it works, Nick. Obviously, you didn't go to, hip school like the rest of us did.
I was busy on ghost shiver classes.
It's kind of like take one, give one situation. First hip break, you lose a centimeter. Next hip break, you gain a centimeter. It is very technical. There's lots of scientific reasons for it, but just take my word for it.
Is this
break
a situation
it by stretching, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's good. Yeah. So find the centimeter again.
Through the break, yeah.
Also, it could be that you broke like your left hip and lost it on that side. So if you break the right, then this is just a balancing up situation. So you could just, I don't know how ligaments work, even what ligaments are, but I assume they have something to do with height. So you would just shrink in size by 1 centimeter overall, as opposed to the 1 centimeter slope that you're currently on.
Yeah.
Okay, next question.
Rusty, you're a personal trainer. Can you tell me exactly what ligaments are, and also can you prepare a food plan for me?
You just coming at me with everything at once, Nick. I'm not even going to add context to that one. Yes.
Yes. All right. Just before we get into the third game for the day, this question comes in from Pabu. And Pabu here revealing lots more than we wanted to know about Pabu. I have lots of hair on my belly, but very little on my chest. How do I get my chest to become more hairy? Should I shave my belly? Please help me, Nick.
Okay, so I think I've spoken about these before, but I always get ads for them. There is like this hair growing kit.
Oh, the roller thing?
Has a roller that micro punches your skin.
Yep.
And a serum that stimulates hair growth. And I do not work for this company, but I have seen a lot of ads from this company. And it does seem to work. If you believe everything on Instagram, which you absolutely should, people have drastic improvement after using the hair roller with the serum. So I believe that you can buy it and have great results too.
Why is hair on a chest a real man requirement?
It's not. Hair is disgusting.
Yeah.
It's true.
Because the more time you spend on this earth around hair, the more you'll dislike it. So you should just enjoy the fact that you don't have much on your chest.
Humans should we should have breeding programs set up where, like, you know how you get like seedless watermelons? We should have hairless people.
Only the hairless should mate?
That's what I'm trying to say.
China have the one chart policy. We have the no hair policy.
Below, I always used to say below the nose. No hair below the nose. So anything on top of your heads you can keep, but anything else, just be hairless,
Medically
my children.
induced alopecia, is that what it is?
Yes, absolutely.
Spawn-induced alopecia, more like
Spawn-induced alopecia, that's right.
While we're at the idea, and we do need to wrap this up, that we are promoting elective surgery, I would say you get a chest tuck. And what that is when you come over to my house during the finals, and after I remove the cyst from what's-his-face before, then I'm going to remove about a sort of 20-meter section of skin here.
20 meter?
20 centimeter skin. And I'm just going to lift that skin nice and tight and then stitch it back up here. So you get a cool scar, which we were talking about before. Very cool. I'm going to move the belly and I'm going to turn it into the chest. You're then going to get a full Iron Man chest belly button right here. That's going to be relocated. And then all that disgusting belly hair will become proud, bold chest hair, just peeking over the top. The fans are going to love it. All right, let's jump into game number 3 now that we've successfully done that. Also, I think I've got to buy one of these hair rollers just to see if they work. And
I need it for here. Look at this.
I'll get it shipped to you.
I should get on it.
All right, it's game number 3. Game number 3 is scrolling down. It is Direwolves versus Mammoth. This is the one. This is when Mammoth bring it back. I gave him a stern talking to yesterday after the disaster that was that game. And then they are going to bring it back. This is the first win. It's going to be against Direwolves, of course, who have been clawing their way up the table. So let's jump into game number 3, Direwolves versus Mammoth. It's coming up after the Max Jab Select.
So I think that game against Direwolves will be really tough, but the chance to win is still there. So I think Direwolves are the number 2 team at the moment, and Miri is a really good jungler. I think he can contest for rank 1 in his role.
So yeah, Direwolves I think are probably the strongest team in the league. They have really good players, so it's going to be a really tough match for us to come away with a victory.
I think Direwolves is a pretty good team overall. I think they're all pretty strong players individually, so I think this will be a pretty good game.
I think if move on pick Heimerdinger, then that game is real hard, but if no one ready to pick, then pretty easy.
Chungi's looked pretty good when he was playing Yasuo, but I think if Yasuo is banned, I'm probably going to beat him, yeah.
What else does he play besides Yasuo?
He plays Ahri and Yasuo.
How's his Ahri in competitive?
I think Ahri, he's like pretty good at Ahri, but Ahri's just like a terrible champion, so yeah, kind of unlucky timing for him.
So Liv, as a rookie, he's really hardworking and pretty good, so I respect him in that case. But the biggest problem he's going to face is when he pops into Champ Select and sees his bot lane, not dodging, because I struggle with that in solo queues, so hopefully he can pull that off.
This week, you're versing Mammoth. Mammoth supporters Artek. How do you think he's going to fare?
I think he's not too good, but not too bad, I guess. So, yeah, I'm not too excited to verse him.
Well, here we are, Spawn, jumping into game number 3. Not too good, not too bad. I don't know if that's going to be a mantra to describe what the series could be. We're going to have to wait and find out, because for Mammoth, they ran it back with a composition once again that was quite similar, but there were points of frustration that I identified during that game where they were ahead, both with Mboma and Chungi. Significant item advantages, just never found a moment to actually showcase to their opponents why they got to that point in the game. We're unable to make sure that mid-game exploded further, but for Direwolves, there were some moments of craziness, right? The biggest standout for me was when Chippy's 1v1 Chaz's Echo, and I think, as you said, didn't even know how much damage he actually did.
I don't even care about the other game scheme because Varus has just got through pick ban.
Okay.
And they also banned Callista. So generally what happens at the moment is if you want Varus to go through, you want a Callista lane into it because Callista's one of the best early game bullying AD carries.
Yep.
And you can start trying to bully super early. But if you remove it, and you give them Varus, you must have some insane cheese.
Is this the
coming.
Heimerdinger? Is it the dream? Is it happening?
I'm going to say Mbomber mid lane on Karma, Chungy Artek bottom lane, Gragas Yasuo.
But Yasuo's banned.
Well, GG to my gameplay.
GG to your gameplay. It's all out the window. Who knows what's going to happen here? They've potentially shot themselves on the foot is essentially what you're alluding at.
In scrims, I would drop lobby and say 1-0 and just, go next already. I think the Direwolves draft is way too good.
But I do have pretty much everything they like. We've seen Mir just always, whenever given an opportunity, go for the Lee Sin. This is most played this entire year. The guy loves it and he gets so much success with it. Varus, as you already highlight, the fact it's been let through. Question marks in the chat for that one, and Shock is most played in the Syndra as well. Now, Orianna is still up and available. That is what Mammoth played yesterday, so whether or not Chungy will want to go for that. I do see a Lucian is a potential flex pick.
I'm very confused as to what's happening in the Mammoth draft.
It's a bit of everything, isn't it?
It is. It's just a bit of a mixed bag. Potentially, you're looking for Lucian Karma bottom lane. Lucian did get a buff of about 1,000 range or something on his Q. So it just goes forever now. It makes him a good matchup into Ezreal. I don't know whether it helps him out into the Varus at all. Banning away Tahm Kench is good because it means that if there is an aggressive kill lane that you can play, maybe that's a Lucian mid or something, or you have a really aggressive support that's going to come out. Obviously, Tahm Kench, one of the best supports of being able to save something like a Varus, but there are others available. You can still run something like a Morgana or something along those lines to be able to try and win out on some of these lanes. But it's kind of what you were saying. The Direwolves mid-jungle 2v2 right now just looks completely in their wheelhouse.
It's comfort, it's the AD AP, it's kill setup.
Yeah, it's definitely... Oh, there you go. It's Pantheon support. So that's the kill lane that they're going to run. They're going to run Pantheon Lucian. Sounds like a good kill lane to me. We haven't seen much Pantheon support, I think, in the OPL. In fact, I'm going to say we've seen none of it, but we have seen it around the world a lot. So I would be very confident to say that's a support.
We've seen one that I remember when
Did
Rogue
play
played it. Rogue on Pentanet, yeah. That was the one game that I remember way back at the start of the year. All about globals.
He's a really good Pantheon as well, Rogue. Actually, I respect his Pantheon a lot. But honestly, it looks genuinely like Mammoth didn't have any bans.
This just feels like Draft Kingdom.
That looks like the best champions in every role for Direwolves.
That's what I mean. It's nuts. I'm just looking through the numbers, and for the most part, it's pretty much everybody's most played this year. It's comfort.
Okay, complete comfort. But they're going to play Pantheon Talia. Okay, well that's at least fun. I could see this working out from Mbomber and Artek. Kind of mentioned in the start of the pick ban, Skimmy, but
yeah.
Mbomber is a really good mage player. Plays a lot of Heimerdinger. So I think that is probably the best thing they could hope for. Pantheon Talia, I don't know if you've ever watched it in Force, but Pantheon point-click stun, Talia has the flick back through the pebbles, does an absolute truckload of damage, and then you can just E out any of the return damage with the Pantheon empowered E. So I think that maybe not as bad a pick ban phase as we would have thought. They have no engage, no initiation, but they do have very good damage throw. They have very good early game, so they're going to have to try and run over Direwolves. And you heard in their kind of pre-game that they thought Direwolves were the best team in the comp, so maybe a little bit of a cheese coming out here, Skinny.
Well, it seems that way, because obviously the response then from Vital was, if I think it's a standard ADC matchup, I think it should be okay, but if I'm going to be going into something a little bit crazy like the Heimerdinger, something AP, something crazy, things should be a little bit wild and whack, and I think it caters to the strengths of Mammoth, that is, we like to play around our bot lanes, so if we can try and get maybe that cheese on our side, then why not? The thing that concerns me is we are going to get a Karma top. We saw obviously yesterday with the Grasp and a bit of a variation as to the Frozen Fist into the Ardent Censer and the Fiend. So just the variety as a whole, really, a collective for what Mammoth have brought to the table. I get very, very concerned if they fall behind in that bottom lane, if it's unable to achieve that lead. Just the overall comfort that Direwolves have just brings so much more to the table.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think Karma top is one of those champions that it should be so oppressive, but as soon as you make one mistake on it, it just doesn't feel like it is. It feels like you can free farm at your turret and then start pushing it back. I don't think the Wukong can ever kill the Karma in an all-in sense, just because of the empowered W Skimmy, but I don't think it's going to be all that phased by it. When you have a look at Lucian mid, it is one of those champions that should be very successful. if you dodge out of any of the E's on Syndra, get inside the the Q range, you're going to be able to put in a lot of damage very quickly. So, as you said, there is areas for this to work, but I just feel the burden of execution for Mammoth's comp is so high. Direwolves just have to farm, scale, get to 2 items, and they'll be fine.
This is what they might be looking for, is early game advantages. That's going to be the Ignite, and Artek's literally going to walk next to him and watch him burn on down. They need moments like this. They need to hope that the dragons are in their favor as well, be it Ocean, be it Infernal. Mountain obviously being the first one there, but a first blood, just in the first minute at least, sets them up in a good place.
Certainly does. Love walking onto Summoner's Rift and seeing a first blood coming across. You can see Cleanse has been used as well from Vital. So I would expect Bass to get a super leash here from Lived and sprint bottom lane level 3. He needs to be able to kill that lane again.
Let's actually catch in to see how all things started. It was Vital scanning out information as Mammoth, well, they created something quite quirky.
Okay, that's a strange death. Skimmy, I think is the way I would say it. I also think that's kind of a strange Ignite as well, because he was definitely dead. But let's put that one aside. It is going to be a kill onto the Pantheon support. He actually goes back and gets himself a longsword, Skimmy. No tank Pantheon here.
Wants damage, potential lethality. I've seen it enough in my ARAM games. Can do some very strong damage. What is the comeback, or what is the game plan here then, right, from Direwolf's bottom lane to try and answer to this?
Well, I mean, he's a poke Varus, so all you have to do is get a point in every ability and you're going to be able to win out on a lot of these trades. So I don't think there is actually a change of plan. You can't ever walk into Artek's range anymore, but I don't think you're necessarily planning on doing that, even with Cleanse available, right? So I think the game plan should be saying, get control of the wave, ensure that you're pushing in, ensure that you're landing those skill shots.
It's the passive, going to take a lot of damage as a response. We'll have potions and biscuits to top himself up, but it's not going to really deter from the plan, as you say.
Yeah, and I always question those trades, Skimmy, because you've just stepped past the creep wave and taken a bunch of damage. Meanwhile, there is no cleanse here. Artek does have flash.
He's on the prowl. He's got double buff. Flashes forward, guarantees the stun. Got a kill target in mind. It is Vital. They want to ensure that he falls on down. Out goes the Aegis to negate any kind of turnaround. Direwolf's lucky to live.
Yeah, very lucky to live, because you shouldn't be able to flash that, Skimmy. You should be able to layer it very, very easily with the stun. But not going to happen. Mid lane. Gank. And I feel like we're going to have Dynamite, because Mammoth need to keep playing this game really quickly, Skimmy. We've already kind of mentioned it, but the fact that they're playing this kill aim bot now that they've burnt another summoner spell on the AD carry, I feel like this game needs to stay maximum pace.
Well, they're going to come to the collision in the Dragon Pit. It's a 3 versus 3. Miru separated from the rest of his team. As Chung is going to be the first one to rotate. That's going to force a flash back into his own jungle. But the response is the same here from Mboma as well, flashing it to the safety across that wall as well. So a scuffle, once again, keeping the tempo high, as you mentioned. Direwolves continue to stabilize.
I think Decoy is going to really regret that, actually. He used both summoner spells there. Flash and Exhaust. Which means that if anyone gets caught right now, they're just dead.
Well, they're in a whole bunch of trouble, and that is the combo that this possession, this Joro possesses, and very, very strong. They finally catch out Vital. They're not done just yet, though. They want to go mid. As Chungy is the focus. Shock, very low on mana, is going to run down bot side to the protection of his jungler. Karma actually rotated all the way from top side too.
Okay, nicely done from Shock there. Actually being able to conserve a little bit of mana. Actually kites out very nicely towards the control from Lee Sin. And there was no duo walking up the river as they had taken a recall, Skimmy. So good move from Liv there, who does seem to be having a fairly good laning phase. Ooh, okay. Doesn't pick up a kill, but Shock just continuing to bully out in this mid lane.
Did a fantastic job, given the matchup. That's going to hold mid wave and catch things as the reset goes on out, and there was no real punishment potential as Lived was roaming on down because Chippies was actually back. Fresh off a shop, he's going to return back to this lane now with some extra damage and look for the trade, but as you highlight with the empowered Tether. Gives him so much tankiness, so much strength to sustain.
Yeah, and the thing is that Chippies has created a little mini freeze there, so Liv doesn't necessarily want him to be able to maintain that for as long as what Chippies would like. You can see that he's going to be near on the top side of Summoner's Rift, so needs to be careful as he pushes this one out, but an empowered Q onto the range creeps generally does allow you to hit the turret. Off the back end of that as well, Skimmy. You should just be able to maintain your teleport, walk back to lane. The best thing about a lot of these ranged into melees matchups, it's kind of what I was saying in yesterday's games, it's not about building necessarily a huge CS lead, it's about having teleport advantage for anything that's going to happen on the bottom side. However, probably going to have to use it now.
Well, that's why I start to wonder, right? If you're looking to try and keep the tempo in your in your court, then surely you're looking to try and contest these objectives, try and continue to force your opponent to respond to fights that may break out. It's a big reason as to why Bass continues to hover around the bottom side of this map as a result.
Yeah, completely agree with you. And I think Dragon's going to be the first really important objective. Then I think that the Karma's going to do a much better job at 1v2, especially given the fact that is a 0-2 Vital down in the bottom lane. So you probably want to swap your kill threat in your Taliyah Pantheon lane into the top side and get yourself an 8-minute Herald as well. You need to be able to break open this map early, as you pointed out. Maintaining teleport, being able to balance these farming waves on top whilst the Bass is putting a lot of bottom lane pressure is certainly ideal for the Mammoth team.
Well, you wonder what the response would be with Kalista being banned away and them allowing their opponents caliber of this level to have the Varus as their first pick, and it was crazy. But it is paying off so far as they are up by 1,000 gold with the first dragon for the name as well. A minute available and that Herald flip is very possible, but Direwolves know that that is a very real possibility. They're going to blindly hook into that brush. They're going to find Pantheon, but it's a 3 versus 2 situation. Would a teleport come on out? It's coming deep from the backline, but the damage is already done. One move it falls on down. Come on, going to flash on forward and hits them with the Q. The damage is there. The Cyclone knocking them up, and they turn it around. Direwolves have had enough of this. They gift themselves a double kill back, and they equal out what was a very rough early game for Vital.
And both of those kills going onto Vital is crucial. You can see that Chippy's responds with the teleport of his own. This fight is just such a good fight for the Direwolves because they actually had their jungler there. You see Mir goes very low. The good balancing of the aggro coming across from Decoy, blocking out a lot of those skill shots, will be able to live on the back end. It is going to be a 2-for-1 trade and already a 3-for-1 actually, and already you can see what that has done for the Varus because he's been able to push out the wave. He's now even in CS. He's got an extra kill. Would not be surprised if he's now up in gold.
Stabilizer for the gold as a whole, stabilizer for him in particular, and it's going to allow him to now get his first lethality item complete in the Umbral Glaive for fantastic vision control and sustained harass from afar. Taliyah is part of top side as Pantheon continues to roam around the bottom side of this map. Teleports already having to be used there, but Mammoth still having their eyes set on strong early objective control. Small blip on the radar for them. Let's see if they can look to try and continue that aggression, as Direwolves no doubt are going to look for a contest of their own.
Yeah, I mean, Direwolves are going to look to fight this one. Now that they have the Umbral Grave up and running, they're actually incredibly strong, Skimmy, so I don't see them giving up this objective. They don't have Chippy's ultimate, so they need to play it slow. But I think they should be quite fine taking this team fight.
Big outlier also has to be, bear in mind, Spawn, that their bot duo do not have their ultimates, but Mammoth do.
Yeah, but Taliyah's ultimate's not really that useful in combat. Artek's ultimate once the fight starts as well as going to be useful. Chippies gets caught.
Chippies is in a whole host of trouble right now, but can just use that clone to disengage himself out as Decoy continues to zone with control and vision as they are squaring up these piercing arrows from afar. Closer and closer to now, Tech 6, Chain of Corruption goes out instantly, Bass forced to flash away, now the jungle zone out from this fight is favouring Direwolves as it stands. Out comes the seismic shove, but Direwolves say hello. They rock it with R1 and 2 of that Cyclone Wukong, giving them a birthday party of their dreams. They fall on down, they say thanks for the Herald and thanks for the money.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just a really great team fight coming across from the Direwolves. They tickle them, they keep them interested. They corral them towards the choke point, Skimmy. And then when it's time to go, all of the members looking for the exact same initiation. Really well played. They're now 1,000 gold up in this game. And whilst the unconventional comp had a really good, very early game, it has started to fall off. And this Lucian mid just continues to get bullied out.
That's so crazy, because I was definitely looking at that to be a lane where Chunky could get some very desirable trades off, keep Shock at bay, especially with the nerfs in 10-13 to the Q minor cost, so should have priority in that lane, but Shock, one of the best mid laners in the OPL, knows what he can do on a pick like this. There's a reason why it's his most played. He's got the Dark Seal online as well right now, expecting these fights to continue because it is very much early game favoured for Mammoth. Artek has now got himself the first of the serrated lurks to continue to try and be a terror if they do find a pick target to jump upon, but that's not going to be any real concern here for Direwolves. They pick up that Herald as a result of that successful skirmish. They're going to break through the first turret top lane.
Yeah, they certainly are, and there's no real response anywhere on Summoner's Rift right now for the Mammoth lineup, so Direwolves going to be able to take themselves nearly a 2,500 gold lead. We are going to get one of the good dragons spawning, Skimmy, so if Mammoth get the next dragon and maybe an advantageous team fight, this game can still be salvaged.
Yeah.
However, if it's going to be another Direwolves team fight win and we get something, I don't know, like a Fire Drake for them to start stacking up, it's just going to be very, very tough to be able to pull it back. I feel like the next team fight in 30 seconds is going to be crucial.
A big determining factor as to what kind of course we're going on, where this game is going to end on up. It was what we were after, given the nature of that first blood that favoured Mammoth, that they would want some very good dragons to try and control that tempo and be rewarded with some great buffs to stabilize and continue to be the ones in lead. And they know how important this dragon is right now. They're going to be the ones that are hanging around in the enemy jungle right now, waiting for that first rotation to take place. Direwolves, disciplined, experienced, will know what's up. I'm going to have some vision go down before they go for that initial face check.
Face check does happen. Chippy.
Doesn't it? Actually, as Chippy jumps on in, very lows his health bar, but it's just not going to be enough. The amount of CC they have when they all come together. He jukes Def at 20% and knocks them all up and gets himself a double.
I'm just so confused as to where the response was from the rest of the Mammoth lineup. It looked like Chippy's face checked them, took all of his health and damage, but then Direwolves just arrived first. Skimmy. Ultimate going to come out there from Vital, and it is going to go wide, but that should be the dragon falling down. Chungy taking half of his life from the piercing arrow as well. And you see exactly why Varus is banned. He just has so much control right now on Summoner's Rift. Kind of strong from the first longsword he buys until the end of the game. And Mammoth not going to get anywhere near this dragon for a contest.
And he's going into 5 squishy targets. It's going to be very easy for him to continue to be a nuisance with the lethality build. Mir's going to say thanks to the dragon, gets it, dashes out with the safeguards, and won't grant Mammoth any kind of retaliation there.
Yeah, and I mean, good attempt to be able to get in there, but Mir obviously has the ward to be able to get over the back of the pit. Mir still trying to protect his jungle here. He's quite interesting. Once this red buff is very low, but Vital coming over to help him out. And you can see the Direwolves just very composed. They know their top wave's pushing out. They are technically losing farm right now, but it is going to just be Shock sitting mid lane and the bottom lane taking a recall. And they're up in the CS department already. Not to mention the fact that they do have themselves the 4,000 gold lead, so I feel like that would be very confident that they don't need to do anything special for the rest of this game. They've kind of weathered the storm of the early game picks. They've set the Lucian behind. They've got 2 kills now onto this Syndra, going to be in one-shot territory for absolutely everyone on the map as soon as he picks up. Potentially a Ludens, might still see the Hextech GLP come out. And the poke battle is just, I feel like, unwinnable for the Mammoth line.
It's definitely feeling that way. It's something that you highlighted in the draft, that their lack of initiation could hurt them, that they would be so damn reliant on their bottom lane snowballing well. They look good from the get-go, but they've stabilized, and now every matchup is winning in the CS department. You can see the gold leads as a result.
Yeah, it's just everywhere, right? Everywhere apart from support, it's just heavily Direwolves favoured, at least 1,000 gold. That's where you're going to get the 4 from. Support relatively even. Artek obviously the beneficiary of a couple of early kills, maybe the first blood putting him over the edge. Probably is actually what it is. Shock meanwhile in the top lane.
2v2 top side as junglers get aggro, and Miro showcases what his Lee Sin can do. Why is his most played so far. He's going to rock up and back up Shock to say let's get a double kill, but the rest of the fight will happen around the middle lane. As Lived will juke, dance and jive, but eventually will fall on down.
Your turn, Chippies.
And Direwolves are basically saying, I want to get on the action. I want to win my 1v1. I want to win this 2v2. That's a triple kill, all things done. No response here from Mammoth as they're unable to get any kind of retaliation found.
Yeah, and that's exactly what just happened. Although Pantheon ult now into the bottom lane, Skimmy.
Now the super active. I'm liking this. He's going to flash away, but Artek will respond and will connect. He'll get himself another kill, and that will dampen the side lane pressure. But quite honestly, Direwolves aren't going to mind this too much. They achieved themselves the first mid turret, and top wave still pushing as well.
Yeah, and what happened there was like we kind of had a 2v2 scuffle in the mid lane that Direwolves were able to win. Then 2 1v1s topside. The Direwolves won both of them. Chippy said he wants to get in on the action. He wants to be able to win his 1v1 at the same time. Artek kind of cheated there with a semi-global ultimate, so really well done from the support of the Mammoth lineup. You can just see kind of at this stage of the game how strong the Direwolves comp is. This is where things like gauge and ease of execution become really key, because if you're a little bit behind, you know that you have to be able to pick your moment to execute a team fight. And I just don't know what that looks like necessarily. Generally, it would be in a bomber flank into an Artek ultimate to try and get things, you know, started skinny. But if you don't have those core items you need on Artek to be able to fly in and at least pose some sort of threat, worst case scenario, they ignore it and just turn around and kill someone else. And I guess best case, you know, he probably has to give his life at the start of the team fight for there to be any action.
No, I feel like the same way, in the sense that there's no way at this stage they're going to win a full 5v5, not down by 6k gold. Weaver's Wall could be crucial in looking to split apart Direwolves, break their ranks, and potentially find a kill when they can couple their CC all together. We are going to get the Iceborne Gauntlet once again coming out of this Karma. Similar initial opening from yesterday, and it won't be the GLP for the Syndra. It is going to go for the full damage rack, going to go for all the CDR and all the damage with 7 stacks and a Dark Seal and Luden's Echo to couple with it.
And now I want to see how Direwolves close out this game, right? Because they did have the rough early game, we mentioned about it. They die level 1, and then they die in lane again. But they've since then pulled it back quite nicely. And you heard in the interview that Mammoth kind of consider Direwolves one of the best teams in the competition at the moment. So they must have, you know, had some experience playing against each other. So this is where you get to judge the Direwolves. And this is always the fun thing about the OPL. Gimme. It's not about can you beat this team, it's about how you beat these teams in a lot of the cases. To be able to send that message. Face check coming across.
Well, that's a 2-man knock-up, and that's Artek deleted before Yin has the chance to respond. The piercing arrow, half his health bar gone in an instant. Disgusting, absurd. A reason it has been, no doubt, getting nerfed in the next patch. But we're on 10-13, and Direwolves take those. The first Infernal Dragons up in 5 seconds, and you highlighted it. The more of these they get, the better they become the ones in the leads.
Yeah, I mean, Infernal Dragon is just insanely good for this composition. Everyone but Decoy uses it to the utmost. You know, raw stats coming out for the Wukong, for Shock, as well as Vital. And they're going to be able to pick themselves up double objectives against Gimme whilst still defending the cross map. You can see Wolf's being taken away by Vital. Blue buff can be taken away as well. They're just ensuring that there is no play right now for the Mammoth team to make. Mammoth would love to sprint into the topside jungle, but as they know that only one person was doing that dragon, they can't really go for any form of play here. Direwolves continue to grow that lead. Now 7,000-ish gold up, 6.5. And continue to just ensure that this one's going to be the clean game that we expect it to be.
Good luck to me now. When it comes to objectives, it's going to be obviously incredibly tough to try and contest, whether or not there's a world in which they wait for a soul point before they decide to go for an all-in collapse, trying to achieve as much early game power or mid-game transition power as possible. One thing that is noteworthy is that they are finding the majority of their success when Artek does have his flash available. Currently down, but whether or not they will be able to find and catch out members on rotations as they look to continue to abuse this map control. 3 turrets to none at this stage. Levels continue to look to place down vision deep in enemy territory, and maybe that is a part of a match in which Mammoth can look to try and turn around things.
Just a cheeky Maji's picked up as well for Shock. Only got 7 stacks right now. Goes back, gets himself a book, some light reading for the team fights ahead Skimmy. And as you mentioned, why not? You can see the damage coming out of Vital as well on these piercing arrows. Sometimes it surprises me when you play Varus with a mana-hungry mid laner, because I do feel like he functions so well with blue buff at this stage of the game. But you can see Direwolves just putting all their effort into controlling top quadrant. Chippies does have himself the teleport. There are some really nice flank teleport boards on the backside of red buff if it's a river, and you know, as you can see near the base gate there, if it is going to be a fight in the jungle itself. So across the board right now, just control for the Direwolves. And this is one of those comps that you can just be unrelenting with your pressure. You have the ability to just throw skill shots at people underneath turrets and see if you can take them down. Stun will land there. No follow up on Tongi just yet.
Don't need a whole lot of trouble right now. Gonna get locked up in place once again. Used to the cleanse and used to the flash. Now he's completely zoned from the fight. Doesn't even have his ultimate, so he can't literally do anything. But Arctic will turn things around once again. I told you, the flash was there and they find kills, but they're playing around on a very long cooldown to try and find any kind of trade. And as that happens, the Herald will summon mid. Chippies breaks through the tier 2.
Okay, really well played from Artek, because he kind of dissuaded any further dive coming across, right? He was the person that on the back end of the fight made sure... Whoa, Chippies does a lot of damage off that Q. Who wins? Give him call it.
Chippies takes these.
The one with the smile. What I was going to say, though, is that Artek, like, his jungler, sorry, mid lane and, yeah, it was jungle, were actually in danger of being dove there, but with a very well-placed ultimate, was just able to cut off any kind of retreat and actually took himself up a kill. So whilst they're still losing these objectives, he's trying to keep them in the game, Skimmy, as much as possible.
So he is. It's going to be an uphill battle, and the timer has definitely been set here, as the next dragon will be up in under 90 seconds. 2 lethality items complete for the Varus, continues to showcase what it can do from afar. Stone plate on decoy. Who's noteworthy as these ultimates continue to knock up multiple members, breaking up the flow of things and interrupting the CC train that Mammoth are trying to use to find that one pick.
So now Baron spawn. It's going to be another Fire Drake coming up in a minute, Skimmy. I wonder where we get, you know, the priority of the map. You can see Shock still topside. He doesn't have teleport, so he's probably going to have to walk down after this one. We keep going back to Vital, but the amount of control he has over mid lane means it's very tough to get to either objective first right now. That's why we talk about mid lane push as being one of the key factors in League of Legends, and you can see that coming out pretty clutch right now. Artek goes in again.
He's looking for, but there are members to back him up, and without that Aegis to protect himself from the onslaught that followed, he's in so much trouble. Vital going to flash on forward aggressively, just look for the 100-0 on the jungler. Midley will flash out of that one now, and
into the turret.
Arrow after arrow, they are in so much trouble. They're going to look to break through the mid inhibitor at 22 minutes into this game. A 4v5 that would for sure favour them.
This is some very decisive gameplay. Kick actually comes across.
He's gone.
He is, Skippy. He no longer exists.
And he is too. That's a double kill now. Chippies is having so much fun. Thanks for the money. I'm playing Wukong, and this is what happens when you give Direwolves all the comfort picks in the world. You can draft cheese, you can draft crazy. Can't achieve much more after the level 1 stabilize from there. Well, Direwolves have just punished it as the reason they were in the grand finals of Split 1. They can now transition that pressure from a mid inhibitor into their third dragon. More damage, more numbers.
Certainly is. Just a ton more stats coming across for the Direwolves lineup, and you can kind of tell that this game has pretty much run its course, Skimmy. After some good early game pathing coming across from Bass, I really feel like Mir's counter gank on the bottom lane just sealed this game as the teleports came out. And Mammoth just haven't really looked to be able to get the, I guess, composition, you know, the Talia wall into the Pantheon ult, into maybe a key target like Shock or Vital, getting stunned and killed instantly, down. So you wonder how they generate that now without having a mid lane inhibitor. They're already struggling with the push. Your Direwolves, you don't have to go River here. You can just continue to push mid lane out. I don't think that they can do Baron in any quick time at all. But they just might face check it anyway, Skimmy. Why not?
Yep, they're going to continue to do the face checking tactics right there. So Hook will, or sorry, a Nedley Spear will land, and Hook will follow eventually. That damage, you saw it. It's gross. There is no other word to describe it. Pantheon will fall on down, they're forced to flash away, but Decoy and the boys say, where on earth are you going? We have so much CC. This is what a full 5v5 looks like. If you don't find the pick, then we'll show you how to skirmish. Only Liv survives, and with a build looking to empower his teammates, he's got no teammates to find. And they're going to look for a game-ending play at 24 minutes in.
Yeah, this is an absolute shellacking, Skimmy. It's going to be the Direwolves. They're going to pick it up in sub 25 if they want to, looking for Liv instead of just closing out the game. But what a decisive victory this has been.
Certainly has been. Artek with one last chance to showcase what this Pantheon can bring to the table. It's not going to be enough. Sub 25 is where we're at. Direwolves will rock on through and smash it out here in game number 3.
And when you pick an early game comp and you lose in 25 minutes, Skimmy, that's a feels bad, man. But you can see that the Mammoth lineup, They tried. They had a very good strategy for that bottom lane. They did let through the strongest champion on the patch and tried to punish it. But credit to Direwolves, they stuck to their guns. They had comfort across the board, as we kept mentioning, and they were just the better team on the day.
They certainly were. We have one final banger to close out Week 5 after the break. It's the big one. It is Pentnet.gg taking it to order.
Today is the NeoSurf Cup, and we're going to be playing against Misfits, so hopefully we can bring home the win.
NeoSurf is simple, safe and secure. You can go to your local shop and get a voucher code and use it online, preferably to buy League of Legends skins.
He's got it! This is deadly! He's got it!
Welcome to the 2020 OPL. I am Nick Boy Richardson.
And that's a beautiful hemo play. Got to multiple members. He gets himself a double kill.
It's Raze doing what he does, the team fight king.
We love everybody. We love the OPL.
If you're craving the taste of your favourites, head to Macca's for a fast, safe and contactless drive-through experience. For your Macca's run, contact-free, we'll be here.
Mammoth, come on. You had one job. You had one job.
What was
Rusty,
the job, Nick?
The job was to make me happy.
I remember your analyst yesterday, like, Mammoth, win, Mammoth, win. We'll see you tomorrow.
I think I was pretty clear, Skimmy, if anything. Yes. It wasn't the most cogent, but it was very clear. Apologies, by the way, if you could hear a screaming child in the background, that's one of mine. He's just going through a thing right now.
That's one of mine. Thank you.
And at some point he may burst in here sobbing and wanting me to console him because he loves to pit his parents against each other. So we'll see if that happens. Rusty, rather than talking to me about that game, can you please talk to me about Food Wars?
No! We can't have this conversation again. There's no way.
That is a hell of a trailer that I just watched, and I am intrigued about this television show. Spawn, welcome.
Hello.
Back. There he is.
Thank
I was going to throw to you. Have you watched Food Wars?
I have no idea what you're talking
Is it the anime show?
Yeah.
yeah. I know why Rusty doesn't want to talk about it.
Yeah, no, okay. What I will say is it's good, but you need to be really prepared
to
watch that show.
Yeah, you do.
That's
one way to put it.
What was that show with Bobby Flay and Masaharu and Morimoto and Iron Chef? Is it like Iron Chef anime style?
Yes. In every possible way that you could exaggerate Iron Chef.
Do they fight each other with food?
Yes.
It's actually pretty sweet, but yeah.
Just please don't look up
You need
the
to be
trailer
prepared.
right now.
Yeah. Not on stream.
This is an exciting time. Instead of looking up that video, what you should do is film your own video because our wonderful partners at NeoSurf want to give you money. And how often, particularly during these COVID times, are people just saying, I want to give you money for nothing? NeoSurf want to give you $500 in the form of a NeoSurf voucher to use in the League of Legends store. And all you have to do is become part of the OPL family, become part of our legacy by filming a small intro to join our opening titles video. You've seen the other people who won. They have money. Those people technically richer than you right now. They have joined the opening titles. You can do it too. Take a video of yourself joining our phone call. Follow at OPL and at NeoSurf Esports on Twitter. Then DM that video to at OPL. Full terms and conditions are on watch.lollysports.com. We will be picking the winners. Once again, as you saw last week, I was not involved in that process, unfortunately, because I wasn't here. But I think you guys did a pretty good job. First prize is $500 NeoSurf voucher. 5 runners up, each get $100 each in terms of voucher credit or for use in the League of Legends store. So a big thanks to our partner NeoSurf, where you can keep control of your payments in currencies around the world. There's only one currency you need to worry about, and that is it's actually money, because you need to pay us for the surgeries that we will be performing for you.
Someone's watched the trailer, by the way, Nick. Look at the hand.
Yeah, I was just going to say, look at Spawn. You can tell.
Yeah,
Hey,
buddy.
it's informative, but you have to be prepared.
It informs a very different thing than I was expecting from that show. I've
You
never
guys
seen
are
anyone
insane.
enjoy food that much.
Yeah.
Why do their
That's a good way to
clothes
explain it.
disappear when they eat?
It tastes so great.
It's so good.
It's just so delicious, I guess. All right. Speaking of delicious, Toned is here. Toned says, "Hey Nick, Toned here. I was playing football in a national tournament. Got both my legs swept under me. Landed horrifically on my left wrist. Feeling a small amount of pain. I decided I could just crack my wrist and move forward, which worked." For the remaining 45 minutes until I looked at my wrist and saw it had swollen up to the size of a pineapple. Long story short, doctor said I would have initially fractured my wrist, but the crack had cleanly broken the radius bone. Anyways, my question is, what is the worst break of a bone you guys have ever had? Wow. God, imagine just fracturing, and then you are actually technically responsible for that break.
Wow.
Yeah, damn. Oh, that'd hurt so much.
That's
Just
brutal.
casual crack to fix it.
Radius
Gone.
is on top, isn't it? Ulna is underneath.
From
As a
Super
doctor, yes.
All right, if you're skirmish, mute the channel. No, I've never actually broken a bone. I'm super, super fortunate. I was quite risk averse. Like I played sport and whatnot, but if I saw something that looked kind of like crazy, you know, when you're young and youthful, you're like, let's do that. Looks fun. I'd watch a mate break an arm or something, and then I'd be like, well, glad that wasn't me.
Yeah, you were like, yeah, that was fun to watch.
Yeah, that's entertainment. Sorry about the pain.
I've broken everything. Where do you want to start?
no.
Let's start where Food Wars would, the groin area, and just move out.
Nah, so I guess my best break ever was I used to do taekwondo, and in taekwondo, turning kicks score more points. So I kick someone, and I don't know if you guys have seen dobok, which is a taekwondo uniform, but it's like white. It kind of looks like a karate uniform, but it's actually one piece. It doesn't cross. Anyway, so I kicked someone. My big toe got stuck in their dobok, and they went for a spinning kick counter, and so my toe just spun in their dobok. So then I looked at my toe, and it was just sideways. And then because it was an official match, my coach just grabbed my toe and yanked it back straight, and then I went out there and kept kicking with the toe. And then because I'm an idiot and I don't, even though I'm dating and engaged, I guess is a better word, to a nurse, I don't like medical people all that much, hence why we created this segment to just show how much smarter we are than them. I didn't go get x-rays or anything, and so over time just calcification kind of grew on the side of my big toe. So if you picture that's my big toe and that's the joint, now I just have like kind of a big ball, like kind of like this size, that's just on the side of my, and it aches in the winter, and I can tell if it's going to rain and
Does
stuff.
that make it hard when you're wearing shoes, like the fit?
Yeah, absolutely. The shoes, like I've already got really broad feet, Skimmy. They call me the duck in my family, so I've got feet that kind of look like this. So I wear a size, I've got maybe a size 7 in length and like a size 9 in girth of foot. So it made that already difficult problem more difficult, yes.
You broken neck. He's like, Food Wars.
No, it was for some reason, of all things, Nick heard the duck and was gone.
I think it's because it's because he told the story where it's like, I just like roundhouse kicked this guy, and then my toe got caught in another roundhouse kick, and I didn't even notice. And then my coach pulled it out. And I just
I
kept going
definitely
and roundhouse
noticed
kicking
it.
people, and then that was followed up with, "They call me the duck." I love it.
But I've like broken
Far
my
out.
nose. I remember one time, actually, I got kicked in the face, like super hard. So hard my contact popped out, which I don't know if anyone's ever had that experience, but it hurts.
Wow.
And I caught my contact, and I was like really proud of myself. And someone was just staring at me that I was fighting, and I was like, yeah, that was pretty cool. And then I just looked down, and there was just blood everywhere.
Oh, no.
But yeah,
Wow.
noses are fun too. Hands are good. Yeah.
Someone in Twitch chat said it before. You are Conor McGregor. Rusty, have you broken anything?
Never broken a single bone in my body, which I feel like I want to say I'm surprised that I haven't, because I played like 3 sports all through school, contact sports as well, and still didn't manage to break anything. In saying that, the thing that I did that was the closest to that was I had like Osgood that you can get in your knees, which is like when you go too quickly, basically, and you just lose the ability to walk properly. I have to brace it. I had that in my hip. So what happened is I was growing too quickly around my pelvis, and the muscle was tearing off the bone because the bone was growing too quickly and the muscle wasn't keeping up. So I couldn't run for 6 weeks. That was pretty rough.
How were you walking? Was it like a waddle or something?
Yeah, I had to limp. So I didn't need crutches. I was very close to needing them, but it wasn't bad enough. So 6 weeks of recovery on that, and then that was on the right side of my hip. And then after 6 weeks, I tried running again, and it happened to the left side. So another 6 weeks.
Oh, no.
So I was out for 12.
Oh, God. Waddling around everywhere. They called you the duck.
I was the duck.
That's
how
terrible.
the honk started. That's what I can see them talking in chat,
That is
right?
how the honk started.
Yeah.
I am like you guys. Well, not you guys. Two of you. I've never broken anything.
How have you guys never broken anything? You're
I've
a
always
country
pulled
boy.
muscles. I've pulled muscles playing sports, but I've never broken a
No,
bone.
but Nick is like a real human being. He rides motorbikes and shoots guns, and like, how have you never broken anything?
I tend to just encourage. I've broken other people's bones, but I've never broken my own.
My sister got her heel caught in the spoke of a motorbike wheel that was going because she was on the back of my dad's motorbike. And I don't know if you guys have ever been on dirt bikes that aren't supposed to have two people on them, but sometimes your leg goes suspiciously near the exhaust, and she flicked the exhaust, burned herself, and jerked her foot backwards and tore her heel off. That was like 200 stitches. You got to do cool injuries.
Your family.
That's
full on, man.
Absolutely.
I feel like it's too old for us to start breaking bones now. Like,
nah, you can do it.
At least for me. Like once you go over 30, you don't want to be doing that. That's a young man's game. That's Skimmy's job.
Funniest break I ever
should
had
be getting out there breaking something.
Was I fell up concrete. Do you know those concrete stairs you have in your primary school?
Yeah.
I fell up those, and instead of catching myself like this, just put my arms down like this for some reason, and broke my right arm.
Wow.
So how many breaks have you had?
A lot. Like, if you count, like, I remember one time I got my foot stepped on it kind of went purple. And so I went to a doctor and was like, hey, I need to get my foot x-rayed. And then the x-ray, I was just like, I don't even know what I'm looking at. Your feet are just a mess.
Wow.
This is insane. I mean, I suspected this about you, but you're a broken man.
I am, literally.
Do you have to take any supplements to like help the joints and all the rest of it?
Oh no, my body just has failed me. I don't know if you guys have heard me actually like crack my like hands and my toes and stuff, but my body is just useless.
Oh, here we go.
So yeah, it's good.
Wow.
Put me out of my misery. Put me down. Take me out the back.
Wow.
Oh my God, this got so dark all of a sudden. Like it's like all we had to do was talk about his injuries.
He's like,
for
and
10
now my
minutes.
team's playing. Let's see you soon.
Oh, that's very true. All right. Well, I mean, I had a bunch of other questions, but I feel like we kind of peaked there. So we are going to head into the final game. Obviously, you did allude, Skimmy. It is Order versus PGG. Who are we tipping for this one? We did tipping at the beginning, and then we just got lost in questions. Rusty, Order versus PGG. This is an interesting matchup.
Yeah, it is. I'm gonna give it to PGGs. I reckon they've got it in them. Order obviously been coming in with some decent form, but I don't doubt the ability of the Pentanet squad to pull out some craziness. And if they're red side, which I think they are, I think they're in a good spot.
They are red.
I want to see Order win. I want to see that. It's what I said yesterday, right? I want to see them do a 2-0 against really, really strong teams. You've taken down Legacy. I just think it would be the best narrative, and I'd just like to see them do the opening segments with a smile saying, look, forget the toast. We got a 2-0. Forget the 1-1. The memes are out. We're winners.
We are winners. Spawn.
I'm going to go with Pentanet, because then if Pentanet win, I'm a winner from my tip.
Yeah.
But if Order win, I'm a winner from the GM position, so I can't technically lose now.
Oh, no.
That was a hell of a play. So there you go. And I will... I've still got a question mark. I'm going to go with Order on this one. Because I agree with the narrative. I think the 2-0, as opposed to last week, yeah, because Order, perfect balance all the time. It's a win one, lose one. They lost 2, you got to win 2 now. All right, it is time to jump into the final game of the eve. It's Order versus PGG, and it's coming up after this with the Maccas Champ Select.
I came onto Twitter the other day and I saw that I've been copping a bit of slack with my raisin toast experiments. I came across this magnificent piece just when we happened to have no butter, and I just thought maybe trying cheese on the raisin toast and even having it a little bit burnt, maybe just to test the taste buds, and for me, it's a game changer. you can't really underestimate any team at the moment. Legacy will be my focus, but I'll try just as hard and believe in the coaching system that we will be able to take out Pentanet pretty easily again. If I can give Geordie a good jungle matchup and just roam around and kill Parby with him, like I'll take that opportunity.
I'm not talking about Parby, man. Pentanet overrated?
I'm gonna clip that.
No, you can't clip that, bro. So they are playing well, but it is up to us.
Welcome back for the final game of week number 5. It's a form check for both of these teams as they get closer and closer into the round of playoffs. And, well, both teams are basically in touching distance. If a win was found here today for Order, they would go neck and neck at tied second with Pentanet.gg. So the ramifications of these results could be pretty big right now. Quite excited to see what the matchups are, as they highlighted there from Swiper, saying if I can try and get a very desirable matchup, I can look to try and assist only. And I think that has to be a big talking point, because we've seen how aggressive Parby's been, looking to try and invade, looking to try and counter jungle, looking to try and get in your opposition's face and say, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, completely agree. And I think that this game's even maybe bigger than people realize, Skimmy, because if Order win it, they get the head-to-head against Pentanet.gg off the first 2 games that they, off the game 1 that they played. Order obviously picked that one up. Whereas if Pentanet pick it up, that kind of puts them an extra game ahead of Order. So I think that this one, because I just assume Order and Pentanet are going to be fighting for one of the 3 remaining playoff spots, you know. Kind of got Chiefs as a shoe-in, Legacy as a shoe-in. Direwolves looking actually better. So potentially it's, you know, Pentanet, Order, and Avant fighting out for those last 2 spots, and head-to-head in that race becomes so crucial.
It's going to be a race to the finish, no doubt. Bear in mind, last time these 2 teams met in week number 2, Order did get the win. It was a convincing one in under 29 minutes. Looking for another strong performance here today. A couple of those crucial picks still up and available on the board here today. The likes of Azir and the Zoe were the crucial ones in the mid lane matchup in particular. But the Kalista has been denied away, and both Praedyth and Rare are so good at that pick in particular.
Yeah, and I think Praedyth and Rogue are the aggressive part of this bottom lane. And, ooh, that's interesting. They've gone towards Yuumi. I was going to say they're the aggressive part of the lane, so you don't normally expect them to pick and scale here, Skimmy. But maybe with the Yuumi you do.
This is interesting on a few different accounts, right? The denial, first of all, of Rogue's Fresh in a first pick, but then the ability to say, despite the nerfs to Yuumi in this patch, we still think she's really good.
Yep, that's interesting, because Yuumi hasn't seen much play this weekend. And as you mentioned, like, her E mana cost is now just phenomenally high. So I think that that is quite the pick, especially into Thresh, because Thresh was always a soft counter anyway, Skimmy.
Sure.
So I think that this is going to be a tough lane for Praedyth, regardless of what carry he takes. Maybe he gets to go Ezreal.
On what side, sorry?
I said maybe Praedyth goes Ezreal and they just really play to scale here.
Well, I was going to say, this is the exact same setup that Order opened up last time. They had the Aphelios Fresh bot lane, they had Trundle in the jungle. So they're going to stick to what worked last time. Obviously going to be able to then try and lock in place as Volibear, which no doubt will be the focus for the Yuumi to couple with.
Okay, Skimmy. This is an interesting pick ban. I really like I think I spoke about it yesterday. I really like Volibear with Orianna. I think it's one of the best combos right now that you can run in either both your solo lanes or jungle solo lane. I think it's a super fun combination. Not only do you have the Volibear leap to get the Orianna ball in there, but Dissonance speeding up Volibear even faster is just like a really great way to be able to start off any form of engage. So I really like what, you know, Biopanther, Pabu, or Get Back is going to be playing in this. At the same time, I do think that that is a really great bottom lane for Order. Potentially Rare and A-List, 2 best champions that they're going to be playing this game. Teams have been really trying to keep Aphelios away from Rare. It's felt like he's played a lot more Ezreal in recent weeks. But I feel like Pentanet definitely got what they want on the top side of the map. And that makes me super happy because maybe we're going to see a different form of Pentanet. While Split 1 they weren't able to successfully execute upon this skimmy, I think if they are going to win the split, which is ultimately their goal, they need to start, showing that they can play through Biopanther and Get Back a little bit more.
Curious to see what this means, though, because if we're looking at these next bans that are coming out, Ezreal is identified, and that's a Vayne. Okay, that throw caution to the wind. We are playing for hyper carries. We've been so out there about Praetor being the star player on this team. When given the resources, he's able to show off, and I think Vayne is one of those picks, so fitting to that kind of nature.
Yeah, it certainly is. And this is obviously a very deliberate strategy coming across from Pentanet. They now have, the ball that can go on top of Vayne. Everything I said about Volibear, you can now apply to the Vayne pick as well.
Yeah.
I was going to say, you generally know that Swiper's going to play a hard tank in the top lane as well. So that's a great tank shredder, especially if he does go with Blade of the Dawn King into Ginsu's, which generally does seem to be the Vayne build at the moment. Going to be tough to get this lane through lane skimmy. But if they do it, and they're anywhere near even, this is a very good game for Pentanet.
Certainly is. He's got the mechanics to match, and he'll no doubt be looking to try and put on a masterclass for us. The final pick will be that of Harry's. They denied away his pocket pick in the Asway. They will not allow him the scaling option of the Azir. And much like last time, a very similar composition coming out from Order. The only real difference has to be the fact that what was a Renekton is now the Scion, which, as we saw yesterday, caused Tapoon a whole host of problems.
Ooh, and this has been Biopanther's OG counter pick if they go for it. They don't. He played a lot of Singed in years past Skimmy. One of the first players that played Singed that I was able to see. Instead, he's going to take himself, potentially the Volibear, and Parbu takes a Kayn, which we've seen a little bit more internationally lately. I'm a big fan of Kayn.
Obviously, we saw it yesterday from Chiefs when they basically just went for a whitewash in that, just jump in their face, look for all the kills, make this game just done and did as quickly as possible. It was clean, it was quick, and we also had the situation when he had such a huge bounty on his head that he jumped in 1v3 and he said, this is called a tactical int, just to make sure the evolve comes on out. So curious to see what Pabu can do. Case the need that you want to play aggressive, but you've got an Orianna and a Volibear that can assist you. I look at Order and say, is this what they wanted from the video to say, can Swiper assist?
Yeah, and I mean, we already saw that Swiper and Only were incredibly comfortable in the Scion plus Nidalee yesterday. This, however, isn't the carry style that's going to be coming out of Only. He is playing the facilitator in the Trundle, so I don't think it necessarily has to be. I think Order's team scales incredibly well, Skimmy. Does it outscale a Vayne Yuumi? Potentially not. But I would say that this is one of those games that neither team should really feel like they're on a big clock. And I think that we're going to see a brawl. I'm really happy with how this draft has gone from both teams because I'm really excited to see how Pentanet play around this draft. This could be super fun.
So let's really start from bottom to top lane as to what we're looking to really identify in this matchup. Obviously, Vayne hasn't been in the meta for such a long time, suffers from the ability to not be as strong in his early stages, which is why we're seeing the likes of Varus, Kalista, and that come to the forefront of just being in your face, achieve an early lead, get a turret rotate, get heralds, get dragons, you name it, they'll do it. What are we looking here? Because obviously the kill threat is very real from the likes of Ayla, who is a fantastic fresh. Rogue's going to be aware of that, knows how to go into it, knows how to play it, but the Aphelios is that staple meta champion. So what would you like to see from Order's side, first of all?
Yeah, I mean, when you see Order's bottom lane, you expect them to have pretty good advantages on first gun swap. Level 1 as well, they're just going to be much stronger, right? So I think that, you have a look at Order's champions and you think they're going to want to play for bottom prio and access to that bottom lane river, potentially start stacking up Drakes early. When you have a look at Volibear into Scion, you probably think the flip side. Volibear should be able to just use all of those auto attack power to be able to guarantee that top side for Kayn. So I expect maybe we're even going to see a split map. And then Control Mage versus Control Mage is always just whoever plays it better, Skimmy. And we've seen both of these mid laners have their weeks and also have weeks where they haven't performed all that well. Orianna does seem to be very flavor of the month. But I think that right now, you have, as I said, winning bottom side of the map for Order, winning top side of the map for Pentanet, and mid lane could determine how this game goes.
From a ease of execution standpoint, would you give the favour to Pentanet, given that they have so many targets to get the ball to, so many targets for them to look to jump upon, and to empower if they can bridge that mid-game hurdle?
I think. So it's always that hard question, right? Because if the shockwave hits Harry and rare 7. There's just no way that, Order win that team fight after that point. There's just way too much damage that's going to come out. But you only have Shockwave on one person, and there is a Lantern there as well going to be available. So, you probably don't want to be Shockwaving Scion or the Trundle late game. So I think, I wouldn't necessarily say that that's the case. If a bubble hits a Vayne, that's just GG, in my opinion. There's no sustained damage coming out of the rest of the Pentanet comp. So I would say both of these control mages will have roles to play, but I don't think they're actually the crucial point. I think it is more down to the 80 carries and how they play this out. That's generally how it goes with tanks and bruisers in the game.
Well, we'll get waiting to see exactly how things go. Small delay as we get ourselves ready into the final game of week number 5. It's a big one. As you can see the drafts on the screen, it's the debut of a Vayne back here in the OPL. We're playing on patch 10.13. Yuumi has been nerfed. An absurd amount of mana has to now be used on each heal. I believe it's at 15% of each max mana cost now, so it's quite crazy. Even when you've got the Presence of Mind rune choice, you're looking for those resets, but you're not going to be able to get many more heals off as a result. So the ability to snowball, empower not only movement speed, attack speed with the Ardent Sense and the rest of it, there's going to be a big burden on Praetor to make sure that he's in the right place at the right time. Running that Summoner Cleanse is going to try to avoid all the pressure that Order are going to throw his way, given it is that losing matchup to start things off with. But I just look at Kayn and say, okay, Pabu, aggressive. We've seen what he can do when he gets the option of a set, for instance. Jumps in, he's a madman. Kayn feels a very similar position.
Yes, completely. And I think Kayn at the moment has a couple of free jungle matchups, Skimmy, which give him transform fairly early on. And I think that when you have a look at the top side of Summoner's Rift, if I was the Kayn, I would expect to be able to run in and hit Swiper whenever I wanted. I don't think there's enough turnaround damage from Scion to be able to kill me. And I think I can hit Trundle pretty much whenever I want as well to be able to stack that up. So if we see, Red Kayn transform between 10 and 12 minutes, and he spikes around that warrior, just like all the other warrior junglers do, I think that he can have really good time in being able to run over Summoner's Rift. Kayn is kind of a tempo jungler. He farms Wraiths and Raptors, incredibly quickly. So I think that Pabu has a champion that he would be really comfortable on.
So given the nature of obviously what Pabu wants to do, that he wants to be aggressive, wants to get in their face, wants to try and evolve as quickly as possible, staple pick in the Trundle, not going to be able to match, you'd imagine, as quickly as what the Kayn can achieve. So what would a win look like here for Only? Is he just looking to try and babysit his lanes to make sure that these 1v1s, at least top side of the map, don't get too heavily swayed against them?
Yeah, I mean, Trundle's job in every single comp is to just keep the map state stable. He's a really good counter jungler on major buffs. How quickly he does them with the Chomp and the auto attack reset. He's very hard to kill himself. He does allow you to shred one target incredibly quickly in a fight by removing their resistances. Probably going to be targeting Kayn or Volley in this one. So, Only's job is to kind of, protect, play babysitter, as you said, and just continue to funnel resources into his carries. And he also doesn't need that many resources himself. When I look at Order's comp, the reason I would favor it if I had to within OS is because they have a member that doesn't need resources. Whereas when you look at Pentanet's comp, every single member, including the Yuumi, who now needs levels, requires resources to be able to be active in the game. And that's why I actually really respect the comp that Pentanet is playing, because if anything, we've seen that they're willing to completely sack Biopanther in the past to unlock the rest of the map, and I don't think that this comp does that. And Biopanther last week on the Akali, just straight up, really impressed me. So I'm excited to see if he can replicate that again in this game.
Well, that's what we're going to wait and find out for. When it comes to average games, Legacy take the crown right now for the longest games in the league itself, but Pentanet are swiftly in second position. Order, all about the tempo, all about early leads, and have a composition looking to try and target and abuse matchups that favor them. The final game of week number 5, as Order do battle on 10.13 into Pentanet.gg. As I highlighted before, last time these two teams went up against each other, it was Order that took the victory. And this will have some very serious ramifications for what the standings look like. I believe you said it was the head-to-head. If Order were to win, that they would take as an advantage. It would put them at dead even, locked in place at second position on the table as well.
Yeah, exactly right. So I think Chiefs skip ahead maybe, because they won the last game. Is that right? Or have you got a live ladder there? I can't seem to remember it off the top of my head.
I'll see if I got it refreshed. Yes. So yeah, Chiefs will be one game ahead. It just updated.
Yep.
So then they'll be tied at third.
Yeah, exactly right. So they'll be tied at third. So Order would get back, I think, outright third, or they'll be sitting there with maybe Direwolves, who have the head-to-head against, I think, Order and don't have it against Pentanet. I don't know. I can't remember at the moment, Skimmy. But you're right. they will rejoin the top of the soup as around the third place mark. The mess, the soup. I don't know.
The mess becomes a soup. I like that. That's a new way. It's just floating around, providing substance to the viewers at home.
And this is a kind of strange part coming out of Pabu. I play a little bit of Kane Skimmy that you can start your own Raptors or your own Wolves and do them incredibly quickly. It's actually one of the strengths of the pick, the fact that you don't need to start with a leash. And that means that all of your lanes can start in lane and try and play for some priority. Obviously, Order's bottom lane started in lane, so they're going to get the early push. And it is actually going to be Biopanther pathing down here. Not Biopanther, sorry, only pathing down here to try and put some early pressure on. And as I said, these two champions level 1 kind of suck on the side of Pentanet, so I don't expect them to challenge all that much.
That was to be expected, that Order would be aggressive, get in their face, look to try and hamper his health bar. Obviously, very early on, you're not going to be able to sustain the amount of harassment that's going to come out. They're going to be chugging for those potions like lightning's business. It all could come down to what weapons Rare is able to achieve as to how they can try and control the tempo of this matchup. Top side, as you highlighted as well, Bio should have a nice little time, continuing to spam away with the Frenzied Maul for sustain and not going to give Swiper a hard time.
I love new Volibear. I don't think I've had this chat with you. I really like new champions that warp game state. And nothing can outpush this skimming. Like, when you actually have a look at what Volibear is doing, he's just shoving maximum creeps into the turret every single wave. And Swiper just has to catch whatever is, there. And I mean, I know some people would find that really frustrating, but I love champions that don't play like the same as their other archetypes. Volibear is a little bit of a bruiser, a little bit of a juggernaut, potentially, depending on how you look at him. But no one plays this heavy shove style in quite the same fashion. And I just think it's really refreshing for the game. I think it makes the game more interesting.
It's quite crazy. I suppose it draws parallels in a way to the likes of Middle Sticks, how it has insane push potential, very hard to really punish it as a result. The question obviously is the powers that be above, whether or not they look at that as a healthy attitude for the game or not, because that is Volibear's passive working overtime, right? At 5 stacks, a monolith push, which just provides you with that perma priority.
Yep, absolutely. You can see meanwhile in this mid lane, these guys going to go back and forth with each other. Nice trouble bubble.
Get a nice little bit of burst as a result of that one. Fantastic situation there, as now it's going to be Pentanet looking for the first blood. 4 minutes in, they show themselves to the top side of the map, and they do take Swiper's flash as he's forced to go down to 50%.
That wave's in a really crappy position for Swiper as well. He's going to have to teleport back and try and unbreak a freeze because Only's now off the map, which favors Biopanther very heavily. Very great gank coming across from Pabu. You always want to get one of those in nice and early onto a melee champion as Kane. And shout out to the bottom lane of Pentanet, who are actually only down 7 CS, and it looks like their creep wave is slightly bigger as well, Skimmy. Count up the creeps, there seems to be an extra 4, 5-ish creeps there. So really, they're not down all that much at all. And the Bane definitely going to be that mid-game threat.
Certainly will be. They're doing a fantastic job of taking what they can and not taking too much of a risk in terms of exchanging their health as a resource to pay the price for that CS. So we were slow pushing it for the meantime, and now that will give them the invitation to rotate around this map and have eyes in the sky as to where the enemy jungle is, and that is what they will find. Now that Pabu has started up his own Grom.
Good job from Pabu there. It's always annoying when people hang around and do this. Actually going to just use a little bit of a burst from the spells to be able to take his own camp down. Order bottom lane being a little bit of a nuisance. But you can see right now that Pentanet very comfortable with the map state. Order is going for a deep swing to try and find where Pabu is, but he's actually off the map, so nothing going to be happening there.
Yeah, they were looking for that collapse. You could see that only Blast coned himself into that Wolf camp. But it's going to be the reset, so a red jungle into blue. All going to be about the tempo, the control, the babysitting nature. They're going to try and hit level 6 as quickly as possible so they can try and influence that matchup. The subject to be crucial in looking to control this Volibear if a fight were to break on out. But they're quite content with how things work on the bottom half of this map. They have the shove, they have the damage, and they have the ability to get themselves the first dragon taken.
And now you just have to ask the question, Skimmy, of whose game plan do you like better? Because the game is playing out exactly how we said it would in pick ban. you can see Order's had permanent shove over the bottom lane. They've been able to take the early dragon. They've got themselves a slight CS lead. Meanwhile, off one very good gank into the top lane, Pabu has, you know, complete control over this side of the map. Swiper, turret going to be turned off.
He's in trouble right now. Bai can disable his turret at any given moment. He's going to do it there, and he's going to take you down with him. There's no flash, and there's no chance to respond. Only rocks up just too little too late. He's going to take a ton of turret shots, but then jukes death by going into the terrain itself. That'll be first blood going to Pentanet.
Yeah, and really well played from Pabu. I mean, we said that there should be complete control over this side of Summoner's Rift for them. Well, they've got even more than that. It's a 30 CS lead. It's about a level as well. And now, with that first blood going down, it's going to be 1,000 gold lead. Order use their early advantage for that dragon. Pentanet use it for a kill. And they've got themselves a big advantage.
Be punished too hard in some form or fashion, as obviously without the teleport can just ultimate himself back to the wave, drift on through and push it on in. It was in a bit of a rough situation, as she said before, forcing out the teleport to try and break the freeze, but Bubba continues to show face there, is rewarded with that kill, and more stacks, more ability to evolve quicker on.
And I'm a little bit concerned right now for Order, because you see that they're actually, hold the thought,
they're going to turn up the tempo. Both are level 5, no level 6 just yet, so ultimates aren't online, and he's got a very desirable weapon setup, does Rares, so he was looking for that exchange to work in their favor, but actually cops a bigger beating than his counterpart.
And what I was going to say, Skimmy, is the area of the map you thought Order would win, they're actually not winning all that hard, whereas Pentanet's area of the map that you thought they would win, they're smashing. You know, they're really being able to maintain that CS lead. So you have to question whether Order has misplayed somewhere in this bottom lane to allow the Vayne to be so close. You would expect BF Sword of Felios, as well as the aggressive support in Thresh, to be taking over down here. You know, I would be expecting flashes to be burnt, a lot more roam from Harry in the mid lane to potentially get down into that bottom lane, but what we're actually seeing is a fairly stable bottom lane, and sure, they're still missing a couple of CS every wave, but definitely not a big deal if you are the Pentanet bottom lane.
Nothing to be burnt just yet. And that is, of course, a concern, one that is obviously allowing Kratos the ability to do what he wants and continue to scale up quite effectively. Obviously, he starts with the door and shield, goes to the Vamp Scepter as well, so all about sustaining himself, coupled with Yumi as well, which will continue to provide him with stats to allow him to CS effectively underneath his own turret. But 10 CS discrepancy between the two doesn't look anywhere near as juicy as the lead fan on the top side for Pentanet.
Yeah, a kill as well as, you know, 26 CS. Certainly is better than 10, Skibby. So, yeah, credit to the volley there. This is a pick that internationally we're seeing get played more and more. In OS, it doesn't seem to have been picked up all that much. But you have to say that when it has been played, it's looked pretty effective. I wonder whether Order want to go for a lane swap or something and try and relieve some pressure from Swiper, because he's, right now, in danger of being dove again.
Certainly is. Pablo has the ultimate available now, so he can look to try and cheat death underneath the turret.
They can just turn the turret off. I think they have the damage to kill him even without it, Skinner.
Swiper will have his flash up and available and knows that with that wave crashing in, he's going to have to lose all of that. Knowing what the duo possess, he's just so terrified.
I really think Pabu should have stuck around there.
He is going to come back. There's the dangers. Out comes the flash. The turret will get disabled. He sidesteps a lot of the damage so far. Gonna go for a knockup. Gonna try and take down Bio with him. He's gonna fall on down to the turret. Swiper, what on earth are you doing? You a madman. He gets himself a double kill. That is the king of the top lane.
And the bloody rock in the top does it again, Skimmy. Just able to pick up both kills. The game was looking flawless for Pentanet up until that point. But Swiper outplays them. Now they're going to lose their entire bottom lane turret. And this game has just been flipped on its head.
You just know that guy's screaming right now amongst the boys in comms. That is an outplay if I've ever seen one. And this is really what Order needs now, try and find wins to stabilize, but build the lead now in their favor. It was a 1k lead there to Pentanet, but the Herald on the bottom side as well. They just win all across the map here in 10 minutes.
And they've also teleported back top lane. So whilst they might kill Swiper here, and I think that he will die, Skimmy, they're going to lose another turret potentially. They're definitely going to lose another dragon.
Abu has his eyes fixated on looking to shut this man down, angry at how that former fight went against him. Shutdown will come across, but as you say, Order continue to find pressure in the bottom half of that map.
Flag. Isn't that the best little emote, Skimmy?
So
the white
cheeky.
flag? I like it. Surrender.
Me too. Just go next.
Might have to burn teleport here to get back into top side. I wonder whether Order actually send their duo top and try and take the last remaining 3 turret plates now that the next Dragon is taken. And it does look like that's going to be the case, Skimmy. And Rare now on the Infinity Edge. Whilst he was not accelerated at all a moment ago, you have to say now is quite accelerated given the fact that he just took 5 plates of turret gold. And if they can control this top side, maybe get a cheeky gank off onto the Yuumi Vayne, this early game would be much more on track. Meanwhile, mid lane is Skimmy, kind of what we mentioned, just farming it out.
Harry is definitely putting out a ton of damage. There it is. Okay, I say it happens. The shockwave gets used to clear the wave, to push it in, and Get Back gets punished so damn hard. Order just showing up across the map right now. What on earth is happening?
Yeah, I kind of don't know what Get Back was doing there, though.
Is he having a bubble bath? He soaked up every single one. The paddle stars came out. There was no rubber ducky. He was not having fun.
Yeah, that's a very good question, Skimmy. And Rare has slowed this wave down, so it's not going to crash on this one. And you can see that with the Ignite on the Spellbook, Oriana, I can't remember the champion's name, they're going to get even more turret plates right now. And Kratos, he might be in some trouble.
He'll be in trouble indeed. The Chomp will go out, look to try and negate his stats a little bit harder. As he's quite weak still at the stage of the game. Still waiting to get even the Cutlass. Then transitioning into the Blade of Ruin King, but Rare will say thank you so damn much. More turret plates for my inventory. Yes, the CS discrepancy now looks a little bit more favorable in my face, but if we could check in with the gold, we would see of all this turret going his way, he would be up by a significant margin.
Well, that is 2 complete turrets, I think. Which is just crazy. That is so much gold in the early. You can see right now, Sabu has got his transform skin. He's strong. This is, as a Kayn player, this is the best time in the game to be a Kayn. He's maybe got one more spike as he goes towards like his Black Cleaver, and he's going to have Yuumi, so his spike might be prolonged a little bit longer. I haven't managed to play Kayn with Yuumi in a while, but he is very happy right now.
Well, let's see what we can do. Because right now, it's looking pretty healthy for the boys of Order. Their mid lane matchup found that swing. Rare is so far ahead. He's just going to rush that execution as well by going for the tier 2 boots. If a fight were to break on out, then they are looking to eke any kind of advantage. Next Herald up and under just in a minute. And as a result of these strong laning states, they're the ones that control the tempo and the dragons as well. As we're going to see a situation where both bruisers go for the brawl, and Bipapper thinks, hang on a minute, it's looking a little bit too quiet across the map, and sidesteps the death sentence from the Thresh.
Yeah, nice Spidey sensors. However, now Harry in the mid lane.
Fantastic. Jump upon, will use that flash to good effect. The final chapter will go out, but locked at its angle, will not connect. He will not be locked in place.
Yeah, maybe you would say one too many ultimates used there from the Pentanet lineup. I don't know whether they needed the final chapter to come across from the Yuumi. But really crucial summoner spell burnt there in Harry's flash. He needs that available for team fights. Otherwise, the shockwave is almost guaranteed with the composition that Pentanet is running. Once again, going back to why we like the Pentanet craft in Champion Select, Skimmy, is a lot to do with that Oriana synergy with both the Kayn as well as the Volibear. So now the fact that Harry doesn't have that summoner spell means the Volibear can jump on him. It is a solo lane Volibear as well. It'll do a lot of damage by itself, and it will also have an Oriana shockwave there to follow it up.
He's going to be hoping that he can try and do enough damage so that more flashes go across on the rift itself. He can pick those up and cheat it and act as if he does have a flash once again. But as you say, there are so many different key targets that the shockwave can be coupled with. You still can't take it away from what would be a very strong team fight when Pentanet can find the situation. The Cutlass now starts to come online. Trinity Force is there for Biopamper, so they're hitting that sort of awkward power spike of, do we want to fight right now? They've got 30 seconds until the Cloud Dragon.
I would say, honestly, yes. They are very happy to fight right now, Skimmy. Harry is nearly boom. He does have blue, so that's going to come back slowly, but he doesn't have a flash available. They've got all of their summoner spells. They've got a good objective to be able to fight over, and Vayne probably going to be able to get back and grab a Blade of the Ruined King. But it looks like Pentanet kind of disagree. They're actually just going to split the map, and they're going to say, we will give you the third dragon of the game. It is only an air drake. Looking at Parbu's Twitter earlier, as he actually eats a bubble.
Battlestar was very close. Well, Herald will be used, and with the turret blades down, this turret will be melted as a result. Eyes will be set firmly on getting as much value achieved, breaking through the control of the map.
Will he do Shockwave? Doesn't look like just yet.
Here it is, 3-man Shockwave, but 2 turrets to fall on down. That's the price they have to pay. Praetor is still locked in topside, mind you. Still farming away furiously. They're trying to buy as much time for that Blade of the Ruined King.
Well, he's actually frozen the wave skin, which is really interesting to me because I talk about this a lot to actually my team. When you freeze a wave, you have to seed objectives elsewhere. If teams have things like Herald and potentially there's a Baron buff or something like that on the map, you have to be able to give up jungle camps, all the things that Order has just taken. And as you can see, he's now started pushing the wave out. That's bought him about 20 CS. He was down in the CS department, but what does it cost the rest of the map? It costs him 2 turrets. It's cost him Soul Point. So now this Vayne, it needs to be so worthwhile that the Vayne is going to use that gold so significantly better than the gold that the entirety of the Order team just picked up, that they win the next fight off the back end of it. I talk about it a lot when teams used to do Herald flips versus Aphelios. It's a very similar concept. And the reason we liked it on Aphelios is he's a Season 10 champion skimmy, and he does use that gold better. Concentrated gold on Aphelios is better than team-wide gold in a lot of scenarios. Vayne used to be that champion. I just don't know whether she still is.
Well, they put themselves on a timer, but those breakpoints have now been found. The evolution on the Archangels, the Blade of the Ruined King is there, as well as the Fiends for the Yuumi. If there's ever a moment in which they can look to showcase their strength.
It's right now.
It is right now.
I would say that they also have the next item spike, just with how the game is going, right, to be within touching distance. But if we continue this trend of Aphelios always being ahead of the clock, I think that this game is quite difficult to win after kind of the third spike that will come across. Just because, I mean, we talk about it all the time. These Season 10 champion shenanigans, they're just disgusting.
Will he have the right weapons? Can Praetor find a situation where he can become the mechanic monster? Can the fight be dispersed enough, separate enough for him to pick up a target one by one and go for those individual kills that really favour a Vayne? Or will Order come together as a full 5-man squad and really showcase that 19 minutes in, they are up by 3,000 gold. They have 4 turrets to 0 that Pentanet have contested. They've sacrificed so much to allow Praetor to be at this point in the game.
Rare needs to be careful.
Any other champion would have been at the spot above it.
Please double hit, but I don't think there's any follow-up here.
Oh, Ayla looks for it. That flash flay was clean. It takes the cleanse. I don't believe it was going to hit, but hey, Praetor was ready.
And you can just see how much damage right now the Order lineup does do, Skimmy. If they're able to land their skill shots, that might be another turret broken. Order just continuing to take structures apart on Summoner's Rift right now.
Tier 2s just don't exist anymore. I believe the bottom line is incredibly low as well. Forcing Pentanet way back into their base to farm away. Don't think they're going to really want an inhibitor at this stage. We've seen how that can be used to great effect, especially if players are looking to freeze the waves too.
And now let's put our Pentanet hat back on for a second, right? So the game has stalled a little bit, but you're about 4,000 gold down. Do you feel like you outscaled? If it was old Yuumi, I would have no hesitation in just saying yes. But given the fact that you're 2,500 gold down in the 80 carry roll, I think that the scaling is maybe more even than what people would have thought last patch. Orianna, I would say, I would rather have an Orianna than a Zoe late game. I don't know whether you have an opinion on that. I would say I'd rather have an Aphelios than a Vayne. But Yuumi is that champion that I just do not know where she fits in amongst the power level right now, because we've seen so little of her since those nerfs came across.
I think given the current state of things, I'd much prefer the Zoe, just given the nature as to how much of this map belongs to them. Their ability to siege up and leave them locked in their base, and so you can't step forward or you will be locked in place. We can just one-shot you. It feels, for the most part, that Get Back is resigned to using a shockwave to wave clear, or to try and prevent them bleeding any more.
Okay, this
not to
is
really
cute.
take away from what could happen in a team fight.
I actually really like this swap now that the Blade of the Ruined King has been picked up, Skimmy. Putting the Bane actually side lane into the Scion. I think that's a really smart call to make, actually, because if you're a Scion, what can you do against a Vayne? The answer has to be like very minimal, right? So I think that that's bought them, you know, a slight window to be able to play around.
So much armor does the Titan have right now? Sunfire tabbies and a Bramble Vest as well. Glacial obviously going to add to the mix on top of all things, so he's going to look to try and negate as much of that with the Silver Bolt as well as the Blade of the Ruined King. Question is now, what do Order want to try and do? Yes, the priority is very important. 20 seconds until that soul point. Pablo cannot afford to fall on down. Ultimate comes out here from Sion. He's looking to try and take down the jungler. Yumi's on top of his head. He doesn't have the Black Cleaver just yet. It's not going to be the major power spike. Looking to do damage regardless.
Got out.
He takes Nick Knight and he will be able to disengage. The final chapter prevents any final collapse upon him.
Is that a real flash? No, that's a fake flash used from Harry. However, now that they've forced Parbu out, they will actually just go back to the Baron. I thought that that would just be what gave them soul. But they've started up the big purple worm, Skimmy.
They want to end this game so they can eat their burnt cheese toast.
I actually really love that meme, by the way. I love that it's actually become something.
They've got their priorities straight.
Parbu going to look for a steal here. Are they just going to flip the game?
He's getting close. He's not going to be successful in his steal attempts here today. Bio jumps on in, looking to try and collect and catch anybody out of position. Can they deny any Baron buff? He's going to be using the ultimate to disengage away. Afraid of hunting for a situation. The ultimate's already on down. The final hour has gone. Very anticlimactic.
Skimmy, I don't know if you remember what I said in Champions Select, but I said you can't shockwave the tanks in this composition. And that was a shockwave onto only the tanks. I feel like Get Back had a couple of opportunities to pull the trigger earlier, and he actually recalled the ball to him, put it directly onto the tanks. Maybe it was disengaging, giving him the benefit of the doubt, but now Order have sold, have the Baron buff. And it is only base turrets remaining right now for the Pentanet lineup.
Order have got everything this game. Every single objective that has spawned has gone their way. 24 minutes into this one, they are up by 5,000 gold. The majority of that can be found in this ADC matchup. Hence why Praetor continues to target that side lane, trying to find any kind of advantage to match, because you're still looking at a single Blade of the Ruined King up against the start of a third major item on this Aphelios. How can they try and hold off here to a Cloud Soul and a Baron as Order square themselves up for a mid-inhibitor push?
Yeah, honestly, Skimmy, I don't know how you do. And, you know, I'm trying real hard to not be doom and gloom because I realize it's my team winning right now. But for Pentanet, I feel like they're just in such trouble now.
Praetor is the chance. He's going to fall on down, unfortunately. Didn't have any mana left, was unable to tumble away from that one. And just the sheer movement speed for them to collapse upon. Everything that really starts as a result of having all those turrets down just made it so easy to access him from every single angle. There was nowhere to run. He resigned himself to the situation, did not use the flash. Inhibitors will fall on down as he's up and available once again in 15 seconds.
Yeah, and maybe not using the flash gives them one team fight, but they are going to definitely lose double inhibitor. There is a creep wave bot as well if Order want to go for the triple. I think trying to end here would be a mistake. Maybe not.
Setting themselves up for it. The first Nexus turret falls on down. 25 minutes in, the hook lands. The final chapter goes on out. Bio jumps into the backline. They target onto Aphelios. He is the heal. He's gone. There is the shutdown. Get Back may fall as well. He's so damn low. He receives the ball back to his head. That's the mitigation he'll need to get himself back to the fountain. Out comes the exhaust. Will the bear fall on down? Yes, he will. This is a double kill for the Zoe. Where is the bubble bath now? because that is the game looking to end. That is Order doing the gauntlet week. They will get the 2-0. They took down Legacy. They'll take down Pentanet. And they are going to throw up the white flags. This is all things happy for them.
And what a performance out of Order. Coming into this week, Legacy were ranked number 1, Pentanet.gg were ranked number 2. Order take them both down. They end the 1-1 curse and pick up a very valuable head-to-head versus Pentanet now for the season.
Curse is over, and the performance was very solid in the same vein of Fort as well. And, well, that really makes things get even scarier now if you start to say, well, who are your playoff contenders? You're jostling and driving between these head-to-head matchups. You're looking at teams coming in and out of form, experimenting with different things when they can kind of afford to. But as the weeks go by, things are going to continue to get scarier and scarier given the nature of those best of ones. And, well, Rusty, I mean, your thoughts and feelings on that one. You saw the fact that they had to sacrifice so much to make sure that Praetor had a fighting chance. And so anticlimactic was it when he was just caught in a side lane and fell on down for the eventual push.
Yeah, I mean, the way the game ended was a little bit anticlimactic for sure, but at the same time, you know, there was a clear, coherent strategy from Pentanet.gg and one little overexertion there, and Order punished accordingly, and that kind of continued through the rest of the game, right? Like, you give Swiper back the domain that he definitely lost, and suddenly they were able to take a bot turret at the same time. And so, if you're Pentanet, you look at that, you're like, one mistake, game's back in their court, and Order snowballed very well with it.
I see a comment in the chat. Loki Cat AU says technically the 0-0 broke the curse, but then also the double win, it's like, or I guess they mean the double loss. The double win reinstates it because it's
we
just
didn't have a double loss, did we? We've gone 1-1 every single game, and now we're 6-4.
Did you not lose 2 last week? I thought you did. Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. You're done. We're done.
Mick just out here just flaming like, oh, you guys suck. Hey, soggy chips, burnt toast. What do you guys eat?
True. Okay, no, we're fine. No, ignore what I'm saying. I don't know what I'm saying.
Spawn's just like, oh, yeah, MPL. I don't know. Go next.
Go next for sure. All right, let's take a look back for the results from today. Order obviously lost that game. So it's this side of the map, man.
Hey, it's all things left
about it. This is ridiculous. We got to start putting some of the bad teams on the other side. Chiefs versus Avant. Chiefs taking down Avant for game number 1. Legacy took down Gravitas for game 2. Direwolves bested Mammoth for game 3. And finally, Order beating Pentanet.gg for game 4. It's good to be left. Ranger Breeze prediction was right. Letting me down, Nick Boy, trusting your history here. See, no one actually watches the games, Loki Cat. So congratulations to all of the winners. Shall we take a look at the standings as they are right now? Because obviously there has been some updates. The biggest update from a statistics standpoint, Legacy had their first loss this weekend. But they're still top of the table. Chiefs number 2, Direwolves 3rd, Order 4th, Pentanet.gg 5th. Should they be tied with 3, 4? Anyway,
I think it's head-to-head. Direwolves
Right,
have
okay.
head-to-head over both Order and Pentanet, and
Okay,
Order
cool,
have
cool.
head-to-head over Pentanet.
Yeah, good. Then Avant, Mammoth, and rounding out the table, Gravitas. So there you go. That's your standings. That's how it stands. This is how everything stands. It's been a good weekend. It's been an enjoyable one. There are more weekends to come because we're only about halfway through the split. We are rocketing towards grand final time, but there's a lot more games to play. Let's take a look at Friday's schedule, which is the next time you'll see our pretty faces that isn't the MPL. It's Legacy versus Mammoth for game 1, Direwolves taking on Pentanet.gg for game 2, Avant versus Gravitas for game 3, and finally Order versus the Chiefs for game 4. Skimmy, game you are excited about, please.
I'm becoming more and more of like an Order fanboy. I just keep looking at them closing out the night and just giving us bangers. I think for me, it's can you continue this run of form? Can you continue to beat the best teams that you know that looking to try and go in these best of 3-5 series for playoffs? And like for Chiefs, can you continue that rise of form as well with Drake, who continue to evolve in that new role?
There is a really funny statement. Lady Dubsy in chat. It's a birthday and said, yes, Order and Chiefs both 2-0 on my birthday. All sucked in next week. One of them's going to lose.
But really, when you play a high caliber team, everyone learns. And when you're learning, is there a loser? I don't think so.
Oh, mate, that's beautiful. Poetic.
I love CL and the Chiefs squad. We're pretty close as teams. Obviously, 3 of my players were Chiefs last year, so It's always fun to play the grudge match. I'm actually super excited for game number 2, Direwolves versus Pentanet.gg. Just because what we're seeing from Pentanet is they're slowing down a little bit. They are, I think Skimmy brought it up on the cast, they're the second slowest team in the league right now behind Legacy. Direwolves, on the other hand, seem to be getting quicker. And their game today was like speed run in League of Legends OPL. So I'm excited to see how that clash in styles plays out.
That is exciting indeed. It's exciting as well to be rounding the end of another weekend of League of Legends, because that means we're heading into the MPL. But before we do, a massive thank you to our sponsors, Macca's, NeoSurf, and EPOS for making all this possible. A thank you to the production team, and a big thank you to my fellow casters, Spawn, Rusty, and Skimmy. A pleasure as always, gentlemen.
Until we get into TFT and it's all over us. All the friendliness is gone.
Hate
Hey
Spawn
friends,
again.
I can't wait to beat you.
Yeah, so if you want to see just me get stepped on and not in a sexy way, then come join us for TFT in the MPL after this. If not, we'll see you next week for more OPL action. Until then, we're out.
Peace.
Today is the NeoSurf Cup, and we're going to be playing against Misfits, so hopefully we can bring home the win.
NeoSurf is simple, safe, and secure. You can go to your local shop and get a voucher code and use it online, preferably to buy League of Legends skins.
He's got it! This is deadly! He's got it!
Welcome to the 2020 OPL. I am Nick Boy Richardson.
And that's a beautiful hemo play onto multiple members. He gets himself a double kill.
It's Ray's doing what he does, the team fight king. We love everybody. We love the OPL.
If you're craving the taste of your favourites, head to Macca's for a fast, safe and contactless drive-through experience. For your Macca's run, contact-free, we'll be here.
Greetings, Captain. Incoming status report with news from the Convergence. We've lost contact with some of our allies and enemies have called in reinforcements. We'll have to round up some new recruits if we want to restore peace to the galaxy. Ready? This is Team Fight Tactics Galaxies. Return to the stars. Valkyrie and Void forces have withdrawn from the intergalactic arena. But systems report that new champions have emerged with abilities we've never seen before. Mechanized units identified as Battlecast wreak fear and havoc among the ranks of their adversaries, while Astros possess unique abilities. It looks like some remarkably powerful champions are making their way to the front lines. A creature of total mechanical terror, Urgot launches his drill at enemies and reels them in for utter annihilation. Janna casts powerful storms across the battlefield, bolstering allies and disrupting enemy units with impressive crowd control. Thanks to her unique origin, she grants allies additional attack bonuses, giving her team some much-needed support. Oh, one more thing. The Galactic Leaderboard has been reset. With legions of new recruits entering the intergalactic stage, each with unlimited potential waiting to be tapped, I can hardly calculate all the future possibilities. Well, actually, I can. But that's not the point. The galaxy needs you, Captain. So, ready on your go.
Taste my bear!
Who stole my Penta?
Oh, baby, that's what I needed.
9 hours in this building with these morons.
Good work! Let's go, boys!
Yep.
Sup?
Here we are.
I'm just inviting some more people. Oh, Ranger Bree, come on. Come on, jump in, Ranger Bree. You can do it. You can do it.
There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
All right, let's get it done. Oh, wow. Insta Q-pop. Amazing.
Here we go.
Now, I don't think we actually discussed that we were going to play TFT, Nick. I just kind of casually said it at the end of the show. And
That's okay.
Here we are.
That's okay. That's okay. That's okay.
All right, chat. Let's get it started off nice and early.
Straight back into the guides, everyone. Straight back into the guides.
I need a guide. What are we using for guides these days?
I'm using LOL Chess, but there's like literally every website.
Anything that ends in .gg will give you.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is.
Oh, you could just not cheat.
You've seen what happens when I don't cheat.
Yes, I fondly remember the photos that were showing up on the broadcast.
Yeah,
that was pretty good.
That time with something.
That was pretty good.
This is a really good muesli bar, like homemade like muesli bar.
So, does anyone have a mirrorless camera they want to give me?
What's a mirrorless camera?
So you know, like DSLRs.
No, speaking
like big fancy cameras, like Canon big.
Yep,
those big ones. Part of the reason they're so big is because they're filled with mirrors, and then mirrorless cameras are like don't have as many mirrors in them, and so they're small, compact ones that still take great photos, and you can attach. You can attach lenses to, and I want a fancy.
Oh, items.
The hell was that?
You start with 2 items in this world.
That's cool.
Should I put them on straight away?
I mean, that's up to you, man.
I'll wait at least until round 3. And then yes. So anyway, I want a mirrorless camera, basically to just upgrade as my webcam, but also to take some nice photos.
Yeah.
So that's my story.
Wait, does Ludens still stack?
A DSLR for your webcam makes it look so nice, man.
So much nicer.
Does chat know?
So nice.
So if anyone has one that they want to give me, that would just save a lot of money.
It says unique. I don't see it. Nah, I'm just gonna go for this.
Dare I?
Does stack, but it won't cause more projectiles. Okay. I'll just go for a I'll go for the Thanos glove.
No, you got to be strong.
Low-key cat. I was looking at A5 5100. Yes, I've been looking at that as well. Sony A9000. Spawn, your audio's not working?
My audio isn't working. What the heck? Really?
Game audio.
No, I just don't have game audio up very loud, I don't think. Maybe I do. I don't know. Where is game audio? I don't know how to fix that. I can just watch without game audio.
Yeah.
What is it? Oh, it's a terrible item.
What am I building? Do I just go sorcerers? Surely, with these items,
You're
let's go Silk Start.
This guy. This guy.
Wait, you Silks as well?
Oh, I'm already committed.
No, but look at my items. Oh, wait, no, you didn't even put your items on.
No, I haven't committed with my items. Skibby,
True,
but
true.
I've committed.
Well,
I don't know how to do backsies. I cannot mentally comprehend 2 guides or a pivot. That's
I will not
beyond
pivot.
me.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Poppy,
I think everyone's going to go sorcerer. I need to look at something to pivot to.
Why is everyone going to go sorcerer?
Yeah, everyone's playing the same thing.
Wait, really? Like, really?
Not me and Rusty.
Dude, you don't need a pivot at this stage of the game.
I have my Poppy too, Nick.
Yeah.
And I'm just deciding what I should start buying.
Look how fat that poppy is.
Yeah, that's actually a
Three-item poppy.
Yeah, I don't know if you need a Luden's Echo on it, Nick.
I think I do.
But
well, I figured
guess.
it would be. Yeah, probably not.
I mean, it's not horrible because you could pivot off Poppy eventually anyway, right?
So if she doesn't deal magic damage, then does that? Oh no, she deals magic damage. Yeah, that's fine.
Oh.
It's basically the Spawn soundtrack.
Yeah, no one else could hear what's going on in our ears, but that was great.
Oh, it's so funny.
Welcome back to the MPL, Victor. Oh, God. I have the makings of a comp. Is it good? I don't know, but it is something.
Hey, Skibby,
Yo.
have a look at my deck right now, this round.
You're just both going at it. Hiya! Goku v Goku. I lost. Nick Boy smurfed me. Oh my gosh. Your Poppy's big.
Big pop.
Big pop dog.
Victor, just let me buy.
I call her the fat duck.
Hey! Okay, you can take over now.
See.
Hum, 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 hum.
Ooh.
He's deciding what pictures to occasionally flash. Yeah, probably, eh?
I'm just gonna throw out pictures of cameras, and I'll get chat's opinion.
Do, 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 do.
Hey, you do you, Bray.
Victor, I need to do this.
You seem insane. Spicy.
Rumble.
There you go, Victor.
Chaos.
You can do it again. Is it fixed?
Too spicy. Everyone took the good ones.
Make it stop. Make it stop.
Oh, that was wonderful. That was wonderful.
Let me control my computer. I'm gonna lose. You're all jerks. I can't believe you just stand by and let this happen.
That's life.
Should have used a guide, mate.
It's true. Guide would have helped.
Hello.
Spawn just
Well, we're not coming through.
Spawn is like, the illusion is broken. Like, anyone could go, oh, he was clearly told to talk to test the audio then. Hello.
What illusion am I trying to maintain apart from the fact that I'm good at TFT?
That, any sense of professionalism. This is
Any sense of professionalism. We lost that years ago, Nick.
We did.
Years ago. What do I want to play? I kind of want to play like Space Jam or something.
Do we have any Blitzcrankers out there? Blitz check. There he is.
I've got one blitz.
Oh, you have one.
Yeah, he's just sitting on that bench ready to go.
Oh, you got a bench blitz. There's no other blitzers.
Niche boy, your poppy is huge.
Big pop. Dead pop.
Blitz eye?
But your veins.
Or is it like sheep?
Why didn't my team just absolutely lead?
What the hell was that? Did what happened? Did Caitlyn draw aggro?
Vayne goes invisible when she tumbles, but sometimes they just stick around and
right.
wait.
Can't wait for that to come back. It's my favourite part.
It's back already.
Yeah.
I really need to get dinner, like fast food or something, but I just don't know what I want.
Me too.
I ate my dinner in the 3 minutes between the end of the game and the MPL. It was the most degrading thing I've done in easily hours.
I just got a bunch of gold.
Hey, nice, man.
I just got a cookie delivery. Thank you.
Big.
Ooh, I'll take that, Blitz. Thank you.
Yeah, he's still got a bench blitz though.
Nah, he's on now.
Oh, dearie me.
What are you playing, Rusty?
I am currently Star Guardian Sorcerers. I am working my absolute hardest to force it. It's going okay.
Yeah, nice, because no one will play Star Guardian, so you can have them.
Yeah.
Oh no, Bree.
Except for all of the Poppy enthusiasts out there.
Yeah, Poppy is a contested unit for sure.
Wait, did we all get the same items at the start?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how Galactic Armory works.
Understood.
Nick Boy's level 6. It still has 40 gold. Nick is killing it.
Oh, Nick. You're big. Good lord. I should put items on. The early 6.
Who comes in? No.
Everyone goes ultra concentration mode during TFT. Big true.
Yeah.
Big true. Nobody talks in TFT. We're all just like, how do I win this game?
It's too much, like, it's not necessarily more decision making than League of Legends, but it's like it's like more considered decision making. I think if you don't stop and actually think about what you're doing, then you get punished more than in League, where you can go on potentially.
You can just autopilot League.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an easy game.
It is. Who was that?
Okay. Who's here?
Yeah, ARAMs is mayhem. We also had Juves last time we played ARAMs, which is a bit of added chaos to the
Juice
mix.
goes nuts in ARAM. Juice gets weird.
Damn it. Okay, what do I do?
Wait.
Okay.
Come on, let me out. Let me out.
You're
let
no
me
longer
out, let me out.
no longer mod.
What?
Unmodded.
What do you mean? Am I unmodded?
I don't see you have mod. You have no power.
Oh my god. They finally
Hello?
did it. Hello.
Rip power.
What timed me out? What timed me out? Who did it? Who did it? Oh, I'm gonna remember this. Right, games os. Whichever one of you it is. I'm really not sure.
Okay, so who you got?
I think I need to actually spend some money to stabilize.
Doesn't mean you guys could say whatever you want in chat.
The king is dead. Oh, there it is. Yes, balanced like all good things.
I reckon I know who it is. I just don't want to name names.
Okay,
go on, make fun of me. See what happens. Do it, Loki.
Don't do it, Loki. He's a madman.
I'm actually just useless.
Yeah, but how's TFT going?
I've got a little bit of...
Online bullying culture, what it is, Nick. I thought you would be above it at the moment, but that's
I've
okay.
got a little bit of everything right now.
I just beat Captain Chaos very convincingly.
This is absolutely my first loss. J-Shift.
Where
Got
are those
swole.
Twisted Fate cards going? I just got griefed, man. I just got griefed.
J-Swift, my goodness.
Wow, crazy. Is he timed out? That's nuts. How'd that happen?
Okay, it's happened.
What's that, mate?
I have 4 pirates somehow.
Oh, big. That's huge.
I just got a natural gangplank.
Holy shit, the rolls are just so good, guys. So good.
Mind you, I still have a 5-second delay on typing like the rest of the chat does for some reason.
Okay, do we just try and play pirates, chat? Is that what we're doing? We're just playing pirates? So that's a GA. Definitely not. Could be. Okay. Starting to formulate a plan in my head. That's what we're doing.
Ah, I should have leveled up.
All my pirates are level 1. And my gangplank just didn't ult, which is good, so I'm going to lose to Rusty. Quite decisively. Give me some items. I need another ult. Ish.
Sorry, Scheming.
And you got me, bruz.
That was brutal.
If
Yeah.
my gangplank ult went off, I would have won. But
You
that's
got
okay.
me.
That's okay. I have all the pirates and they're all level 1. We definitely want Sorcerer. I feel like we don't care about Celestial.
That's good. Okay, you can sit down there, you can sit down there. You can leave my life.
We need money, chat. After this carousel, we're going to roll. Okay, we got another chain vest. That is not what we needed at all. That's bad.
Nick must have 4 guides open right now. No. Okay. Who do I dump?
We definitely need to rebuild all of our pirates, chat. It's a good sorcerer.
Alright, so I just griefed that round because I just deleted everything. Need to set up my board.
Okay, we're fine. We got 30 health left, which is terrible.
Oh my.
Okay.
We want you. Okay, we're rebuilding all of our pirates. So we're going to put J-Swan in. We're going to put GA on Gangplank. We're going to put that on there.
I want you. I feel like I want... No, I want you.
Okay.
It's so toxic.
Building. This is bad. I actually just have too many things that I'm building. I'm just going for that big. Jesus, that'll bite me in the ass. I know it. Get that, I'm gonna sacrifice.
Oh, is that a symbol?
Holy
Look at you
guacamole.
being me.
Look at us being each other. Hey, look at us hanging out like two guys having
Who'd
fun.
have thought?
Look at us.
Spawn,
God
you
damn
have
it.
so many items. Just sitting
Yeah, I'm playing pirates.
Ah, right.
You have a Nico's help in there. You'll be getting closer to the Syndra 3-star, hey?
I'm working up.
Okay, so I'm gonna get some order in here. That there, that there.
Next comp is disgusting.
Yeah, it's pretty gross.
I just got slapped.
My word.
I've got like my core comp and I still just got slapped. Oh no.
Can't see who I just versed because their name is off the screen.
How did I lose that?
But okay.
Oh,
Good job,
Potions
Blob.
is gone. I didn't realize Potions is gone.
I need 2-star Riven.
Oh, you playing Riven too?
Yeah, I got Riven Sork. If you look at my board.
You're playing pretty much exactly what I'm playing, except I've got Pirate Riven Sork.
Mm.
Nice, 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 nice.
Oh my gosh. I'm just getting griefed.
Riven 2, nice.
I've got like the dream comp and it just gets smacked. A double Zephyr. Yuck.
You had a pretty early Riven 2 there.
Yeah, it's huge. Backline just get deleted.
A 5 cost champ is better than an upgraded 1 or 2, right?
It depends what it is and what synergy you have.
You'd say that. I don't want to.
What are you looking to put in?
It's either I need to sell Shen, a 2-star Shen, to get a Thresh.
Yeah, I think that's.
I need to grow long hair and Ezreal cosplay. Why's that?
Because I'm looking, you're not using Blade Master. Thresh is just better.
And should I get Teemo to replace a sniper?
I don't know. You need sniper?
Well, I've got 4 snipers. I've got full snipers. Ow. And they're all level 2
dead.
at least.
That really hurt.
I came last. No, I came second last.
Who is this?
Not last. Nick's killing it.
Take that.
Violence to end violence.
Now stream, I need to decide what I'm going to eat, because I'm starving.
Look at us!
Bree, Jesus.
Look at us go! Look at us!
Look at us. God, I hope you lose before me so I can have your units.
No! So close! Holding on to the carousel round.
Every time.
Please.
Give what they want.
Oh, there's nothing I want
I
here.
want none of it. What a disaster.
Oh, no. I'm pretty sure the 2 claws don't stack, so I just debated myself.
Oh, really?
I have no idea. I just tried to make my Riven a tank rather than a DPS.
Usually you just put AP on it to make it a tank, right?
Yeah. I just didn't get any
Increases.
Rabadon's cap or anything.
Yeah.
On your Riven?
Yeah.
I had everything, and I still lost.
Oh.
There's some monsters out there right now.
Everyone's just running like anti-magic synergies, which really caught me off guard, because I've never seen so many anti-magic synergies. Oh, you've gone tank Riven instead.
Yeah. Whether or not that was the play, I don't know.
I'm out, so I don't know why the camera's on me. I'm looking for food. What should I eat, guys? Should I go with Old Faithful, or should I get some proper food?
Go with Old Faithful.
Oh! My
Rusty.
God, gotcha.
Oh my God,
Gotcha!
How did that happen?
Yes.
Oh, this is
Don't
where I fall off
ask.
the
I have
cliff.
no idea.
Rusty still has items on his bench?
Yeah.
I've got items on your bench.
I was hoping to find a Riven and then I was going to flood it with items, but I just started putting them on last round, so. Of course, there's a Riven now. Don't worry about it.
don't think Riven 1's better than any of your units anyway, is it?
Not right now. No, that was a level 8. Gonna chuck Riven in.
Oh, up against Niche Boy.
So I think I need to sell the Poppy, even though she's so huge.
You're so strong, bro.
Do I sell the Poppy to get 6 Chronos?
Ari knew how to throw a spell.
Poppy always...
That would have been okay.
Lives, though.
Alright, Nick. Surely win this for the boys.
What do I do? Do I sell Poppy? And then put on Riven, so then I have 6 Chronos?
That sounds good.
I lose Vanguard synergy with Wukong.
It's not that big. No one's running purely
I
80
don't think...
comms.
Yes and no.
If you have level 2 Riven, I would do it. If you don't, I wouldn't do it.
Yeah. And then, if I do it, I'll need help dispersing those items.
Yeah.
Showed you.
Yeah, I didn't go for the Giant. I went for the Fizz instead.
Casting a spell, holders basic attacks. Oh. Wow.
But it didn't pan out. It did not work.
I think I just want Thai. Let's get some Thai.
Mmm.
Chicken pad CU. Some chicken satay. And a can of drink.
And a can of
2.
drink.
I got 2. Where's that? Beast. Oh, he's just annihilated me.
Oh, this Urgot guy's very strong.
Yeah.
That's disgusting.
Oh, wait.
Oh!
Okay.
Okay.
All part of my plan. All part of my plan. Never in doubt.
This is what
Wow,
happens
if
when you don't
Rusty
buy
beat
Jana.
Ranger Bree, did you beat Ranger Bree, Rusty?
Yeah.
You're gonna win.
Okay, you're very strong then.
No,
Yeah.
it was real close. It was.
Well,
What are you
Bree
getting?
just beat
Have you
Nick by
committed
6
to
units.
Ty?
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
Nick, I feel like you... Maybe not this round, but definitely next round. If you don't, need to start rolling down.
How close are you to 9, Zach?
I just hit 8.
You also should probably spread your snipers out, because right now if Rusty has any AoE spells or something, they're all just going to cop it.
I was trying to take advantage of the attack synergy from the Ash, but I can spread
You got 3 stars galore, mate. It's the dream.
Yeah. No one was contesting the units, you know?
Yeah, Nick, you got to go on a roll now. And yeah, I would
God.
spread them. I
And
don't
spread
think
'em.
the...
And what should I put the Sojourn on?
Spread them.
It's Sojourn's really good on Thresh. If you got Thresh in. Yep. And have you got a GA there? Yeah, you can put GA on Thresh as well.
If I find a Janna, who would I even replace?
Because you got BF and
Would I replace
Chambers, so
Annie?
put them both on
Probably
Thresh and
Annie,
start
yeah.
rolling.
That feels so bad, man.
But, you don't want to break up Star Guardian, do you?
No, you can't. No point running 5-star Guardian.
Yeah,
GA,
losing
you-
a 3-star Annie would suck.
GA, you thresh your madman before you fight. Alright, here we go.
Oh, Rusty. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not good.
I'm just
Oh,
taking
Rusty.
you to pound down there.
You used to suck. Oh, well. 4th. I'll take it. I'll take 4th.
Alright. 3 gamers left.
Ranger Bree just lost.
Damn.
That's close.
Oh, what if I turn Annie into a Star Guardian, then I can take off her?
So we got Ranger Bree, 4 Blaster, 3
Spawn, what do you think?
Cybers, 2 Space. Just a little bit
What
of
would you
everything,
take
Ranger
off?
Bree.
If I was to turn Annie
Oh.
into a Star Guardian, could I like get rid of something useless like
You
a
can
Zoe?
get rid of Poppy or Nico.
Look
Why
at
would
this
you get rid of
chat.
Zoe? Don't you want 6 orcs?
Rusty, 2 synergies.
Oh, true. Yeah, I need to get rid of like Nico probably.
These
Nico
guys
or
have
Poppy.
18
are the two that you can
synergies.
get rid of.
For what though? I guess I need it.
You can put TF on. You got him right
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
You have no gold to level. How far off level are you?
Not real far. I'm just sitting at 8 forever.
Okay. Because I was going to say there's no real point you rolling, so you might actually want to see if you can go to 9. Depending how far off you are.
Well, this will determine if I win or lose.
Yeah, you need to scout your... I mean, you won anyway, but I think you need to move your Victor to a side, because...
So I have him next to Syndra because she has the spell buff thingy, so I just have to move all 3, I guess.
But they're using Shroud of Stillness on your group. So you should just scout where their shrouds are and not have Victor there. Because he took a very long time to ult.
Yeah. They have 2 shrouds. Oh, God.
So he's got Shroud middle. On the
So
thrush.
like far left corner or something.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. You got 6 ult and 6 Star Guardian. That's huge.
Both got Shrouds middle. So you just move it to the corner, yeah.
Are they going to last minute swap?
Did they?
I didn't see it. Ah, they're not versing each other. They're shrouding each other.
Cool. Yeah, nice. Easy win.
Winnable, winnable, winnable.
Yeah, Rusty's come first.
Go Rusty.
Ooh, GA.
GA's kind of a trash item, to be honest.
Who would you put on
Yeah.
here?
Annie, maybe.
Yeah, probably Annie.
How much damage is Annie doing? She
Not
pumping.
a lot.
Seems like she's
Last
living for
round, Annie
years.
did like nothing. Did 800.
Oh, okay.
It's Victor and Ari. But,
Yeah, Victor's nuts.
Ari's going off because she has the Gunblade.
Yeah, good point.
I suddenly have economy though.
Yeah, how much until you can level?
I have 50, so I need a very small amount.
Yeah.
One more round, basically.
I mean, what's your next unit you put on?
Probably a Riven.
Riven or Gangplank, right?
Yeah, because you have 2 chronos if I put Riven on.
Yeah, but I don't think you comp cares about attack speed at all. You got Shojin and you got blue buff, so your 2 carries are fine.
Janna actually.
Yeah, Janna makes you do true damage.
Janna would be huge.
God, your Victor damage is just gross.
Yeah,
I
that's
beat
insane.
one.
There he
I beat
is.
both of them.
The big dog himself.
Yeah, nice.
Well played.
Remember when you were struggling to beat Skimmy?
And then we meet each other and we're like, look at us. Look at us. Playing games. Playing the same comp.
Look at us. Who'd have thought?
I just love the fact that Skimmy genuinely trolled both Rusty and myself.
Yeah.
He played half of my comp and half of Rusty's comp.
I think the answer here, Nick, is if we keep picking comps that no one else is playing, we have a chance.
Yeah.
You might win, yeah.
Oh, that's absolutely how the game works. That's why the game is always like so well balanced. Because if a comp sucks that much that it's uncontested, it's actually good.
Rusty, I can't kick people. I think you can.
Ah, yes.
And I'll start inviting.
Holy guacamole, my tie is going to take forever.
Thinking HSP, Jake.
Did All Foolish just join?
Just full
I'm going to say he did.
fat feed.
You
All
survived the
Foolish.
purge either way.
No, All Foolish is new.
Yeah, yeah.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Don't say your food is going to take forever in front of Rusty.
True.
Yeah, but I live in a nice country town where there's actually like heaps of restaurants around, and they should be quicker than this.
Is it changed because of quarantine?
Has what changed because of what?
Like
we're not in
life.
quarantine, Skimmy.
Well, you're not. I thought
No.
they had that big thing about it.
Yeah,
No,
of
it's
the
certain
north
areas
side of close to the city. I live southeast, buddy.
Gotcha.
They're closer to you than they are to me.
Oh, true. Well.
They're not actually Skimmy. He's lying. He's trying to put this on Sydney.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just take him for his value. I'm hungry.
I am starving.
I'm so hungry. Let's see what we get today. Might just play whatever I get given. We'll just make it happen. An amalgamation of 2 stars.
Go A-Rams. Too late, mate.
Too late. We're in.
We've committed.
It's too hard to switch mindsets as well. You just got to commit.
Is Infiltrators good?
Yeah, Infiltrators are great.
Like right now?
Mech Infiltrator's fine.
Yeah, true. I guess if you get the mech.
Yeah. If
Good
Skimmy knocks
ballers,
me
maybe?
out, I'll Uber eat some dinner. That's crazy.
Cyber Infiltrator is pretty good.
Cyber Infiltrator.
Yeah, because you get Echo.
True.
You just run 2 or 4 Infiltrator, depending on how many Cybers you want to run.
If Skimmy physically knocks me out, come on, Callum. I wouldn't do that to you, mate.
But it is for dinner.
What is for dinner?
Knocking him out. Just saying. Like, maybe you wouldn't, but it is for dinner.
I'll take him
Another
out to dinner.
Galactic Armory? Oh.
Wow.
Come on. Come back, puppy. We're doing it again.
Look at everyone spamming these copy pastes.
Asked a Whisper and a Quicksilver.
Okay.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Holy guacamole.
Yeah. This will be an interesting one. How would you make Rebel Infiltrator work, Davo?
You just make your Z big, no?
Aren't Rebels Blade Masters normally?
2 of them
you
are.
have to
But
smash
Z
out a
isn't.
Z. You have like a Shen frontline or something, I guess. Oh no, you wouldn't even be able to have that. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear.
Maybe I just play Blender like Skimmy did.
Just do a bit of everything, man. I'll just see what I can get.
Damn, should not have sold that before.
What do we get? Ooh.
Okay. Okay.
Like the best 3 units I can put on is definitely this.
Make Zed a Blade Master. Ah, right. That would, yeah, I would do it.
I just put all my items in a 2-star Kate.
Yes, you did. Oh, we're not the same this time. Yeah, we've got Affinity Edge with it too.
Yeah,
That's a big
crazy.
fella.
Crazy luck.
What are you playing, Skimmy?
Still deciding. But I just got like my first roll, 3 Caitlyn, so I've just put everything on her. Got Blade Masters that I've got on my board, so maybe.
I'm sure.
Just literally buying everything and seeing what I can get.
That's about summing it up.
How's the Valorant stream going?
Are Space Pirates any good?
Space
Buddy,
Pirates?
that's like 20 items. What the heck?
They can be. Like, if you play like Space Pirates Sorks, they can be okay. Early on Space Pirates Vanguards can be okay. They just give you extra gold if you can win.
I would have just got extra gold then. Let's get on that. Let's get on that. You going in, buddy?
Let's get on that.
Let's get on that.
Hell yeah.
Pirates are a meme team, but fun if you get lucky. Alrighty. Well, we're memeing it up.
Oh my god.
I lost. Oh, okay.
Doesn't surprise me, TBH.
Feels bad, man.
I forget what I'm doing. What am I doing? Doing that.
Watch you guys take all of the gloves and all of the giant belt and me get mad. Alright, there's a giant's belt. A glove? Where are all the giant belts players at? Giant belt. Yep. There's the other giant's belt. Yeah, there we go.
He's lost. Mega lost.
What do I even take here? I literally do not want either. You know what? I'm actually just going to play Blender.
Is that like your try-hard build or something? I don't know what Blender is.
No, it's just like a very old build that no one plays anymore because it got nerfed into the ground. It used to be OP.
Hmm.
Let's see.
Hey, Sir Lancelot's playing it.
Bloody Nick boy.
Hey guys.
Bloody Nick boy.
Chrono Blade Master. Yep.
Oh, we'll take that. You're going in next. Okay, so you keep pushing on me, so I'll take you as well.
What is the dodge chance?
The Quicksilver South has dodge.
20%, okay. Wow, that was very exciting, but missed 2 of my first 3 auto attacks. Thanks for that.
Oh, I'm actually having the biggest low because of food.
Yeah, I'm super hungry, man.
Okay, you get there, sure.
Oh, ho, ho. I just got a gold question mark and it was units.
What'd it give you?
My bench, it just gave me Cassiopeia, Vayne, Ezreal, and Bard. That's
a lot of
insane.
units.
That's insane. Still unsure what to build. We'll just sit on this for a bit.
Okay. Okay.
Oh god. A lot of health happening.
I really need some big damage dealers. I'm missing that real freaky play.
See ya, Skimmy.
You're like, I ult, you ult, and we're like, I see ya.
Oh, 11 minutes away.
Okay, good.
Skibby, you could go into back infiltrators. J-Shift, if he goes back infiltrators, I'm leaving.
Okay, I will.
I'm literally already mech infiltrators. I said it before the game started. Stop dodging. Holy cow.
Oh, I thought I had that. Ziggs. What a bastard.
Press on. Time to go to work. Now or never.
Hey, is that Sacco?
When I was a young boy, my father...
Ah, finally, a good song.
Hey, what's up, dude?
To see a marking there. He said, son, when you grow up,
Oh, there's no good strats in this lobby.
of the broken, the beaten, and the dead. He said, will you defeat the demons and all their non-believers, the plans that they have made. Until one day I'll leave you, demon, lead you in the summer, and join the Black Parade.
No!
What is that noise?
No! I wanted the GA! Yeah, well, you know, you do get that sometimes.
You again, the old swapperoni.
Yeah, nice mech infiltrators, Skibby. Get out of here. Get out.
Lancelot has no economy and has just absolutely rolled down so far.
I look forward to losing after that emote spam.
I really, 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 really need a Xayah. Is there no Xayahs anywhere?
Time to run.
How are there no Xayahs?
Press on.
Oh, but Darius just had a bloody moment.
If I had a level 2 Xayah, I would be so strong. But I don't. Holy guacamole, I got it. Okay, we're fine. We're fine, chat. Now we just go fast 8. I took her out. It was a Friday night. I walk alone to get the feeling right. We started making out when she took off my pants. But then I turned on the TV. And that's about the time she walked away from me. Nobody likes me when you're 33.
Yes.
What's my age again? Oh, what's my age again? Then later on the drive home, I called her mom from a payphone. I said the words of cops and your husband's in jail. The state looks down on sodomy.
My God.
Yeah.
What? That's the lyric to the song.
Sometimes think about what you're singing.
It's just a lyric to a song, Nick. It's not my fault that we don't have any songs going.
Oh, my goodness. My goodness. Okay.
You're such a prude, Nick.
That's me. That's what people always say about me.
Nick Boy the prude.
That Nick, he's such a prude.
Look at him getting snarky now, chat. Teenage dirtbag. What? I don't like Weezer very much. I was going to say something that maybe would have offended people, but I'm just going to say I don't like Weezer very much. Yeah, I'm just a teenage dirtbag baby.
Oh, we lose this.
To I am
No, we don't. We're fine.
Oh, is it
We're fine,
Wheatus?
guys.
Well, I don't
Wheatus.
like them either.
How could you name your band Wheatus when you know there's a Weezer out there?
Yeah, I don't know.
This is not right.
But apparently it happened. I don't want either of these items at all, to be honest. What other songs are there? We've already discovered I can't sing anything from Book of Mormon. Apparently I can't sing anything from Blink 182.
Okay, so who's going in next?
Oh, I've got so many items. I didn't even realize how many items I had. I gotta start using them. Alright, we'll use them now.
It was like trying to know somebody you've never met. And loving him was red. Oh, red. A burning red. Flashbacks and
So since I haven't played since,
echoes,
like,
tell
you know,
myself
obviously, except on
time
broadcast since the
again.
last big patch, you ever heard that thing where you're like, well, that looks like it should be a space pirate?
I like from
you,
the skin
you look
range.
at the skin and you go, yeah, like I imagine that's probably a rebel.
Yeah. It's actually kind of cool, like how many skins they actually have in the game.
Yeah, it's wild.
Oh, red.
Damn it, sorcerer.
Do I just want to keep leveling? I feel like I do, kind of. Wow, that person's strong. All foolish. It's just a big Nautilus at the front. Just a big naughty boy.
Because that's all stacks. So everyone, that's a bit of a problem, isn't it?
Yes. Oh, bother.
Ah, All Foolish has just punched my head in.
I suspect I will be last.
Oh no, All Foolish has beaten me. Shuggy, shuggy, shuggy.
Need you. Can't not have you. Love you.
Nick, you just got me in my evolve round.
I was about to say, what was that about coming last?
I just rolled down so aggressively and just played the game.
What about...
that's my next one.
It's 9 o'clock on a Saturday. The regular crowd shuffles in. There's an old man sitting next to me.
Only if you do the whole song.
To his tonic and gin.
Violence to end violence.
He said, son, will you play me a memory? I'm not really sure how it goes, but it's sad and it's sweet, and I knew it complete when I wore a younger man's clothes. La-di-da, la-di-da, la-da, la-di-da, la-da.
Who is this? Who am I fighting?
Sing us a song, you're the piano man.
Yes! Oh my god. Literally just 2-star, 3-star, 3-star round. Thank you.
BRB 1 second chat.
GG.
That is what I needed. That is what I needed.
Maybe the bottom of the table actually has some fight, Nick. Maybe we're still in it.
Maybe this is it.
Oh my god, stop dodging everything that I throw.
Okay. We beat Spawn. We're back in it.
We've taken out second place. No more hot streak. We're in the game, everyone.
Oh no, what's going wrong?
Oh no, I lost.
I've lost a lot.
Yeah, I hit double 3-star and a 2-star Jinx.
Battlecast. it
Okay,
is.
so I need... Who am I missing from this list?
Holy guacamole, Rusty's so tanky. Oh, that's Skimmy.
Yeah, just got a bit of everything.
What are you playing?
Mech, Demo, Darkstar, Mystic, in full Sulk. Just a bit of everything.
He's done the same thing again.
Oh, you just have a rank 2. How have you got a rank 2?
Rank 2 GP.
Gangplank already.
Because we're out here gaming.
Yeah, that's actually pretty nuts, Skibby.
We are out here gaming.
There's your rumble as well. Jesus. That is... I don't want to fight you, but we're the exact same.
It's quite
Ooh,
delicious.
First place.
Oh no, Skimmy. No.
Be
gentle.
Up against Nick.
Oh my god, Skimmy, what just happened? Oh my god. Oh my beauty.
Am I the weakest person in the game at the moment?
No, because I'm dead.
Okay, thank goodness.
Oh no, my food's about to arrive.
My food did arrive. I can't wait to get off stream.
That was brutal. That sucked.
Yeah.
Alright, we're rolling down. Am I just dead to Rusty here?
I think so.
Oh my gosh, 7,000 damage GP. Huge.
Yeah, the fact that you got such an early GP too is like a real game changer.
I'm giving him all the upgrades as well. Nick's frozen again.
Damn it, Skimmy. For the last couple of minutes, I've been freezing and unfreezing in interesting positions while I eat my food.
You like take a mouthful, pause. I like that. Maybe I should save my money and hit 9. I don't know.
I really managed to stuff this game up. I've just died with 50 gold. I was not concentrating. I'm so hungry.
Who did I just first?
Oh no, and I've just exited game. Definitely don't come to my perspective. I've just rage quit. I've literally just rage quit.
Alright, pause the camera as well.
I will start a mukbang for the stream because I'm so hungry. How are we going?
We're going.
Yeah. I have to watch on stream like everyone else. I've got food, chat, and my mouth is literally watery.
I just hear Nick giggling in the background.
I've been annihilated by Gangplank.
He does a lot of damage. It's actually so gross, bro. I don't believe it. Nick.
Oh my god.
Well, who's going to win,
Oh god,
guys?
my microphone was on the whole time.
Yeah. I liked it.
Shocked.
Oh, this guy has all the fizzes and NAs. That's why I can't find them. We're running the same comp.
Oh my lord. Okay, I think I'm cooked. Oh wait. Wait. Shaco though!
Oh my god, are you still in it?
Come on!
Clutch.
There's no way anyone beats Skibby.
Really wish I had level 9 because I got 2-star Janas.
What's Misphonia? Let's Google that.
Surely Jana
Loki
is
cat?
better than that Karma.
I lose Darkstar and Mystic.
But what is Darkstar giving you? She's not dying, right?
Loki, was the Misphonia triggered by the slurping, the crunching, the burping, the vomiting, the chewing, the drinking, the gargling?
Ah, GG. Had to slowly watch Skibby win. I might be quick,
God.
actually.
Oh, Skimmy's sweating hard as well. Look at that webcam.
What do I combine with the Giant's Belt? Tear? Warmogs?
Well, Tears Redemption.
Let's go Warmogs. Let's just make him a tank.
I don't know if a mech comp needs a redemption.
Nah.
I was one off having a Ziggs 3, a Rumble 3, a Shaco 3, a Zed 3, and a Nocturne 3 at different points in this game. And I cracked the shits with all of them.
Is there a way to make a Discord server, like, I know you can mute servers, but can I do it so that it doesn't even show me the little, like, you have 2 notifications in the server thing?
Yeah, are you muting everyone in here notification as well?
Am I?
Because that's usually what it is, right? If you mute the server, it doesn't mute the @ notifications. It's a separate.
Suppress everyone and @ here. Oh my god, yes. Because there's so many servers I'm part of where I'm like, I'm just doing this to be polite.
Yep. Every day is I'm streaming. It's like, that's wonderful, and I support everything that you're doing, and I hope it's going well, but I don't want to find out on Discord every day.
Yeah, and I hope that the 6 people in your server are also excited by that news.
You guys are toxic. My mukbang stream for 6 people is going great.
I would watch it. Actually, no, I wouldn't. I find it disgusting. But I would support your right to disgust me.
Oh, Skimmy, I think you clutched that. You lost to the other guy, but...
I lost the other guy. So how did I win?
RNG. So I think he might have lost to the ghost of who you just versed.
Oh. Well, there you go. GG.
Damn, OPL casters are the best at TFT, confirmed.
You and then me.
Absolute fact. Absolute
Born
fact.
yesterday as well. That's 3 out of 4.
It's better than our ARAMs, yeah?
How's that chicken working out for you, Jake? Good.
He's a happy man. Look
Just
at him.
ripping meat off the bone goes with the whole, like, I have a fur collar and I've broken literally every bone in my body.
Yes, full cam.
Look at him. He's not even going to say goodbye. I'll say goodbye on behalf of Spawn. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching the OPL. A reminder that Order are running a Valorant tournament, so go check that out. That should be a fun time. Rusty Skimmy, thank you very much for a lovely weekend.
Mm-hmm.
That was
Pleasure's
me talking.
always.
Spawn would never say that.
Pleasure's always having you back, mate.
We're gonna go and just like Rusty. Here's what I need you to do. I need you to have a really big sleep, and I need you to just center yourself. And I hope that nothing shits on you tomorrow.
Well, I
Yeah.
can't promise anything, Nick. Can I? I can
You're right,
only hope
because
the same thing.
Skimmy's still holding on to that curry coffee
Yeah.
if he comes over.
Hey, I'm really surprised I didn't get burned by that today. I'm really surprised. I saw somebody in chat keeping tabs on it, which is a bit weird, but still, regardless. Yeah,
It's a time bomb, Skimmy.
it
That
was.
is you,
It's going to happen.
You being the real winner. The real winner here, of course, was friendship. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching the MPL. We'll be back with more OPL action, 4 p.m. our time next week. We'll see you then. Stay safe.
Peace.
And that's a beautiful hemo play onto multiple members. They shut down all importantly onto Chippies. He gets himself a double kill.
Triple kills. Can we get a quadra? Yes, we can.
It's actually
Ray's doing what he does. The team fight king.
You can only use these
GG boys, pleasures always.
ingredients, and you can only cook with
Take it
this
easy.
thing.
Have a good one.
Hey,
I'm
look at
excited.
that. It's like a fairy. Big shout out to the little legends that we created. So we've got the Fury Horn there, and then this is the like mystery egg the graphics operator was making instead of that last graphic.
Guys, I want Twitch chat to do it with me. Make sure your chest hits the ground like this. That's 4. And don't be afraid to go a little bit faster or a little bit slower. Just do what's comfortable, okay?
My long-term boyfriend and I broke up over a month ago. How do I start dating again? Rusty, you're lonely. Finally, your ideal Valentine's Day date.
PC Vaughn, Duo Q, League of Legends.
Oh, very nice.
I think Bombers started them off quite well, but they just got outplayed on like a micro level, and I am really good at this.
Send this to Frost Urine.
So who here wants a really mediocre painting of Gragas? It is a time for celebration, but it is also a time for mourning. Let's start off with a eulogy.
5 Drakes to the name, a Baron and everything else.
In a counter matchup.
That's the carbon response. That's the legacy win right there.
Is anyone wearing pants?
Oh, you're wearing pants. Some shorty boys. Look at that.
What has this become?
There's no AFL, there's no NRL, but there is always OPL. Come rain, hail or shine,